curbside heading to parking plaza.
For 11:36.
Anything else?
Good. Taking contact license state Mary Joan Paul 7848. That's on Mary Joan Paul 7848.
ID for Montano Matthew is clear. Go ahead with your traffic and let me know when you're ready for the ID.
I was advised it was a pushing match. No punches were thrown. I'm trying to attempt to get Matthew back on scene to get his side of the story. You can go ahead with the ID.
$48, $89, $46, $58.
One printer.
Coming in third party, the neighbor trying to leave, saying the boyfriend's not letting her. A white female, black hoodie, black shorts, and a white male that left in a black truck. Advising to make contact with Marissa Rosales at apartment 19, and now they're saying the male came back and is now leaving again.
For a stolen vehicle entry information, license plate William Victor George 0313, William Victor George 0313, a 2010 Nissan Altima gray in color, black and gray rims, a Texas emblem on the front windshield, signs of damage to the back trunk, stolen from 849 Irwin, Authority Delta 120, today's date 11:39.
Charlie 1.
Delta 190 in the area.
Delta 190 area.
Six County, 123.
Silver. On 661, aren't you on to stay anonymous? I'm not too sure. They were just passing by.
Where's County, General County? Truck, Waterbury fence lock is 1061718, lock secure. I got a two vehicle accident, unknown on injuries. 281. I have a medical that will stand by. Thank you.
10-4.
314. Let's patrol at 357 West Avenue J. Delta 1 tank. Show me signal 4, 900 north shoreline.
Center.
Bravo 1 gentlemen here. Signal 4, 900 north shoreline. Gentlemen here.
Team patrolling to Christi and South Main.
175 is locked in secure.
Center.
Two's on Newport.
Route 3, request an individual.
Any units are able to clear for stabbing 2730 Agnes Circle K.
What do they say?
Still at 11:50. I'm already at the laundromat. The time is clicking down. What do you want me to do? And she's not ready.
The male thinks he cut himself with a knife trying to get a blister out. I'm going to go ahead and change it.
Give me 1 second. Let me look.
The male thinks he cut himself with a knife trying to get a blister out. Yes, sir. I'm going to go ahead and change it.
You can wait the 5 minutes, and it's up to you if you want to wait just a couple minutes more for. But just let her know, be advised that you can only wait the 5 minutes.
We should be all logged on here in the next minute or two. Loaded up.
received.
Red line is 8.
Yes, sir. Everything's working except the dollar. It's not accepting dollars. It's the dollar is it must be jammed.
10-4, I'll get you a street supervisor.
Health 130, 10-4.
Ten four 2 and 5 in service at the Gulf Beach.
It's going to be a Hispanic male, dark sunglasses, gray shorts, blue shoes, no shirt.
Yes,
Presently, he cut himself with a knife trying to get a blister out, but has stabbed himself 3 times on his knee already.
That is dollar bill. Meter is not working.
2 copy.
Guards 2 and 5 in service on the Gulf Beach.
I'm outbound, correct. He's about finished Porter, heading to Porter Highland.
Blue shoes, no shirt. Presently, he cut himself with a knife trying to get a blister out, but has stabbed
Sorry, 142 or comments.
on his knees already. Cut himself with a knife trying to get a blister out of his hand. He has stabbed himself and then eaten 3 times already. Units on route.
120.
Copy direct. Where are you calling from?
Very fast.
He has stabbed himself and then eaten 3 times already. Units on route.
Copy direct.
I see.
Here, loud and clear.
10-4.
Delta 110. Show me clear and show me signal for 200 Bridgeport.
Bravo, was there, you need something with him? Yeah, we're just trying to figure out if he's in unit 7426.
Hold on.
Sounds right.
Charlie 175-8.
Sounds Was there, you need something with him? We're just trying to figure out if he's in unit 7426. Okay, let me call him. Sounds right.
Bravo, there, yeah, he's in 7246.
Delta 220 and route. your traffic's coming in very staticky.
Delta to 10-4, yeah, your traffic's got a lot of static.
Delta 190 clear. Delta 210 23, Eastern. Leopard, testing 1 2 3 4 5 5 4 3 2 1. Patrol 2 1152.
22 airfield inspection.
Delta 190. Should we be flight down 945?
Traffic's coming in very staticky. Delta 130 loud and clear.
Traffic's got a lot of static.
Dispatch from Battalion 2.
10-4. Delta 120 Ashley, Alpha Delta 190. Charlie 170 Ashley, and Roswell.
4-4.
Alright.
Christi.
10-4. Delta 190 being flight down 945 North Lynch.
2.
Thank you, this is Matt.
I'm over here.
So it's a 250 access now. Stripes Morgan across it.
A knife, and he is trying to cut something out of his stomach. He's behind the swamp and
Christi.
Obviously, he can't be cutting himself. Delta 220 area.
Delta 220 area.
10-4.
10-4.
Number 22, we have a unit of PD about to arrive.
but
Delta 160 area.
10-4.
he's going to be walking behind the buildings eastbound towards Crosstown Expressway.
10-4.
Route 2, 1070.
Delta 160 area. Delta 160 area.
Delta 130 Morgan and Fort.
Problem good.
Denver.
Medicated area, any miles 26.7. What is it?
Denver.
Delta 130 area.
They were able to get out and they want to cancel.
Denver, you can do that.
Denver.
Area, any miles 26.7.
Denver, Leopard, Morgan. Denver.
Bravo 110. Delta 130 area.
Okay. Delta 130 area.
I'm going to be giving a courtesy ride to an adult female starting out of 0 to the area of Greenwood and Holly. I'll get you the proper address in a minute. 120. 4 Morgan.
Denver, Leopard, Morgan.
You're going to 5710 Palo Blanco. Sorry, 180, both units clear, subject left. I'm going to be giving a courtesy ride to an adult female starting out of 0 to the area of Greenwood and Holly. I'll get you the proper address in a minute.
10-4. Everhard westbound 10-4. Charlie 130, you can show us clear. CCPD issued. 10-4.
Signal for SPD and Everhard westbound.
SPD Everhard
Delta
westbound
123.
10-4.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
For the assignment in progress, we have sending a user Jones Elementary. The RP called back wanting to cancel. They'll do TRU.
Okay, okay.
Go ahead.
Delta 250, right?
1000 block of West Broadway with David Young Frank, 4519, David Young Frank, 4519, 1000 block of West Broadway.
10-4.
Delta 120, clear.
Delta 120, clear.
RP called back wanting to cancel. They'll do TRU.
Okay, okay. 250, right?
10-4.
Assaulted last night by an uncle who hit her in the face with a pole. She's requesting to have TRU.
First County to Jimos County.
Yeah. 10-4.
Can you get him in route? I was 1050. We have one truck already on scene. Another patient went down on location. Second subject also injured in the accident. 281 frontage at the pilot truck stop.
Unit
7.
10-4. All right.
EAB floors 1, 2, 3, and 4. Patrol complete. Thank you. One 52nd 4517.
Delta 190. Call's been updated. Clear.
IFM 624, Tyler 95, 4320 Airs, Metro PCS.
Lincoln Zebra Victor, 0547. Liquid Zebra Victor, 0547. Alarm 4320 Airs, Metro PCS.
Still coming in. Broken.
10-4. I'll be 10-8. 074.
09, Sam. I'll take his part. You can advise GPS.
09, 10-4.
150 taking sunset.
For the past 2 years, an electrical box in my neighborhood had been overrun with bottles of piss. And not your normal run-of-the-mill truck driver bottle of piss, but an assortment of different size bottles, different colors, and sometimes complemented with a hand-drawn note. The bottles would usually appear in the morning and then disappear in the late afternoon or evening, with this transaction occurring a few times a week. The word of this piss-infested electrical box spread throughout the neighborhood, even to the point where a third-party vigilante left an aggressive letter threatening the culprit. The notoriety of the situation grew, and so did the strength of the urine, making its mark atop the electrical box and cementing itself as its own neighborhood landmark. Who was placing these bottles? Who was the vigilante? Is a different person picking them up? Finally, my curiosity got the best of me, so I purchased the DigiGarden 4K waterproof trail camera with the hopes of answering these questions. But my main holdup was setting up the camera. The electrical box is located on a busy street, and if anyone saw me next to it, then they would immediately assume that I was the pisser, and my reputation would be forever ruined. So I hit up my friend Grant, who's always filming his own videos and skits and is usually in costume, figuring that he would be a good source for a decoy look.
Ayo. Yeah, I have a construction vest and a helmet you can borrow. I also have a brown lunch bags if you need to have a sack lunch with you. Also, let me know if you need any help putting it up.
The next day, Grant and I arrived at the location in our decoy looks. Me as a standard construction worker, and Grant as a recently divorced, disheveled project manager. The two of us were able to fool the public as we successfully set up the DigiGarden 4K waterproof trail camera. The following morning, I went to go check the electrical box and couldn't believe my eyes. Pissed. I honestly thought this would take a week or so, but we were able to capture the drop-off on the first night, but inherently knew that the pickup was the most intriguing part of the story. So after consulting with Grant, we agreed to wait it out one more night. Unfortunately, the piss bottles were still there the following morning. No pickup. It had been too long and there was a high chance that the batteries to my DigiGarden 4K waterproof trail camera were dead. Also, since Grant and I had been posting about this in real time, there was a great deal of pressure building from people online. I couldn't take it anymore. Making sure the coast was clear, I quickly collected the DigiGarden 4K waterproof trail camera and went home to review the clips. Finally, the mystery was about to be solved.
We agree to dispatch.
Be transporting code 1 to shoreline, beginning mileage 0.1.
The footage was baffling. I hadn't even thought about the drop-off coming from beyond the wall, which also happened to be the side of a highway. I had so many questions, and so did everyone following the saga. Grant and I both felt that this was just the tip of the iceberg, and that we're onto something much bigger. After capturing the mysterious video footage of the initial piss drop-off, Grant and I decided to take the weekend to process what we had just witnessed. It was baffling to think that someone was out there at night, in the bushes with latex gloves, strategically placing piss bottles on an electrical box. First thing Monday morning, I drove to the site to check if the bottles were gone. They weren't. In fact, they had doubled. Things were escalating quickly, so Grant decided to order a second DigiGarden 4K waterproof trail camera, and we devised a plan to capture what was occurring beyond the wall. For this intricate of a setup, we needed a bigger crew of decoy construction workers. Fortunately, Grant had a construction worker friend who agreed to help out and lend us gear while also giving us a few pointers on how we could better sell the look. I didn't have any construction worker friends, but I had a motorcycle friend named Robin, who basically looks like a construction worker, and I was certain that he would help out. But Robin was busy that day, so I hit up my friend Katz, who's usually down for anything. Hey Katz, I'm working on a project and need some extra bodies. Mainly need you to come and be a construction worker.
Okay. I've never done construction before, but fuck it, I'll try anything once. Hey, wait, is this for the piss thing?
With both Katz and Grant's real construction friend on board, it was time to head to the location and suit up. We were a squad of construction workers ready to take on whatever construction worker things that were in our path. And in this case, setting up 2 DigiGarden 4K waterproof trail cameras around an electrical box stacked with piss bottles. We played our parts perfectly. I did all the work while everyone else told me how to do it. Grant, the recently divorced, disheveled project manager, loomed over, micromanaging us to a T. With cameras set up, our operation was an all-in-all success. Now it was time to wait. The next morning, I returned to the box only to see that there was a new batch of piss bottles. I knew because this was fewer than before, and one bottle had a particular darker tint. I immediately hit up Grant with the good intel, but was only met with some disastrous news on his end. And out of nowhere, Grant hit me with the classic, "I'm going to Norway today" excuse.
I'm going to Norway today.
I had to retrieve these DigiGarden 4K waterproof trail cameras, but also knew it would be too risky to collect on my own. I needed a project manager, and I knew just the guy. Hey Katz, can you be my project manager?
Easy.
Also, try to match Grant's decoy outfit, disheveled.
You got it. Plus, I'm actually divorced.
Katz and I met at the location, again in our decoy looks. Me as a normal construction worker, and Katz as an actually recently divorced, disheveled project manager. And we were able to retrieve both DigiGarden 4K waterproof trail cameras without any problems. We had 2 issues with the DigiGarden 4K waterproof trail cameras. The first one I set up failed to record anything. Not really sure why, but it's something I'll be voicing my frustrations with the DigiGarden customer service at a future date. The other issue being that the second camera shifted positions upon setup and framed out the electrical box. But beyond the wall, we did get a major hit. Footage of the culprit in the act, revealing a man in his mid-30s to 40s wearing latex gloves and a flashlight, pouring liquids from one bottle to another, then methodically placing the piss on the electrical box. Also, the timestamp is almost identical to the previous footage. This clearly seemed premeditated and very intentional. I thought getting a visual of the culprit would give me some closure, but in reality, it only doubled my curiosity. Is this some abstract performance artist, or some family man's late-night fetish? For every question I answer, I seemingly raise 2 more. What are his motives? Who is doing the pickups? And is that actually urine? The electrical box was stacked with piss. A couple days had passed since we captured the footage of the culprit in the act, and I was reluctant to set up my DigiGarden 4K waterproof trail cameras, mainly because my 2 project managers were missing. Grant was abroad, enjoying himself on a meaningless trip to Norway, while Katz was tied up with many of life's distractions. So I took this time to monitor and track the culprit's movements, day in and day out, the comings and goings of the piss bottles. But as the days passed, the bottles remained on the electrical box. More bottles would appear overnight, some with more labels than usual, and he even went to the extent of placing decals on the box. Was he taunting me? Was this piss cat and mouse? But one thing I did notice, no one was picking them up. I returned to the footage from the DigiGarden 4K waterproof trail camera that had shifted in the tree, framing out the electrical box, hoping that I would discover some clue regarding the pickup that day. Although this was quite the task because it recorded every single person, cyclist, and car that passed by. The only thing I was able to capture was a man in a construction worker type vest observing and taking photos of the bottles. He then moves out of frame but looks to be collecting them. Was this a city cleanup crew guy? Or a sketchy piss recipient who was wearing a city cleanup crew guy decoy outfit? Meanwhile, online, my Piss Saga intro video was racking up views, even to the point where people from the neighborhood would reach out and send their own piss bottle stories and photos. One person sent me an origin story about how the piss bottles started off on a different electrical box at a nearby park, and then gradually moved east, eventually claiming the current box. Another unsettling anecdote was about a time when the culprit tied a bottle to a string and hung it from a tree branch. People were consumed with piss and had started developing their own theories as to what was occurring beyond the wall. A drug drop disguised as human urine? Clean urine for people who needed to pass a drug test? Or just a person that wanted to showcase their massive collection of piss? Then someone sent me a message that caught my interest. A user claimed that they owned a crime scene bio and hazardous waste company and had been doing cleanups at the piss box for the past 2 years. Within their company, employees referred to the culprit as the P Bandit and had inside knowledge that checked out with my footage of the city's cleanup crew guy. They even let me know when they were going to pick up next, which checked out. This negated a lot of theories regarding the pickup, but I still had one question that had been eating at me this entire time, and there was really only one way I could answer it. We were going to have to collect a sample. We knew the Piss Bandit was extremely calculated, and that he would be alerted if one of his bottles was missing. We were playing chess and needed to offer a gambit to gain positional advantage. By this I of course mean we implement a decoy piss bottle. Grant returned that Saturday, and I had him meet me directly from the airport. We then got straight to work. Using a mixture of unsweetened pure leaf green tea and unsweetened pure leaf regular tea, we were able to concoct the perfect human urine decoy. Next, we had to replicate the Piss Bandit's hand-drawn calling card, and that was usually left on the bottle's inner label. Fortunately, Grant was known to have terrible handwriting and was able to perfectly match the signage. Then, we headed to the location in our decoy outfits. Me, as a normal construction worker, and Grant, as a recently divorced, disheveled project manager who just returned from a meaningless trip to Norway. It was our most daring mission yet. We had a plan that we would follow precisely. I would use a specimen grabber thing to pick up the real bottle of piss, while Grant quickly replaced it with a decoy. Then he would take our sample and secure it in our own custom-made specimen box. We had our sample. Now it was time to undergo the test.
Call Eric Gonzalez to let him know that I'm already here. Expired September 2025 on a 2019 Nissan 4-door.
Grant and I had successfully collected one of the piss bottles from the electrical box. Now it was time for the test. Fortunately for me, Grant volunteered to do all the heavy lifting, mainly because he suffered from a condition called anosmia, a disorder that causes its victim, Grant in this case, to lose all sense of smell, which was perfect because he wouldn't be affected by whatever fumes were emitted during the urinalysis. We had 2 primary objectives we needed to achieve. Our first was to see if the fluid in the bottle was actually piss and not some mysterious liquid decoyed as piss. So I ordered an Amazon.com instant result 10-panel home urinalysis test kit that gives you an accurate reading in just 60 seconds. Our second objective was to see if there were any drugs present in the liquid, especially since the majority of the pissheads online thought this entire scenario was a drug drop-off operation. So I ordered an Amazon.com easy at-home 5-panel drug testing kit that gives you results in just 5 minutes. We got straight to work. Grant was in the zone, in his natural state. He flawlessly completed the urinalysis without any problems. We got our results in 60 seconds, although I couldn't interpret them because I wasn't a medical professional. So I sent a photo of our test strip and its legend to my friend Niall, who is a professional ICU nurse. While we waited for Niall to decipher the urinalysis, we went ahead and executed the drug test. Again, Grant performed the task masterfully. We had our results in exactly 5 minutes, and we were able to conclude that whatever liquid was in that bottle did not contain any drugs. It was drug-free.
They conclude vital threats. They kill herself.
Looks to be in good
I
health.
don't see her.
It's definitely
Okay,
urine.
last night.
Definitely.
And
Clean,
3170 been out
healthy,
for a disturbance not in
piss.
progress.
We were
205
baffled.
West 3rd.
A majority of our theories had been shot down. Nothing made sense. We were dealing with a guy who just leaves healthy piss on an electrical box in Pasadena. Something wasn't adding up. We needed more footage of the culprit, but there was no way I could do this with the highly unreliable DigiGarden 4K waterproof trail cameras. So I spent a few days doing extensive research, scouring numerous trail camera and hunting forums, and finally I was able to conclude that the Tacticam Reveal X Pro cellular trail camera was our golden ticket. It had a built-in LCD screen, integrated GPS tracking, and most importantly, cellular capabilities that could send images and videos straight to your phone. Grant and I positioned the Tacticam Reveal X Pro cellular trail camera beyond the wall, on a tripod, tucked away in the bushes. This was our eye in the sky. And just like that, we had footage of the culprit as he lurked in the brush at 4 in the morning, waiting for cars to pass so he could place his piss bottles. I was focused, studying him, learning his ways. He was coordinated and consistent. My inside person would usually alert me when the bottles were being collected by the hazardous waste team. And then that same evening, he would strike, leaving an abundance of bottles for the morning commuters to see. One thing that did stand out to me was his clothes, an extremely tight shirt, ironic hiking shoes, and baggy cargo pants with unnecessary pocket. These 3 characteristics combined had to mean only one thing. He was an artist. I had a relatively elevated understanding of artists since I had spent a good amount of time working in the art department for photo and video shoots, and I knew that there was only one way to deal with a self-proclaimed artist. We were going to have to give him an interview. I met with Grant at his warehouse first thing in the morning. Grant had a good amount of junk before he able to scrounge up the news. Our plan was to create a large interview questionnaire pad that we could leave beyond the wall for the culprit to fill out and not risk revealing his artist persona. Feeling confident after flawlessly completing the urinalysis test, Grant wanted to head up the design of the interview pad. He was starting to lean into his project manager role, but unfortunately, his left-handedness got the best of him, and I had to take over. We knew that the questionnaire would be jarring at first glance, so we wanted to butter up the culprit with a nice introductory message, conveying that we were fans of his work, as well as telling him something every artist wants to hear. We had to compare him to the goats of his industry. We then asked 5 questions regarding his process, while attaching a Sharpie to his shoelace so he could answer. We also gifted him a headlamp so he could continue on with his art in the darkness. The next day, we arrived at the location. Me, as a normal construction worker, and Grant, as a recently divorced, disheveled project manager, who just absolutely crushed a urinalysis test. At this point, being construction workers and project managers was second nature to us. We were quick and covert as I scaled the wall and placed the interview pad for only our piss artists to see. Everything was set. Now, all we had to do was wait.
Further north of me.
With our interview pad in place and the Tacticam Reveal X Pro cellular trail camera hidden in the brush, Grant and I were ready for our grand conclusion, and to finally discover why this artist was stockpiling piss bottles on the electrical box. That night felt like a piss-induced Christmas Eve. It was impossible to sleep knowing that I would likely wake up in the morning with an answer to a question that had been haunting me and my neighborhood for the past several years. But instead of presents, I woke up with 0 notifications from my Tacticam Reveal X Pro cellular trail camera. This was very unusual, especially since its field of view was centered on the high-traffic zone with constant cars passing by. So I drove to the location and suited up for a quick check-in, and I was pleasantly surprised to see that the bottles were back. The artist had struck, but when I scaled the wall for a closer look, I was met with extreme disappointment. The interview pad had been untouched. Nothing. And even worse, the piss culprit stole my f***ing Tacticam Reveal X Pro cellular trail camera. I had been blindsided. Our interview pad must have been too jarring, leading him to check his surroundings and discover our prying eye. This was a huge pain, not just because he was now aware of us, but because I had spent countless hours researching, setting up, and troubleshooting trail cameras, and now mine was gone. Fortunately, the Tacticam Reveal X Pro cellular trail camera had built-in GPS, and if you were ever to turn it on, it would automatically ping my phone with a check-in photo as well as precise latitude and longitude coordinates. But when I took a closer look at the fresh batch, I did notice something unusual. A message written on one of the bottles. This was very concerning, but didn't necessarily provide any motive as to why he was doing this. As the days passed, there were no updates and no additional bottles. The usual piss-infested electrical box had now transformed into a normal-infested electrical box. A once iconic staple in the neighborhood was just now another gray eyesore on the side of the road. It had lost its pizzazz. Was my intrigue responsible for scaring off a budding street artist? I was starting to understand the sentiment of how you never really appreciate true art until it's gone. Meanwhile, online, the piss heads were frothing for more content, demanding updates to our investigation. Pressure was building, and I wanted to deliver, but it would be impossible to do if the piss bandit was gone. Then one evening, my phone was alerted. My stolen Tacticam Corpus Pro cellular trail camera sent a check-in photo of an image of a couple vehicles parked alongside a road with what appeared to be the ocean in the background. This was puzzling because the ocean is extremely far from where the electrical box is located, 20 miles to be exact, which is a 2.5-hour commute. Sadly, the culprit didn't have the device turned on long enough for it to send me GPS coordinates. A couple days later, I was alerted again, this time with a beautiful scenic photo of a grandiose cliff overlooking the ocean. Thankfully, I was sent the exact GPS coordinates Sunset Cliffs, San Diego, California. A popular, affluent coastal community known for its hiking trails, surf spots, and sunset views. This was far, 126 miles to be exact, which is also a 2.5-hour commute. The culprit had either taken a vacation down south, sparking up a newfound love for scenic photography, or he was toying with us. My gut instinct was that he had moved on, replacing his abstract art with something a bit more traditional. But that following Tuesday morning, I was proven wrong. He had struck, breaking his nearly 2-week-long dormancy. But again, our interview pattern made it answerless. He was a devoted artist who worked late nights and went to great lengths to conceal his identity. Of course, he didn't want to answer a bunch of questions about his process. We had to keep it simple, so we replaced the interview pad with an interview dry erase board, this time with only one question, which he again ignored, while hitting the electrical box with a record-setting motherload drum, 1 gallon of piss. The artist was back, and more prolific than ever, and our unsuccessful attempts at an interview left Grant and I feeling cornered and out of moods. We feared that the worst was coming to fruition, and inevitable check.
Mary Victor Sam 9044.
The culprit had hit the electrical box with a 1-gallon jug of piss. He was on the offensive, toying with us, even leaving a demonic smiley face as a taunt. But there was one play that lingered in the back of our heads, a Hail Mary of sorts, something many of the pissheads online had been suggesting throughout this entire saga, a stakeout. This was a very risky ploy, and something that couldn't be taken lightly. We were dealing with an individual who places 1-gallon jugs of urine on an electrical box at 4 in the morning. Who knows what else he was capable of? So Grant and I started to brainstorm some ways to move forward with a full-on live stakeout. Unfortunately, I was ruled out of every scenario, mainly because being a black man in Pasadena idling in the car after sundown would have the cops called in a matter of minutes. So it all fell on Grant's shoulders now, which he was very confident about moving forward with the task. But I had my doubts. Grant was one of those guys who just, he's just one of those guys. But he was trying to prove himself. He was persistent, and I could tell that he really wanted to be the one to catch the piss culprit and interview him. Even though he was adamant about doing the stakeout, I didn't feel comfortable putting Grant in a situation where his life could be at risk. I needed to see for myself that he had the ability to tackle this alone. So I set up a staged piss electrical box scenario. We were able to achieve an almost exact replica of the location using a bunch of junk from Grant's warehouse, as well as various faux piss bottles made from our green tea mixture. I then had my friend Ian, who was a trained actor, meet up and play the role of the piss culprit. In order to embody the character and his motivations, I had Ian study the plethora of footage that we captured with the RevealX Pro cellular trail camera. Then we did a couple of run-throughs as him as a piss culprit, strategically placing the piss bottles on our prop electrical box. Ian was a pro and immediately had me sold on him playing the part for our dry run operations. Now, it was Grant's turn to show me that he had what it took to confront the culprit. Our first scenario was if Grant wore a ghillie suit to blend into the adjacent bushes beyond the wall. Then he'd reveal himself. Hey. But this was quickly shot down because it would be too startling for the culprit. Our second scenario focused on creating a large enough space between Grant and the culprit. So we had him approach from the street side. But even with that distance, Grant was still met with reactive hostility. Grant wasn't necessarily having a good time. But fortunately, Ian was able to break character and talk some sense into him in regards to how important these simulations were to our investigation. After a quick breather, Grant was back on board. We approached our third scenario differently and had Grant implement an aggressive tactic, hoping to scare the culprit into submission. But unfortunately, this backfired, and Grant was met with extreme physical and mental punishment. After witnessing this train wreck, I had zero faith in Grant and knew there would be no way that he could successfully pull off the stakeout. We were back to the drawing board. I figured the only way we could confront the culprit in real time was with an actual security camera that we could speak through. So I did a bit of research online and settled with the Reolink Go PT Plus, a state-of-the-art piece of machinery with two-way audio and a 360-degree pan-tilt access. The only thing we needed to be worried about was the culprit stealing the camera again. We needed a vantage point from above, so I reached out to my motorcycle friend Robin, who also moonlights as a subpar carpenter, hoping he would have some tools, or at least a ladder, which he did. The next day, Robin and I headed to the worksite as a couple construction workers who owned a ladder. From there, Robin was able to ascend above the wall and secure the Reolink Go PT Plus to a bundle of tree branches using a sturdy zip tie securing system. Our new eye in the sky was set. Now all we needed was the piss culprit to strike. A week had passed with no action. I knew he'd strike again, but it was just a matter of when, and if Grant and I would be awake to interview him, especially since his previous hits had been at 4 a.m. Then one evening, while visiting my folks' place and listening to my dad's long-winded explanation for his love for CBS, my phone was alerted. It was the Reolink Go PT Plus. Finally, we had him in our crosshairs, the piss culprit, in the act of placing a fresh batch of bottles. He looked different this time, now sporting a balaclava and a shirt that read volunteer on the back. It was apparent that he knew we were onto him, and now went to great measures to conceal his identity while still showcasing
But
his
you know
knack
for sure that
community
this is the
service.
grandmother's address.
This was the
'cause
first
is
time
same
witnessing
female
his
called
actions
earlier.
live, and now I had the capabilities of communicating with him. I zeroed in and took my shot.
Level 1.
You have an artist name?
The artist had zero interest in being interviewed. Grant and I were down 2 cameras and our funds were depleted. All we had left were the highly unreliable DigiGarden 4K waterproof trail cameras, and there was no way I was going to set myself up for another letdown. But one thing did catch my attention. Online, there was a large group of piss deniers who thought this entire saga was staged, that I was a covert agent working for GTCM, or Global Trail Camera Market, who had designed an intricate ploy in order to sell more trail cameras. This was a wild theory, and not sure how or why it came to be, but it got me thinking. Hi, Janine. I'm working on a documentary about mysterious piss artists and have been using your cameras in an attempt to communicate with him, although he keeps stealing them and we ran out of money. Would love to collaborate with you and your company.
Hi, Derek. Thanks for reaching out and glad to meet you. I think we would create something amazing together. I will arrange the shipment and keep you updated.
I was now officially sponsored by Reolink and was shipped a trio of premium top-tier 4G security cameras. The Reolink Go PT Ultra, the Reolink Go Ranger PT, and the Atlas PT Ultra, all powerhouses in the field of surveillance. This wasn't my first foray into sponsorship. About 18 years ago, I was a sponsored skateboarder by a board company called Foundation, though my time with them was cut short because the team manager didn't think I was doing enough to promote their brand. So I was relieved of my duties and I never saw another Foundation package ever again. With great sponsorship comes great responsibilities. I had to learn from my past mistakes, and there was no way I was going to let this happen again. Grant and I's camera arsenal had been replenished. We were on an all-time high as newly sponsored Reolink team members, but that all came to a halt when I received some concerning news. Someone had installed a metal pyramid atop the electrical box as a piss bottle deterrent. It was extremely well crafted and looked to be bolted in. Was this the city? Or a neighborhood vigilante with a metalsmith background? A third party had just inserted themselves into our game of piss chess, and I had no idea what the artist's next move would be. Meanwhile, concern was growing online. There seemed to be a division between people's views of the piss pyramid. Some were in favor, plotting its simple yet effective design, believing that this was the end of the saga, while others thought it was blasphemous and took the side of artists, rooting him on with confidence that would prevail. Amongst this discourse, it caught a level of attention none of us previously had. Noah Goldberg, a reporter for the LA Times, wanted to do an article on the piss artist and our operation of trying to get to the meaning behind it all. He insisted on joining us on our next excursion down to the electrical box, which I thought was a great idea, especially because it gave me an opportunity to use my new Reolink security cameras and publicly promote the brand, fulfilling my sponsorship duties to Janine and the team at Reolink. Then, about a day before our walkthrough, the artist struck. He managed to disassemble the metal pyramid and lay a new batch of bottles, now labeled piss instead of his usual human urine. This was a first, and a declaration that he had seen my Piss Saga videos online. The artist had triumphed over the piss pyramid, like an unstoppable force. I was in awe of this move and knew this meant escalation, not between us, but between him and whoever installed the contraption. We were caught in the middle of a pissing contest and decided that this was bigger than us and that we needed to take a step back and just surveil. The next day, Grant and I met the LA Times at the location. They conducted a quick interview where we laid out everything that had occurred up until this point. Now it was time to head to the piss box. But first, I made sure that they were equipped with decoy construction worker outfits as a safeguard for their reputation. I also felt that this was the perfect time to promote my new trio of Reolink security cameras, which Grant and I had created complex camouflage systems for each unit as a way for them to blend perfectly into the environment and not alert the artist. I promoted the cameras perfectly and made sure to address each by its full model name, as well as going into great detail about their specs and capabilities. My sponsorship duties were fulfilled. Janine would be proud.
Proud of you, Derek.
We then made our way to the piss box, where the new batch remained, glistening. Remnants of the metal pyramid lay on the ground, like a defeated pawn. Noah and his staff photographer were fascinated by the glowing yellow bottles, making sure to document everything they could. We scaled the wall, proceeding to go beyond and give them a visual layout of the artist's studio and the vantage point of his canvas, all while setting up our new Reolink trash cans. Our goal was to monitor the moves of both the artist and the new third-party challenger. But then, the challenger executed their next move by implementing the installment of a heavy-duty Piss Pyramid 2.0. The metalsmiths looked professional, and I believe it was now safe to say that this was the work of the city. They were swift, acting promptly, a characteristic the government usually lacks, which meant this was serious. The city had successfully knobbed the spot, and I was curious as to how the artist would respond. For days, Grant and I waited. We had courtside seats to this historical contest between two rivaling giants. Our fingers were crossed, hoping we'd get to witness the next move in real time. But instead of piss, we got piss heads. People who had been following the saga online visited the box. From documenting the pyramid to searching for cameras, it was beginning to be evidently clear that the spot was blown. Also blown was Grant and I's cover.
Strange one here. A mystery man is making his mark on the streets of Pasadena, and it's not exactly something that you'd want to see or smell, for that matter.
Okay, here we go. Two local filmmakers are getting plenty of attention these days, tracking down the so-called P Bandit.
Grant Yansura and his buddy Derek Milton are about 2 years into documenting the mysterious bottles.
The bottles keep turning up on a specific Pasadena Water and Power electrical box.
Son dejadas arriba de una caja del departamento de...
Tested it and found out, in fact, that it was clean, healthy, human urine.
We had no idea that the LA Times story about the piss electrical box would take off in the way that it did.
Some of the people that see it now are like, well, it's his artistic expression.
That's the piss artist who's clearly doing some kind of installation.
It's Banksy with urine.
You're like Banksy,
So they're trying to reverse psychology?
They tried, but he wouldn't answer.
No, of course not, because he can see right through that. He's playing fucking 5D chess.
Concerns spread worldwide, and much like our own investigation, everyone wanted to know the meaning behind it all. People sent us a plethora of piss-related content, from memes, to videos, to handcrafted artwork, even to the point of getting recognized in public.
Everywhere, and see there, people honk at you, they say, you're the P guys, and it's not really what we wanted to be.
Our entire mission of dressing up as decoy construction workers was in order to not be associated with piss, but it had backfired. We were now synonymous with piss. And it was then that it dawned on me. We had been so consumed with our own intrigue and wanting to know why, to the point of developing an unhealthy obsession with trail and security cameras, that we had lost our focus. The artist was aware of our intention to communicate, yet still chose not to. And our own infatuation as to why may have led to the obstruction of him creating more. Fortunately, everywhere you look, a canvas exists. Whether it controls traffic signals, sources electricity to nearby homes, or houses a heavily damaged piss bottle deterrent, the city is full of them. And if you ever find yourself in Pasadena and happen to stumble upon the original artist's electrical box, remember to look above and beyond the wall.
10-4, no entries. 10-4.
My bad.
So this is on your right.
Yeah, go ahead and come in and get a different bus. Are you sure?
That Russia intervened to help Trump win the presidency. As Obama's Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper was tasked with overseeing the creation of this assessment in January of 2017 by President Obama, and he expressed confidence in its findings. In a 2018 interview with the Harvard Gazette, he talked about how he provided Trump with the same classified assessment that President Obama received, which included the high confidence judgment that Putin directly ordered the hacking and election interference.
Call for Medic 12, Medic 12.
I think they,
Environmental call, ESE 1210 9001 Highway 44 at the Sunrise Booth, Greenhouse Road, Fire Dispatch at 1233.
In their investigation into the Obama-directed January 2017 intelligence community assessment. That leads us to the very same conclusion that we announced in the release of our documents on Friday. The implications of this are far-reaching and have to do with the integrity of our democratic republic. It has to do with an outgoing president to manufacture
309, there's a call coming in from the county, jail or the county courthouse. Address is 901 Leopard, requesting medics. Everybody has that a 71-year-old male jumped from the second story of the first floor. They're conscious and breathing.
Hello, Dr. How are you acting? What time was 11:25?
No, 2:35. No, which of your deputies that you want to say?
Thank you. Director Gavin, this one is for you. Do you believe that any of this new information implicates former President Obama in criminal behavior? We have referred and will
Affirmative. I've had traffic with him before. For theft. Right now he's just unwanted.
Yeah,
we can start 319 for now, but we're all over here around town.
We have found and that we have released.
Super trauma call, ESE 1006, Nueces County. Charlie 230, Charlie 3, RP does raise they were on assault without a curse last night. The male's now back at the location, breaking and throwing items. Suspect from I told
Negative, not from where he's from.
And 309, did you want him clear for her? Okay.
ESE 1006. You believe President Obama is guilty of treason?
I'm leaving the criminal charges to the Department of Justice. I'm not an attorney, but as I've said previously,
901 Leopard, Nueces County Courthouse.
The intent behind creating a fake manufactured intelligence document that directly contradicts multiple assessments that
the jail will handle, and they're going to as a medics en route, if CCPD needed. There's likely of a 71-year-old male who jumped from the second story balcony to the first floor, conscious and breathing. 309 Sam requesting a Delta unit.
Negative. Just a negative.
Call for Meg 10, Meg 10. Radio requested call, ESE 1009. 4101 errors, customer errors 1. We're going to start dispatch at 1236.
Help us from a 50,000-foot level explain
what
do you now have?
Thank you.
That
I will encourage you. My role as
on a 7 leopard navigation. On a 7 leopard navigation.
As I said when I came into this role was to make sure that we are telling the truth to the American people and that we are ensuring that the intelligence community is not being politicized. So I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm asking you in the media to conduct honest journalism and the American people to see for yourself in the documents that we've released now, close to 200 pages, that point in multiple references, multiple examples to include comments that have been made by senior intelligence professionals who are some still working within these agencies today that confirm
502 Graham, correct, it's 302 Graham.
President Obama directed an
Triple, sir, I
intelligence
just did,
community assessment
I'm looking at the recording, I asked if everything's okay,
Triple,
I asked
I'm sorry, you cut out the beat.
false narrative
everything's okay.
that ultimately led to a years-long coup to try to undermine
okay.
President Trump's presidency.
All right, thank you, sir.
302 Graham.
Do you know what the address is that you're at?
I'm telling you to look at the evidence. Look at the
Right now,
evidence.
I parked at Crosstown and Baldwin. I got Animal Clinic just to get out of the car wash. So, okay, I'll use that address.
From 2017 to 2021.
Charlie 245.
Could the prior
Thank you,
DNI under President Trump have declassified these documents, and why didn't that DNI do that at that time?
I can't speak to what happened there. There were several DNIs under the first Trump administration. President Trump faced many challenges from those who were working in the government who sought to undermine his presidency. That's been clearly detailed. What I can speak to is the fact that this was one of the first things that we started to investigate here within this Trump administration.
Can I get the fully man number, please?
Upon the conclusion of our
Adam 111, event number 25100 18431 125 100 18431.
Enjoy, Steve.
Do you disagree with that? Do you believe that Russia is a bad actor as it relates to trying to...
clear. And can you bill me a man down call at 220295?
That President Trump has ordered declassified, declassified, and released, that the intelligence reflects Russia's motives were to try to sow discord and chaos within the U.S. election, which is a clear distinction from showing a preference for or against a specific candidate, which is what the Obama manufactured intelligence document alleges, that Russia preferred Donald Trump and tried to help Donald Trump get elected. Again, going back to the most important point here, with the intent to undermine the legitimacy of President Trump's election and therefore subvert the will of the American people who chose to send him to the White House.
Reagan. Thanks, Caroline. Director Gabbard, Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. You laid out that the documents revealed that the Obama administration did not publish a December 2016 presidential daily briefing that demonstrated that Russia did not steal the election. Trump was receiving these briefings at the time because he was president-elect. Are you of the view that that information was kept out of the briefing because then President-elect Donald Trump would have seen it?
I don't have any documents that speak to exactly what the new guidance was that was given as the reason for pulling that document, which, by the way, still has never been published until we released it last week, Friday. One could assume that they didn't want President Trump to see a document that came from the intelligence community that would contradict the Russia hoax narrative that began through the Hillary Clinton campaign.
You have anybody?
Negative, I don't have anybody with it either right now.
The president said yesterday that Obama committed treason. Do you or the White House believe that the Supreme Court's immunity decision protects Obama from prosecution?
Look, I can speak to the president's feelings on this matter. He spoke to all of you yesterday in the Oval Office, but I also spoke to him about this morning. And he wants to see all those who perpetuated this fraud against our country, who betrayed our country and the Constitution, to be thoroughly investigated and held accountable. And it's been 10 years of this. And I would just add, based on everything the director has said and declassified, all of you in this room should go through it and take a look at this report and review the intelligence, because unfortunately that hasn't happened. And many of the people who perpetuated this hoax, Clapper, Andy McCabe, James Comey, and many others, have been hired by major networks in this room to go on television and continue to spew these lies, knowing that they are lies. And if you all recall, just flashback to 2016 and the years after, the entire Trump 1 presidency was embroiled in this scandal that was perpetuated by the Democrat Party. And you had major Democrat Party officials in this city namely Adam Schiff, Hillary Clinton, Elizabeth Warren, who went on television and told the American people Donald Trump is an asset of Russia. It was a lie. They always knew it. Hillary Clinton herself said that President Trump would be a puppet for Putin. Senator Tim Kaine at the time called President Trump Vladimir Putin's defense lawyer. Adam Schiff stated, and one of the worst things a lawmaker can do is to tell the American people, I know something you don't know, it's just classified and I can't tell you. And that's what he said. I can tell you that the case is more than that. I can't go into the particulars, but there is more than circumstantial evidence now. And not enough people in this room, not enough journalists in this country pushed Adam Schiff to say, what are you talking about? What evidence do you have? Everybody just ran with the lies, and it led to impeachments. It led to the division of our country. Unfortunately, so many Americans, from listening to outlets in this room, believed in these lies. And it's a complete scam, and it's a scandal, and the president wants to see accountability for that. Phil.
Question for Director Gabbard.
You put it on Republic intoxication.
Former President Obama said in a statement earlier this week, nothing in the documents issued last week undercuts the widely accepted conclusion that Russia worked to influence the 2016 election, but did not successfully manipulate any votes. How do you respond to critics like former President Obama and also others on the Hill who say that the administration is conflating apples and oranges here, conflating allegations of
You're looking for
actual
previous
hacking
conviction
of voter
for
machines
public
and
intoxication.
allegations of interference
See
generally?
if the charge will be
I think it's a disservice to the American people that former President Obama's office
Sorry,
and
sorry,
others
what?
who are criticizing the transparency that is being delivered by releasing these documents. They are doing a disservice to the American people and trying to deflect away from their culpability in what is a historic scandal and negative action towards the American people and the Democratic Republic. The answer to that statement can very clearly be found throughout all of the documents that we have released. Again, showing that Russia has took action to try to sow discord in the election, but showed no preference for or against any singular candidate.
You've long been an opponent of weaponization in government. How do you respond to criticism that referring to Obama administration officials, even potentially the former president, is just more weaponization? Is a potential race to the bottom?
I think that's a very disrespectful attack on the American people who deserve the truth. They deserve to have faith and trust in the integrity of our democratic republic, which has been undermined by President Obama through his direction of this manufactured fake intelligence document, knowing that it was filled with lies and knowing that it would and could then be used for all of the actions that came after.
And I would just add, there needs to be accountability for that weaponization, Phil, that we've seen. And no one has been a victim of the weaponized government more than President Trump, not just because of this political scandal. You all recall his house was raided. So I think, it's very disingenuous for people to say, how dare they speak of former President Obama about this based on evidence and based on intelligence when the former President of the United States, Donald Trump's home was raided, when he was forced to sit in a Manhattan courtroom and many other courtrooms across the country for crimes he never committed, when he was impeached and indicted, and the entire country witnessed that. That's the weaponization of justice. Now the president is back because the American people see the truth. Nearly 80 million Americans re-elected him back to this office, and he believes that we need to have justice and accountability, and I think the nearly 80 million Americans who re-elected him agree with that. Caitlin.
Thank you. Dr. Gabbard, just on this. Dr. Gabbard, you referenced the past intelligence reports,
3729,
including that 2017 one that was signed off as admitted by every Republican on the Senate Intelligence Community, including the acting chair of the time, now Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who said in a statement that they did not find any evidence of Russian collusion, but they did find, however, is very troubling, and they found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling. One, are you saying that he's wrong in that statement that he made then? And secondly, what would you say to people who believe that you're only releasing these documents now to improve your standing with the president after he said that your intelligence assessments were wrong?
Well, first I want to correct something that you stated, which was citing the Senate Intelligence Committee's report as being one and the same. I think you said the intelligence community. The Senate Intelligence Committee has a very different function than the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. The evidence and the intelligence that has been declassified and released
Roll 130, roll
is
140. I'll show you guys
I'm
checking it
gonna let
out.
Caroline
I hear my
speak
JFK
to,
Eastbound
Secretary Rubio.
right before the
I'll
JFK.
speak to both questions first on Secretary Rubio. He put out a statement in 2020 following that Senate Intelligence Committee report. And he said what they found is troubling. We found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling, which the Director of National Intelligence just confirmed for all of you that Russia was trying to sow distrust and chaos. But what's the outrage is that Secretary Rubio did not say at the time the Democrats were saying at the time is the fact that the intelligence community was concocting this narrative that the president colluded with the Russians, that the president's son was holding secret meetings with the Russians, all of these lies that were never true. And he also said at that time, we discovered deeply troubling actions taken by the FBI under Comey, particularly their acceptance and willingness to rely on the Steele dossier without verifying its methodology or sourcing. The Steele dossier that many outlets in this room ran as the gospel truth, and it was cooked up and paid for by the Clinton campaign. As for your second question, Caitlin, I think who is saying that she would release this to try to boost her standing with the president? Who has said that?
Stomach pain and feeling very weak. Stomach pain and feeling very weak.
The only people who are suggesting that the Director of National Intelligence would release evidence to try to boost her standing with the president are the people in this room who constantly try to
very
sow distrust
incoherent.
and
And then
chaos
I
in the president's cabinet, and it is not working. I am.
Why do you think it's very incoherent? And then I copy that out.
Use the case number 4, use the case number 4, CCPD case number, same case
You
number.
just copy for how their drivers, Highway 181, North Marble Bridge, 44 sides, 45 sides, 1 side of the bridge, walkway, north east, 442, 448, 448. Probably one from the area.
Director Gabbard, 2 follow-ups on questions that have been asked. You mentioned the previous DNIs during the president's first term. One of them reports to you right now, if I'm not mistaken, John Ratcliffe. So have you not spoken to him about why this information was not declassified during the first term?
He was in that position for a very short period of time. The work that began back then, we have picked up and absolutely completed. We are continuing to investigate this. Additional whistleblowers are now coming forward because they see an opportunity for the truth to come to light. And as Caroline said, for real accountability to be brought forward. The accountability is the essential part of this. We can show the truth, reveal the truth. The accountability needs to occur to be able to start to restore that trust in the integrity of our democracy.
And then just quickly, I know you said you would leave the charging to DOJ, but the statute of limitations on conspiracy is 5 years. So what else could they possibly pursue besides treason?
I think that's a great question for Attorney General Pam Bondi. We're providing all of the evidence, all of the intelligence that we have, both redacted and unredacted versions, referring it to the Department of Justice and the FBI.
We'll take one more, Charlie. Go ahead.
How credible was the information about Hillary Clinton's health? The report said that it was from the source from the DNC. Have you seen that information, or do you think that maybe Russia was overemphasizing what they had?
All I have seen is what the Intelligence Committee have reported through their investigation. I think the underlying point there is that we understand from intelligence what Russia said that they had. And the important point here is that if they were trying to influence the election, as President Obama and James Clapper and John Brennan, everybody said they were doing in order to support Donald Trump's election, they would have released the most damning of that information, some of which I detailed here. You'll find the rest in the report, prior to the election to help Donald Trump win. They specifically withheld what they had on her, the most damning information, because they thought that she would win the election. They had plans to release it just prior to her inauguration to, again, sow discord and chaos in America.
On Jeffrey Epstein, can you rule out that he was connected in some way to any kind of intelligence, either foreign or domestic?
I haven't seen any evidence or information that reflects that. If anything comes before me that changes that in any way, support the President's statement loud and clear. If any credible evidence comes forward, he wants the American people to see it.
Great.
301 copy 20 times 2.
Thank you.
Time today. I know you're a busy woman, so
Whereas with the first.
thank you so much. Okay. I know there's many issues going on today across the world and here at home. If you have any other further questions, I'm happy to take them. Ed, why don't you go ahead?
210 in the area.
Caroline, so the Japan trade deal, is that Japan trade deal the start of this number of trade deals with the Treasury Secretary says we're going to see by August 1st?
I think it is. I mean, as you said, we had Japan yesterday. We also had Indonesia, and we had the Philippines as well. The president announcing all three. He came in as the closer in all three of those. I've said many times from this podium that the president's trade team has been in active talks and discussions with many countries around the world, and you've all been anxiously awaiting what those countries were. Now you know, 3 of them, and there's many more to go. We have now sent 25 letters to countries around the world. But just to reiterate, Japan
0669 3725 0669 Gomez,
tariff versus the reciprocal rate of 24% that they initially had. Auto and auto parts tariffs have been reduced to 15%, but the centerpiece of this deal now is the president to commit to $550 billion in investments to revitalize American industries. And these funds will be spent at President Trump's discretion and direction into key industries such as energy, semiconductors, critical minerals, pharmaceuticals, and shipbuilding. And the U.S. will retain 90% of the profits from any investments made by this $550 billion fund. This was originally a $400 billion investment that President Trump then negotiated to an increase of $150 billion, making it a $550 billion deal for the American people. And I just want to emphasize, Ed, I see you have a follow-up, but it's very important. Japan has agreed to open their markets to many very key sectors and American-made products that have really faced very strict tariff and for precious souls. We are so sorry for the grief and the pain you have experienced at the hands of such a vicious and evil killer. Our nation grieves with you, and we will never forget the precious souls who were lost in this horrific act of evil. If it were up to the president, he would have forced this monster to publicly explain why he chose to steal these innocent souls. May God bless and watch over everyone affected by this unimaginable tragedy, especially the parents who lost their children. Let me begin with a few scheduling items off the top. Later this afternoon, President Trump will deliver the keynote address at the Winning the AI Race Summit here in Washington, D.C. President Trump believes it is non-negotiable that the United States wins the AI race, which is why today, President Trump will announce a bold and comprehensive AI action plan to sustain and enhance America's global AI dominance. Under President Trump's leadership, our country will lead the world in AI to secure a brighter future for all Americans, massively grow our economy, and protect our national security. The president will also sign 3 executive orders at the event this afternoon. On Friday morning, President Trump will travel to Scotland for a working visit that will include a bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Starmer to refine the historic U.S.-UK trade deal. On the topic of trade, yesterday, President Trump accomplished something no other president has ever achieved. The president secured and announced 3 major trade deals with the Philippines, Indonesia, and Japan, all in one day. President Trump is finally putting a stop to our country getting ripped off. As a result of the president's successful negotiating tactics, many foreign markets are now being opened to American industries for the very first time, and harmful trade barriers are being broken down. Thanks to President Trump, these countries around the world are agreeing to open their markets to American-made products and goods for the first time, which will lead to a boom in sales and profits for American businesses right here at home. As President Trump said, he will only lower tariff rates if a country agrees to open their market to American-made products. If not, they will continue to face tariffs and pay a steep price to do business in the United States of America, which remains the best market on the face of the planet. Also this week, the president officially marked 6 months here at the White House. He made big promises to the American people on the campaign trail last year, and he has unquestionably delivered on those promises in record time. The president has defeated the Biden inflation crisis to make America affordable again. Core inflation is currently at its lowest level in 4 years, and prices for everyday goods are falling. The president's pro-growth policies have fueled massive job growth across our country. Since the president has taken office, our economy has added nearly 700,000 new jobs, with native-born American workers accounting for all job gains. The president has put the economic needs of families and of workers first. He signed the largest tax cuts for the middle class in American history, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security. We have also seen the president unquestionably deliver on his promise to secure our southern border. He has ended Biden's illegal alien invasion, and for 2 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens were released into our country. The president has also, as you all know, initiated the largest mass deportation campaign in American history. The president has also restored law and order to make America safe again, another campaign promise he vowed to the American public. The United States of America is currently on track for its lowest murder rate on record, following this shift from the last administration to the Trump administration. The president has also ended Joe Biden's reckless war on American energy. U.S. oil and natural gas production are now surging, and summer gas prices reached their lowest level since 2021. The president has also rebuilt our military, another campaign promise. He just signed the largest military investment in decades to modernize our armed forces with cutting-edge technology to replenish our stockpiles and provide American troops with the best equipment in the world. The U.S. Army, Navy, Air Force, and Space Force have all reached their recruitment goals months in advance. The president has restored America's standing on the world stage, brought back peace through strength, and brokered numerous peace agreements to end wars. Again, all of this in just 6 months. He obliterated Iran's nuclear program to end the war between Israel and Iran, got NATO members to raise their defense spending to 5% of GDP, and secured a ceasefire between India and Pakistan, as well as brokering a historic agreement between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The president has already received 3 different Nobel Peace Prize nominations for his peacemaking efforts. Again, all of this progress, all of these accomplishments have occurred in just 6 months. We are truly just getting started, and we look forward to working with all of you for the next 3.5 years. On another matter, over the past few days, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has unveiled shocking new evidence that former President Barack Obama and top aides in the Obama administration conspired to subvert President Trump's 2016 election victory and undermine the democratic will of the American people, while publicly pretending to engage in a peaceful transfer of power. In private, former President Obama went to great and nefarious lengths to try to sow discord among the public and sabotage his successor, President Trump. The new evidence released by the Director of National Intelligence, who is here with me today, confirms that the Obama administration manufactured politicized intelligence, which was later used as the justification for baseless smears against President Trump in an effort to try to delegitimize his victory before he even took the oath of office. The truth is that President Trump never had anything to do with Russia, and the Russia collusion hoax was a massive fraud perpetuated on the American people from the very beginning. And the worst part of this is Obama knew that truth, and so did all of the other corrupt officials involved in this scam, including former CIA Director John Brennan, former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper, former FBI Director James Comey, former Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, and many others. Director of National Intelligence Gabbard's report further confirms what we already knew. There was no collusion, no corruption, except on the part of Barack Obama and the weaponized intelligence agencies at the time. The Russia hoax was a blatant lie, all ginned up by Democrat political operatives that were signed off on by then President Obama and leaked to the news media to launch a years-long witch hunt against President Trump and his first administration. Allies of the president, including his own son, Donald Trump Jr., were disgustingly smeared as Russian assets, and some even had their lives destroyed because of this vicious lie. The president's first 2 years in office had this fake distraction hanging over it, and endless resources, time, and political capital were spent having to debunk these lies from the highest levels of our government. Now, nearly 10 years later, thanks to the declassification of documents by Director Gabbard, the truth has finally come to light. And this truth vindicates President Trump, his family, and his many allies and associates who were smeared with defamatory lies. President Trump was right from the beginning about all of this, and we are grateful that justice can be served. Now, we have even more damning evidence implicating those who tried to sabotage a duly elected president and did grave material harm to our republic. Thanks to additional important work done by CIA Director Ratcliffe, Committee Chairman Rick Crawford over the past few months, a newly declassified 2020 report prepared by the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, which DNI Director Gabbard has declassified, found that the intel community did not have any direct information that Russian President Vladimir Putin wanted to help elect President Trump in 2016, and in fact, Russia was actively preparing for a Hillary Clinton victory. But at the unusual direction of Barack Obama at the time, the intel community published implausible intelligence suggesting otherwise. Why? To sabotage the incoming president. This is truly one of the greatest political scandals in American history. And reporters at legacy outlets, some of which are sitting in this room today, like the New York Times and the Washington Post, were ridiculously awarded Pulitzer Prizes for their perpetuation of this hoax. It's well past time for those awards to be stripped from the journalists who received them. It is not journalism to propagate political disinformation in service of the Democrat Party and those in the intelligence community who hand over out of context and fake intelligence to push a false political narrative. I will now pass it over to the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, to speak more about all of this, and then we will open it up for questions afterwards. Tulsi, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. At President Trump's direction and with the support and coordination with the House Intelligence Committee Chairman Rick Crawford, today we've released a declassified oversight report that was produced in September of 2020.
Meg 90 received.
The stunning revelations that we are releasing today should be of concern to every American. This is not about Democrats or Republicans. This has to do with the integrity of our democratic republic, American voters having faith that the votes cast will count. There is irrefutable evidence that detail how President Obama and his national security team directed the creation of an intelligence community assessment that they knew was false. They knew it would promote this contrived narrative that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help President Trump win, selling it to the American people as though it were true. It wasn't. The report that we released today shows in great detail how they carried this out. They manufactured findings from shoddy sources. They suppressed evidence and credible intelligence that disproved their false claims. They disobeyed traditional tradecraft intelligence community standards and withheld the truth from the American people. In doing so, they conspired to subvert the will of the American people who elected Donald Trump in that election in November of 2016. They worked with their partners in the media to promote this lie, ultimately to undermine the legitimacy of President Trump and launching what would be a years-long coup against him and his administration. We're here today because the American people deserve the truth, they deserve accountability, and they deserve justice. The records that we released on Friday that were ODNI records, Senator Chuck Grassley's release on Monday of what is known as the Clinton Annex, which was an appendix to the Department of Justice Office of Inspector General's
14 for 6 station, 4641 Dale Circle, DZ 6001, Cross Dale Drive, Florida Alpha 35 for Tampa.
Report. There was a gross politicization and manipulation of intelligence by the Obama administration intended to delegitimize President Trump even before he was inaugurated, ultimately usurping the will of the American people. I'm going to go over the key findings from the House Intelligence Report, which investigated the claims that were made by an intelligence community assessment ordered by President Obama and published in January of 2017. First, Putin's principal interests relating to the 2016 election were to undermine faith in the U.S. democratic process, not show any preference of a certain candidate. In fact, this report shows Putin held back from leaking compromising material on Hillary Clinton prior to the election, instead planning to release it after the election to weaken what Moscow viewed as an inevitable Clinton presidency. In the January 2017 intelligence community assessment that President Obama ordered, John Brennan, who was CIA director at the time, and the intelligence community intentionally suppressed intelligence that showed Putin was saving the most damaging material that he had in his possession about Hillary Clinton until after her potential and likely victory. The report goes into great detail about the information that Russia and Putin had on Hillary Clinton, which included possible criminal acts like secret meetings with multiple named U.S. religious organizations in which State Department officials offered, in exchange for supporting Secretary Clinton's campaign for the presidency, significant increases in financing from the State Department. They also had documents that showed the patronage of the State Department to State Department employees who would go and support Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign. There were high-level DNC emails that detailed evidence of Hillary's, quote, psycho-emotional problems, uncontrolled fits of anger, aggression, and cheerfulness, and that then Secretary Clinton was allegedly on a daily regimen of heavy tranquilizers. Then CIA Director Brennan and the intelligence community mischaracterized intelligence and relied on dubious substandard sources to create a contrived false narrative that Putin developed a quote-unquote clear preference for Trump. Brennan and the IC misled lawmakers by referencing the debunked Steele dossier to assess quote-unquote Russia's plans and intentions, falsely suggesting that this dossier had intelligence and he knew that it was discredited. The intelligence community excluded significant intelligence and ignored or selectively quoted reliable intelligence that contradicted the intelligence community assessment's key findings on Putin's alleged support for Trump. Including this intelligence reporting would have exposed the ICA's claim as implausible, if not ridiculous. The intelligence community assessment omitted reliably sourced information, such as how some Russian intelligence officials were quote-unquote planning for candidate Hillary Clinton's victory, while others assessed neither Trump nor Clinton would respect Russia's interests. As was reflected in the ODNI documents that we released on Friday, multiple intelligence community assessments released in the months leading up to the November 2016 election concluded that Russia had neither the intent nor capability to impact the outcome of the U.S. election. On December 5th of 2016, the FBI gave the House Intelligence Committee its first post-election classified briefing, in which there was no mention of Putin aspiring to elect Trump by either agency. The Presidential Daily Brief, drafted on December 8th of 2016, stated that no Russian or criminal actors impacted vote counts. This document was pulled just hours before it was to be published due to quote-unquote new guidance. If it had been published, it would have been briefed to both President Obama and President-elect Donald Trump. On December 9, 2016, a National Security Council meeting was called to gather President Obama's senior national security officials, which included CIA Director Brennan, then Obama DNI James Clapper, Susan Rice, and others. Following that secret meeting, DNI Clapper's assistant sent an email to the intelligence community with the subject line, POTUS tasking on Russia election meddling, tasking ODNI leaders to create a new assessment per the president's request. The House Intelligence Committee oversight report that we released today reveals that, quote, unlike routine intelligence community analysis, the intelligence community assessment was a high-profile product ordered by the President Obama. It directed senior intelligence community agency heads and created an intelligence community assessment limited to just 5 analysts, using one principal drafter. This is not something that occurs in the normal path of producing an intelligence community assessment that reflects the views across the intelligence community. The production of this intelligence community assessment was subject to unusual directives directly from the President and senior political appointees, especially the former director of the CIA, John Brennan. The House Intelligence Committee oversight report also shows how later that same day, on December 9th, Brennan ordered the publication of quote-unquote substandard reporting on Russian activities, which had previously been withheld from publication of prior assessments because the information was judged, quote, to have not met long-standing publication standards. Some of the information later used in the Obama-ordered assessment, over the objections of veteran CIA officers was quote-unquote unclear or from unknown sources. The Intelligence Committee's oversight report reveals that CIA Director Brennan overruled senior CIA officers who challenged the Obama-ordered intelligence assessment, stating, quote, "We don't have direct information that Putin wanted to get Trump elected." Yet, the Obama-directed assessment was published on January 6, 2017, which explicitly stated, quote, "We assess Putin and the Russian government aspired to help President-elect Trump's election chances, when possible, by discrediting Secretary Clinton and publicly contrasting her unfavorably to him." End of quote. The CIA and FBI, then led by John Brennan and James Comey, expressed high confidence in this judgment, while the NSA expressed moderate confidence. Yet, as the report we released today shows, the ICA, the Intelligence Community Assessment, did not cite any report where Putin indicated helping Trump win was an objective. The opposite is true. With regards to the Steele dossier, we now know that one of the source documents that the Obama administration used in the creation of this intelligence assessment in January of 2017 was none other than the discredited, unverified Steele dossier. The House Intel report states, quote, "Contradicting public claims by then CIA Director Brennan that the dossier was not in any way incorporated into this intelligence assessment. The dossier was referenced in the intelligence assessment's main body text and further detailed in a 2-page assessment annex." John Brennan lied, and he denied using this dossier in
juvenile
this
kid named
intelligence
Brandon
assessment
driving that
that
vehicle.
President
He's
Obama ordered because he knew
a constant issue.
it was discredited. It was a politically motivated, manufactured document. He directed senior CIA officials to use it anyway. CIA officer told the House Intelligence Committee staff as they investigated this, quote, "The director of the CIA, John Brennan, refused to remove it, and when confronted with the dossier's many flaws, responded, quote, 'Yes, but doesn't it
Further
ring
services
true?'"
occurred at 405 Ashland.
Even the
405
bipartisan
Ashland.
Senate Select Committee on Intelligence report
arriving
published
Driscoll
in
324.
2020 criticized the FBI's handling of the Steele dossier, noting its completely unverified nature and purposeful sidestepping of intelligence community procedures in its use. Now, President Obama, Hillary Clinton, John Brennan, James Clapper, James Comey, and others, including their mouthpieces in the media, knowingly lied as they repeated the contrived narrative that was created in this January 2017 intelligence community assessment with high confidence as though it were fact. John Brennan, as CIA director, stated in a memo to his agency staff in December of 2016, saying, quote, "There is strong consensus among us on the scope, nature, and intent of Russian interference in our presidential election." This was reported by NBC News, confirming that Brennan, along with James Clapper and James Comey, agreed with the CIA's assessment that Russia intervened to help Trump win the presidency. As Obama's Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper was tasked with overseeing the creation of this assessment in January of 2017 by President Obama, and he expressed confidence in its findings. In a 2018 interview with the Harvard Gazette, he talked about how he provided Trump with the same classified assessment that President Obama received, which included the high confidence judgment that Putin directly ordered the hacking and election interference. Clapper then went on to add, "I think they, the Russians, actually influenced the outcome." This is a brief summary of the details that you'll find within the House Majority Staff's report in their investigation into the Obama-directed January 2017 Intelligence Community Assessment. That leads us to the very same conclusion that we announced in the release of our documents on Friday. The implications of this are far-reaching and have to do with the integrity of our democratic republic. It has to do with an outgoing president taking action to manufacture intelligence to undermine and usurp the will of the American people in that election and launch what would be a years-long coup against the incoming President of the United States, Donald Trump. Thank you.
Thank you, Tulsi. And we do want to take questions on this topic while the director has time for this topic. She will leave. I'm happy to take questions on other matters after that. But if anyone has questions for Director Gabbard, you're welcome to ask them. We'll start with our new media seat as always. Emily, go ahead.
Thank you. And Director Gabbard, this one is for you. Do you believe that any of this new information implicates former President Obama?
And we talked about property.
Have referred and continue to refer all of these documents to the Department of Justice to investigate the criminal implications of this.
For even former
The
President
evidence,
Obama?
correct. The evidence that we have found and that we have released directly point to President Obama leading the manufacturing of this intelligence assessment. There are multiple pieces of evidence and intelligence that confirm that fact.
Ed, go ahead.
Director Gabbard, thank you. So just to, two questions, but to begin on that. The President yesterday...
All units stand by for a second call EMS page. All units stand by for a second call EMS page.
Do you believe President Obama is guilty of treason?
I'm leaving the criminal charges to the Department of Justice. I'm not an attorney, but as I've said previously, when you look at the intent behind creating a fake manufactured intelligence document that directly contradicts multiple assessments that were created by the intelligence community, the expressed intent and what followed afterward can only be described as a years-long coup and a treasonous conspiracy against the American people, our republic, and an attempt to undermine President
For
Trump's
a 7-year-old male having an allergic reaction to a jellyfish sting.
And unanimously agreed in a bipartisan fashion, Secretary of State Rubio was a member of that committee, that there was no political interference. There was a years-long Justice Department investigation into this as well, that also included no political interference. So help us, from a 50,000-foot level, explain, what do you now have that refutes those two conclusions?
I will encourage you, in my role as the Director of National Intelligence, my job, again, as I said when I came into this role, is to make sure that we are telling the truth to the American people, and that we are ensuring that the intelligence community is not being deceived. So I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm asking you in the media to conduct honest journalism and the American people to see for yourself the documents that we've released now, close to 200 pages, that point in multiple references, multiple examples, to include comments that have been made by senior intelligence professionals, who are some still working within these agencies today, that confirm the conclusions that we have drawn, that President Obama directed an intelligence community assessment to be created to further this contrived false narrative that ultimately led to a years-long coup to try to undermine President Trump's presidency.
And it's your belief that those two previous investigations missed that or covered it up?
I'm telling you to look at the evidence. Look at the evidence, and you'll know the truth.
John.
Thanks, Caroline. Thanks, Director Gabbard. You declassified these documents, if I'm not mistaken, Friday of last week, correct?
We released them on Friday of last week, the first tranche, yes.
This isn't the first time that President Trump has been president of the United States. He was president from 2017 to 2021. Couldn't the prior DNI under President Trump have declassified these documents? And why didn't that DNI do that at that time?
I can't speak to what happened there. There were several DNIs under the first Trump administration. President Trump faced many challenges from those who were working in the government who sought to undermine his presidency. That's been clearly detailed. What I can speak to is the fact that this was one of the first things that we started to investigate here within this Trump administration, and have released the results upon the conclusion of our investigation.
And he is still sleeping. I made a mistake, my apologies.
Agencies around the world have said about Russia that they have tried to influence elections in the United States, in France, in Germany, in the UK. Do you disagree with that? Do you believe that Russia is a bad actor as it relates to trying to influence elections?
I'll point back to the intelligence that President Trump has ordered declassified, that we have declassified and released, that the intelligence reflects Russia's motives were to try to sow discord and chaos within the U.S. election, which is a clear distinction from showing a preference for or against a specific candidate
Squad
which
force
is
on
what
truck
the
force.
Obama-manufactured intelligence document alleges, that Russia preferred Donald Trump and tried to help Donald Trump get elected. Again, going back to the most important point here, with the intent to undermine the legitimacy of President Trump's election and therefore subvert the will of the American people who chose to send him to the White House.
Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. Director Gabbard, Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. You laid out that the documents revealed that the Obama administration did not publish a December 2016 presidential daily briefing that demonstrated that Russia did not steal the election. Trump was receiving these briefings at the time because he was president-elect. Are you of the view that that information was kept out of the briefing because then President-elect Donald Trump would have seen it?
I don't have any documents that speak to exactly what the new guidance was that was given as the reason for pulling that document, which, by the way, still has never been published until we released it last week, Friday. One could assume that they didn't want President Trump to see a document that came from the intelligence community that would contradict the Russia hoax narrative that began through the Hillary Clinton campaign with the Steele dossier.
More, maybe either for you or Caroline. The president said yesterday that Obama committed treason. Do you or the White House believe that the Supreme Court's immunity decision protects Obama from prosecution?
Look, I can speak to the president's feelings on this matter. He spoke to all of you yesterday in the Oval Office, but I also spoke to him about this morning. And he wants to see all those who perpetuated this fraud against our country, who betrayed our country and the Constitution, to be thoroughly investigated and held accountable. And it's been 10 years of this, and I would just add, based on everything the director has said and declassified, all of you in this room should go through it and take a look at this report and review the intelligence, because unfortunately that hasn't happened. And many of the people who perpetuated this hoax, Clapper, Andy McCabe, James Comey, and many others, have been hired by major networks in this room to go on television and continue to spew these lies, knowing that they are lies. And if you all recall, just flashback to 2016 and the years after, the entire Trump 1 presidency was embroiled in this scandal that was perpetuated by the Democrat Party. And you had major Democrat Party officials in this city, namely Adam Schiff, Hillary Clinton, Elizabeth Warren, who went on television and told the American people Donald Trump is an asset of Russia. It was a lie. They always knew it. Hillary Clinton herself said that President Trump would be a puppet for Putin. Senator Tim Kaine at the time called President Trump Vladimir Putin's defense lawyer. Adam Schiff stated, and one of the worst things a lawmaker can do is to tell the American people, I know something you don't know, it's just classified and I can't tell you. And that's what he said. I can tell you that the case is more than that. I can't go into the particulars, but there is more than circumstantial evidence now. And not enough people in this room, not enough journalists in this country pushed Adam Schiff to say, what are you talking about? What evidence do you have? Everybody just ran with the lies, and it led to impeachments. It led to the division of our country. Unfortunately, so many Americans, from listening to outlets in this room, believed in these lies. And it's a complete scam, and it's a scandal, and the president wants to see accountability for that. Phil.
Question for Director Gabbard. A spokesperson for former President Obama said in a statement earlier this week, quote, nothing in the documents issued last week undercuts the widely accepted conclusion that Russia worked to influence the 2016 election, but did not successfully manipulate any votes. How do you respond to those like former President Obama and also others on the Hill who say that the administration is conflating apples and oranges here, conflating allegations of actual hacking of voter results and allegations of interference generally?
I think it's a disservice to the American people that former President Obama's office and others who are criticizing the transparency that is being delivered by releasing these documents. They are doing a disservice to the American people and trying to deflect away from their culpability in what is a historic scandal and negative action towards the American people and our democratic republic. The answer to that statement can very clearly be found throughout all of the documents that we have released. Again, showing that Russia has took action to try to sow discord in the election, but showed no preference for or against any singular candidate.
You've long been an opponent of weaponization in government. How do you respond to criticism that referring Obama administration officials and even potentially the former president is just more weaponization, and this is a potential race to the bottom?
I think that's a very disrespectful attack on the American people who deserve the truth. They deserve to have faith and trust in the integrity of our democratic republic, which has been undermined by President Obama through his direction of this manufactured fake intelligence document, knowing that it was filled with lies and knowing that it would and could then be used for all of the actions that came after.
And I would just add, there needs to be accountability for that weaponization, Phil, that we've seen. And no one has been a victim of the weaponized government more than President Trump, not just because of this political scandal. You all recall his house was raided. So I think, it's very disingenuous for people to say, how dare they speak of former President Obama about this based on evidence and based on intelligence, when the former president of the United States, Donald Trump's home was raided, when he was forced to sit in a Manhattan courtroom and many other courtrooms across the country for crimes he never committed, when he was impeached and indicted, and the entire country witnessed that. That's the weaponization of justice. Now the president is back because the American people see the truth. Nearly 80 million Americans re-elected him, and he believes that we need to have justice and accountability. And I think the nearly 80 million Americans who re-elected him agree with that. Caitlin.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions for Director Gabbard, just on this. Director Gabbard, you referenced the past intelligence reports and assessments on this, including that 2017 one that was signed off, as Ed noted, by every Republican on the Senate Intelligence Community, including the acting chair of the time, now Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who said in a statement that they did not find any evidence of Russian collusion, but they did find, however, is very troubling, and they found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling. One, are you saying that he's wrong in that statement that he made then? And secondly, what would you say to people who believe that you're only releasing these documents now to improve your standing with the president after he said that your intelligence assessments were wrong?
Well, first I want to correct something that you stated, which was citing the Senate Intelligence Committee's report as being one and the same. I think you said the intelligence community. The Senate Intelligence Committee has a very different function than the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. The evidence and the intelligence that has been declassified and released is irrefutable. I'm going to let Caroline speak to Secretary Rubio.
I'll speak to both questions. First, on Secretary Rubio, he put out a statement in 2020 following that Senate Intelligence Committee report, and he said what they found is troubling. We found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling, which the Director of National Intelligence just confirmed for all of you, that Russia was trying to sow distrust and chaos. But what's the outrage in this that Secretary Rubio did not say at the time, the Democrats were saying at the time, is the fact that the intelligence community was concocting this narrative that the president colluded with the Russians, that the president's son was holding secret meetings with the Russians, all of these lies that were never true. And he also said at that time, we discovered deeply troubling actions taken by the FBI under Comey, particularly their acceptance and willingness to rely on the Steele dossier without verifying its methodology or sourcing. The Steele dossier that many outlets in this room ran as the gospel truth, and it was cooked up and paid for by the Clinton campaign. As for your second question, Caitlin, I think, who is saying that she would release this to try to boost her standing with the president? Who has said that?
Well, the president has publicly undermined her when it came to Iran. He said she was wrong. He told me that she didn't know what she was talking about. That was on Air Force One on camera.
The only people who are suggesting that the Director of National Intelligence would release evidence to try to boost her standing with the president are the people in this room who constantly try to sow distrust and chaos amongst the president's cabinet, and it is not working. I will just answer your question directly. I am with the President of the United States every day. He has the utmost confidence in Director Gabbard. He always has. He continues to. And that is true of his entire cabinet, who is all working as one team to deliver on the promises this president made. Does anyone else have questions for Director Gabbard? And then we'll turn it over to a couple other questions. Christian, go ahead.
Yeah, Director Gabbard, two follow-ups on questions that have been asked. You mentioned the previous DNIs during the president's first term. One of them reports to you right now, if I'm not mistaken, John Ratcliffe. So have you not spoken to him about why this information was not declassified during the first term?
He was in that position for a very short period of time. The work that began back then, we have picked up and absolutely completed. We are continuing to investigate this. Additional whistleblowers are now coming forward because they see an opportunity for the truth to come to light. and as Caroline said, for real accountability to be brought forward. The accountability is the essential part of this. We can show the truth, reveal the truth. The accountability needs to occur to be able to start to restore that trust in the integrity of our democracy.
And then just quickly, I know you said you would leave the charging to DOJ, but the statute of limitations on conspiracy is 5 years. So what else could they possibly pursue besides criminal?
That's a great question for Attorney General Pam Bondi. We're providing all of the evidence, all of the intelligence that we have, both redacted and unredacted versions, referring it to the Department of Justice and the FBI.
We'll take one more. Charlie, go ahead.
How credible was the information about Hillary Clinton's policy? The report said that it was from DNC, sourced from the DNC. Have you seen that information, or do you think that maybe Russia was overemphasizing it?
All I have seen is what the Intelligence Committee have reported through their investigation. I think the underlying point there is that we understand from intelligence what Russia said that they had, and the important point here is that if they were trying to influence the election, as President Obama and James Clapper and John Brennan, everybody said they were doing in order to support Donald Trump's election, they would have released the most damning of that information, some of which I detailed here. You'll find the rest in the report, prior to the election to help Donald Trump win. They specifically withheld what they had on her, the most damning information, because they thought that she would win the election. They had plans to release it just prior to her inauguration to, again, sow discord and chaos in America.
And if I may, on Jeffrey Epstein, can you rule out that he was connected in some way to any kind of intelligence, either foreign or domestic?
I haven't seen any evidence or information that reflects that. If anything comes before me that changes that in any way, support the president's statement loud and clear. If any credible evidence comes forward, he wants the American people to see it.
Great. Director Gabbard, we thank you for your time today. I know you're a busy woman, so we'll let you get out of here, but thank you so much. Okay. I know there's many issues going on today across the world and here at home. If you have any other further questions, I'm happy to take them. Ed, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, thank you, Caroline. So the Japan trade deal, is that Japan trade deal the start of this number of trade deals that the Treasury Secretary says we're going to see by August 1st?
I think it is. I mean, as you said, we had Japan yesterday. We also had Indonesia, and we had the Philippines as well. The president announcing all three. He came in as the closer in all three of those. I've said many times from this podium that the president's trade team has been in active talks and discussions with many countries around the world, and you've all been anxiously awaiting what those countries were. Now you know 3 of them, and there's many more to go. We have now sent 25 letters to countries around the world. But just to reiterate this Japan deal, for those at home who may have missed it, Japan will now pay a 15% tariff versus the reciprocal rate of 24% that what they initially had. Auto and auto parts tariffs have been reduced to 15%. The centerpiece of this deal now is the president got Japan to commit to $550 billion in investments to revitalize American industries. And these funds will be spent at President Trump's discretion and direction into key industries such as energy, semiconductors, critical minerals, pharmaceuticals, and shipbuilding. And the U.S. will retain 90% of the profits from any investments made by this $550 billion fund. This was originally a $400 billion investment that President Trump then negotiated to an increase of $150 billion, making it a $550 billion deal for the American people. And I just want to emphasize, Ed, I see you have a follow-up, but it's very important. Japan has agreed to open their markets to many very key sectors and American-made products that have really faced very strict tariff and for precious souls. We are so sorry for the grief and the pain you have experienced at the hands of such a vicious and evil killer. Our nation grieves with you, and we will never forget the precious souls who were lost in this horrific act of evil. If it were up to the president, he would have forced this monster to publicly explain why he chose to steal these innocent souls. May God bless and watch over everyone affected by this unimaginable tragedy, especially the parents who lost their children. Let me begin with a few scheduling items off the top. Later this afternoon, President Trump will deliver the keynote address at the Winning the AI Race Summit here in Washington, D.C. President Trump believes it is non-negotiable that the United States wins the AI race, which is why today, President Trump will announce a bold and comprehensive AI action plan to sustain and enhance America's global AI dominance. Under President Trump's leadership, our country will lead the world in AI to secure a brighter future for all Americans, massively grow our economy, and protect our national security. The President will also sign 3 executive orders at the event this afternoon. On Friday morning, President Trump will travel to Scotland for a working visit that will include a bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Starmer to refine the historic U.S.-UK trade deal. On the topic of trade, yesterday, President Trump accomplished something no other president has ever achieved. The president secured and announced 3 major trade deals with the Philippines, Indonesia, and Japan, all in one day. President Trump is finally putting a stop to our country getting ripped off. As a result of the president's successful negotiating tactics, many foreign markets are now being opened to American industries for the very first time, and harmful trade barriers are being broken down. Thanks to President Trump, these countries around the world are agreeing to open their markets to American-made products and goods for the first time, which will lead to a boom in sales and profits for American businesses right here at home. As President Trump said, he will only lower tariff rates if a country agrees to open their market to American-made products. If not, they will continue to face tariffs and pay a steep price to do business in the United States of America, which remains the best market on the face of the planet. Also this week, the president officially marked 6 months here at the White House. He made big promises to the American people on the campaign trail last year, and he has unquestionably delivered on those promises in record time. The president has defeated the Biden inflation crisis to make America affordable again. Core inflation is currently at its lowest level in 4 years, and prices for everyday goods are falling. The president's pro-growth policies have fueled massive job growth across our country. Since the president has taken office, our economy has added nearly 700,000 new jobs, with native-born American workers accounting for all job gains. The president has put the economic needs of families and of workers first. He signed the largest tax cuts for the middle class in American history, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security. We have also seen the president unquestionably deliver on his promise to secure our southern border. He has ended Biden's illegal alien invasion, and for 2 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens were released into our country. The president has also, as you all know, initiated the largest mass deportation campaign in American history. The president has also restored law and order to make America safe again, another campaign promise he vowed to the American public. The United States of America is currently on track for its lowest murder rate on record, following this shift from the last administration to the Trump administration. The president has also ended Joe Biden's reckless war on American energy. U.S. oil and natural gas production are now surging, and summer gas prices reached their lowest level since 2021. The president has also rebuilt our military, another campaign promise. He just signed the largest military investment in decades to modernize our armed forces with cutting-edge technology to replenish our stockpiles and provide American troops with the best equipment in the world. The U.S. Army, Navy, Air Force, and Space Force have all reached their recruitment goals months in advance. The president has restored America's standing on the world stage, brought back peace through strength, and brokered numerous peace agreements to end wars. Again, all of this in just 6 months. He obliterated Iran's nuclear program to end the war between Israel and Iran, got NATO members to raise their defense spending to 5% of GDP, and secured a ceasefire between India and Pakistan, as well as brokering a historic agreement between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The president has already received 3 different Nobel Peace Prize nominations for his peacemaking efforts. Again, all of this progress, all of these accomplishments have occurred in just 6 months. We are truly just getting started, and we look forward to working with all of you for the next 3.5 years. On another matter, over the past few days, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has unveiled shocking new evidence that former President Barack Obama and top aides in the Obama administration conspired to subvert President Trump's 2016 election victory and undermine the democratic will of the American people. While publicly pretending to engage in a peaceful transfer of power, in private, former President Obama went to great and nefarious lengths to try to sow discord among the public and sabotage his successor, President Trump. The new evidence released by the Director of National Intelligence, who is here with me today, confirms that the Obama administration manufactured politicized intelligence, which was later used as a justification for baseless smears against President Trump in an effort to try to delegitimize his victory before he even took the oath of office. The truth is that President Trump never had anything to do with Russia, and the Russia collusion hoax was a massive fraud perpetuated on the American people from the very beginning. And the worst part of this is Obama knew that truth, and so did all of the other corrupt officials involved in this scam, including former CIA Director John Brennan, former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper, former FBI Director James Comey, former Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, and many others. Director of National Intelligence Gabbard's report further confirms what we already knew. There was no collusion, no corruption, except on the part of Barack Obama and the weaponized intelligence agencies at the time. The Russia hoax was a blatant lie, all ginned up by Democrat political operatives that were signed off on by then President Obama and leaked to the news media to launch a years-long witch hunt against President Trump and his first administration. Allies of the president, including his own son, Donald Trump Jr., were disgustingly smeared as Russian assets, and some even had their lives destroyed because of this vicious lie. The president's first 2 years in office had this fake distraction hanging over it, and endless resources, time, and political capital were spent having to debunk these lies from the highest levels of our government. Now, nearly 10 years later, thanks to the declassification of documents by Director Gabbard, the truth has finally come to light. And this truth vindicates President Trump, his family, and his many allies and associates who were smeared with defamatory lies. President Trump was right from the beginning about all of this, and we are grateful that justice can be served. Now, we have even more damning evidence implicating those who tried to sabotage a duly elected president and did grave material harm to our republic. Thanks to additional important work done by CIA Director Ratcliffe, Committee Chairman Rick Crawford over the past few months, a newly declassified 2020 report prepared by the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, which DNI Director Gabbard has declassified, found that the intel community did not have any direct information that Russian President Vladimir Putin wanted to help elect President Trump in 2016, and in fact, Russia was actively preparing for a Hillary Clinton victory. But at the unusual direction of Barack Obama at the time, the intel community published implausible intelligence suggesting otherwise. Why? To sabotage the incoming president. This is truly one of the greatest political scandals in American history. And reporters at legacy outlets, some of which are sitting in this room today, like the New York Times and the Washington Post, were ridiculously awarded Pulitzer Prizes for their perpetuation of this hoax. It's well past time for those awards to be stripped from the journalists who receive them. It is not journalism to propagate political disinformation in service of the Democrat Party and those in the intelligence community who hand over out of context and fake intelligence to push a false political narrative. I will now pass it over to the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, to speak more about all of this, and then we will open it up for questions afterwards. Tulsi, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. At President Trump's direction and with the support and coordination with the House Intelligence Committee Chairman Rick Crawford, today we've released a declassified Oversight Majority Staff report that was produced in September of 2020. The stunning revelations that we are releasing today should be of concern to every American. This is not about Democrats or Republicans. This has to do with the integrity of our democratic republic and American voters having faith that the votes cast will count. There is irrefutable evidence that detail how President Obama and his national security team directed the creation of an intelligence community assessment that they knew was false. They knew it would promote this contrived narrative that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help President Trump win, selling it to the American people as though it were true. It wasn't. The report that we released today shows in great detail how they carried this out. They manufactured findings from shoddy sources. They suppressed evidence and credible intelligence that disproved their false claims. They disobeyed traditional tradecraft intelligence community standards and withheld the truth from the American people. In doing so, they conspired to subvert the will of the American people who elected Donald Trump in that election in November of 2016. They worked with their partners in the media to promote this lie, ultimately to undermine the legitimacy of President Trump and launching what would be a years-long coup against him and his administration. We're here today because the American people deserve the truth, they deserve accountability, and they deserve justice. The records that we released on Friday that were ODNI records, Senator Chuck Grassley's release on Monday of what is known as the Clinton Annex, which was an appendix to the Department of Justice Office of Inspector General's 2018 report, as well as the House Intelligence Committee's majority oversight report that we're releasing today, all come back to and confirm the same report. There was a gross politicization and manipulation of intelligence by the Obama administration intended to delegitimize President Trump even before he was inaugurated, ultimately usurping the will of the American people. I'm going to go over the key findings from the House Intelligence report, which investigated the claims that were made by an intelligence community assessment ordered by President Obama and published in January of 2017. First, Putin's principal interests relating to
Call for engine 3, medic 3, engine 3, medic 3, cardiac, use 3302, we'll be at 314 Pueblo, 314 Pueblo, structure to the Pine and Chippewa, work off EMS at 1348.
Compromising material on Hillary Clinton prior to the election, instead planning to release it after the election to weaken what Moscow viewed as an inevitable Clinton presidency. In the January 2017 intelligence community assessment that President Obama ordered, John Brennan, who was CIA director at the time, and the intelligence community intentionally suppressed intelligence that showed Putin was saving the most damaging material that he had in his possession about Hillary Clinton until after her potential and likely victory. The report goes into great detail about the information that Russia and Putin had, on Hillary Clinton, which included possible criminal acts, like secret meetings with multiple named U.S. religious organizations in which State Department officials offered, in exchange for supporting Secretary Clinton's campaign for the presidency, significant increases in financing from the State Department. They also had documents that showed the patronage of the State Department to State Department employees who would go and support Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign. There were high-level DNC emails that detailed evidence of Hillary's, quote, psycho-emotional problems, uncontrolled fits of anger, aggression, and cheerfulness, and that then Secretary Clinton was allegedly on a daily regimen of heavy tranquilizers. Then CIA Director Brennan and the intelligence community mischaracterized intelligence and relied on dubious substandard sources to create a contrived false narrative that Putin developed a quote-unquote clear preference for Trump. Brennan and the IC misled lawmakers by referencing the debunked Steele dossier to assess quote-unquote Russia's plans and intentions, falsely suggesting that this dossier had intelligence value when he knew that it was discredited. The intelligence community excluded significant intelligence and ignored or selectively quoted reliable intelligence that contradicted the intelligence community assessment's key findings on Putin's alleged support for Trump. Including this intelligence reporting would have exposed the ICA's claim as implausible, if not ridiculous. The intelligence community assessment omitted reliably sourced information, such as how some Russian intelligence officials were quote-unquote planning for candidate Hillary Clinton's victory, while others assessed neither Trump nor Clinton would respect Russia's interests.
Just keep us on EMS 1, please.
As was reflected in the ODNI documents that were released on Friday, multiple intelligence community assessments released in the months leading up to the November 2016 election concluded that Russia had neither the intent nor capability to impact the outcome of the U.S. election. On December 5th of 2016, the FBI and ODNI gave the House Intelligence Committee its first post-election classified briefing, in which there was no mention of Putin aspiring to elect Trump by either agency. The Presidential Daily Brief, drafted on December 8th of 2016, stated that no Russian or criminal actors impacted vote counts. This document was pulled just hours before it was to be published due to quote-unquote new guidance. If it had been published, it would have been briefed to both President Obama and President-elect Donald Trump. On December 9th, 2016, a National Security Council meeting was called to gather President Obama's senior national security officials, which included CIA Director Brennan, then Obama DNI James Clapper, Susan Rice, and others. Following that secret meeting, DNI Clapper's assistant sent an email to the intelligence community with the subject line, POTUS tasking on Russia election meddling, tasking ODNI leaders to create a new assessment per the president's request. The House Intelligence Committee Oversight Report that we released today reveals that, quote, unlike routine intelligence community analysis, the intelligence community assessment was a high-profile product ordered by the President Obama. It directed senior intelligence community agency heads and created an intelligence community assessment limited to just 5 analysts, using one principal drafter. This is not something that occurs in the normal path of producing an intelligence community assessment that reflects the views across the intelligence community. The production of this intelligence community assessment was subject to unusual directives directly from the President and senior political appointees, especially the former director of the CIA, John Brennan. The House Intelligence Committee Oversight Report also shows how later that same day, on December 9th, Brennan ordered the publication of quote-unquote substandard reporting on Russian activities, which had previously been withheld from publication of prior assessments because the information was judged, quote, to have not met long-standing publication standards. Some of the information later used in the Obama-ordered assessment over the objections of veteran CIA officers was, quote-unquote, unclear or from unknown sources. The Intelligence Committee's Oversight Report reveals that CIA Director Brennan overruled senior CIA officers who challenged the Obama-ordered intelligence assessment, stating, quote, we don't have direct information that Putin wanted to get Trump elected. Yet, the Obama-directed assessment was published on January 6, 2017, which explicitly stated, quote, we assess Putin and the Russian government aspired to help President-elect Trump's election chances when possible by discrediting Secretary Clinton and publicly contrasting her unfavorably to him, end of quote. The CIA and FBI, then led by John Brennan and James Comey, expressed high confidence in this judgment, while the NSA expressed moderate confidence. Yet, as the report we released today shows, the ICA, the Intelligence Community Assessment, did not cite any report where Putin indicated helping Trump win was an objective. The opposite is true. With regards to the Steele dossier, we now know that one of the source documents that the Obama administration used in the creation of this intelligence assessment in January of 2017 was none other than the discredited, unverified Steele dossier. The House Intel report states, quote, contradicting public claims by then CIA Director Brennan that the dossier was not in any way incorporated into this intelligence assessment. The dossier was referenced in the intelligence assessment's main body text and further detailed in a 2-page assessment annex. John Brennan lied, and he denied using this dossier in this intelligence assessment that President Obama ordered because he knew it was discredited. It was a politically motivated, manufactured document. He directed senior CIA officials to use it anyway. CIA officer told the House Intelligence Committee staff as they investigated this, quote, the director of the CIA, John Brennan, refused to remove it, and when confronted with the dossier's many flaws, responded, quote, yes, but doesn't it ring true? Even the bipartisan Senate Select Committee on Intelligence report published in 2020 criticized the FBI's handling of the Steele dossier, noting its completely unverified nature and purposeful sidestepping of intelligence community procedures in its use. Election meddling. Now, President Obama, tasking Hillary Clinton, John Brennan, James Clapper, James Comey, and others, including their mouthpieces in the media, knowingly
Charles Zebra Fall 2299.
210, 220, for a trespass, 737 MPOD, 737 MPOD. I'm sorry. No, I can probably had 10 shirt and jeans. MC 3240, first trespass, 4022, whatever, 4022, whatever.
Zebra 5630. Touch 1 is calling your date of birth.
Be on a pit stop at 601 Christi ID.
10-4.
Yeah, y'all common spelling. 2/28/2003.
I changed his mind. Oh no, 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 no. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god.
I think I might as well call for now.
10-4, MC 33 clear.
I changed his mind. Oh no, 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 no. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. So 4 is showing negative 29. Arrived.
Engine 18, call for engine 18 on unknown down. Holly and Ayers. ESE's 1013. Patient's going to be in a wheelchair. Teamwork off of fire dispatch. Right now, $1,400. Charlie 2. Call for engine 18 on unknown down. Holly and Ayers. ESE's 1013. Patient's going to be in a wheelchair. Teamwork off of fire dispatch. Right now, $1,400. 3 Charles 206, 1041. Over.
This company thinks I owe them $10,000 in damages a day, assuming that I'm reading what's in this legal paperwork here that they sent me correctly. And I'm not a lawyer, so it's possible that I'm not interpreting this properly. But I'll let this be up to you. There's a company called Cami Research, and they make test equipment. They're based in Massachusetts. And a fan of the channel, great viewer, Stephen Ryan, bought some of this equipment on eBay. There were some issues he had with the equipment, so he reached out to the company, open to buying schematics, tools, diagrams, parts, anything that would help him to be able to fix this equipment. He had no problem with the equipment. However, the company did not want to help him. And they said the quiet part out loud while they were talking to him, and he published it on his blog in an article regarding them and right to repair, which I covered in my video. News, Cami Research and right to repair, anti-repair. They said what is, in my opinion, the quiet part out loud, which is that if you are able to fix the old products and people fix the old products, that may be taking business away from them, and he doesn't like that. But don't take it from me. Listen to his own words.
Buying these things off the market, and you could be buying these things off the market and selling them and making a profit at it, and that's taking business away from us, and I don't like that idea either. So I think I'm going to hold off on this at the moment, and if you want to send me some data, yeah.
Yeah, I was just being polite and courteous here, trying to extend a conversation on the right to repair here, hoping that you would see what's required.
I have a lot of respect for Mr. Stephen Ryan. Stephen Ryan has showed up at multiple right to repair hearings. He is one of the primary people that is the reason that Washington got a right to repair bill passed without all the nonsensical exemptions that exist in many other states. He puts a lot of time into this, and he doesn't just talk about it, he lives his ethics. On his channel, he helps show people how to repair. In his own life, he helps get people involved in repair. And above all, he has an adorable cat. If you don't like the adorable cat, I really don't know how to sell you on Mr. Stephen Ryan at that point. I haven't met him personally, but I don't have to meet him personally to have a lot of respect for what he does, what he stands for, and the amount of effort that he's put in to push right to repair forward. He wanted to buy this product. He bought a product on eBay that came with a couple of problems, and he wanted to go to the company to give them money to have a collaborative relationship so that he could fix that product and use it in his business. And he said the quiet part out loud, which is, if people are fixing the old products that are out there, maybe they're not going to buy new ones from us. That is, in my opinion, a cartoon villain level to stoop to. And listen, if a company wants to stoop to that level, you do you. So I did a video covering this entire thing, and I gave my opinion on it. And my opinion was quite, it was what you expect of a company that acts this way, as somebody who has fought for right to repair for the last 12 years and been involved in the industry for 16. I don't like the fact that most companies try to stop you from being able to repair what you bought and paid for because they're afraid to cannibalize sales of new products. I don't like living in a throwaway society. And I went over what I thought in that video. A few months after I did that video, I get this letter from Baker, Sterchi, Coden, and Rice. It's dated September 5th via email and U.S. mail. Cease and desist. Mr. Rossman, our firm has been retained by Cami Research, Inc., hereafter referred to as Cami Research. If you are represented by an attorney, please immediately forward this letter to them and have them contact our office. By way of background, Mr. Strangio is president and founder of Cami Research, a company that manufactures Cable Eye, an automation-ready cable harness test system. Mr. Stephen Ryan purchased a used Cable Eye tester from eBay last year and later requested firmware updates for that product. Mr. Ryan had begun requesting schematics, diagrams, and other proprietary information, citing the Washington and Oregon right to repair legislation. When Mr. Strangio rightfully declined these requests, Mr. Ryan initiated complaints with the California, Oregon, Minnesota, and Washington Attorney General offices, as well as the Department of Justice for the state of Oregon. The complaints filed in the state of Oregon were closed without any action taken. The remaining offices have not responded or taken action with regard to the allegations. Under RCW Section 19-415-0104C and Oregon Senate Bill 1596, which became effective on January 1st, 2025, equipment manufacturers are required to provide documentation regarding the maintenance and repair of consumer electronic products, which are generally used for personal, family, or household purposes. Neither law applies to products or equipment that have never been available for retail sale to customers. RCW Section 19-415-0408C, SB 1596, Section 13GB, 82nd Legislative... Okay, just for the... Can you guys do me a favor since I'm putting this on the screen, and just forgive me if I don't read all the letters and numbers and mumbo-jumbo there when I'm going through this. It's 11 o'clock at night, so excuse me on that one. If you're interested in that, it's going to be on the screen. Neither law applies to products or equipment that have never been available for retail sale to customers. Additionally, enforcement of Section 1 in Senate Bill 1596 does not begin until July 1st, 2027 at Section 7. CAMI Research does not manufacture any consumer electronic products as defined under statute, nor does it sell products directly to individual consumers. The requirements set out by these laws are therefore inapplicable to CAMI Research and its manufactured products. CAMI Research is not legally bound by these provisions and is not required to provide the requested documents. On December 10th and December 12th, 2024, after Mr. Strangio declined initial requests for proprietary information, Mr. Ryan contacted Mr. Strangio via telephone and recorded the conversation without his consent. Mr. Ryan then published portions of those conversations to his website, StephenRyan.com, on June 13, 2025, in a blog post titled News, CAMI Research and Right to Repair, ANSI Repair. In the state of Washington, recording private telephone communications without the recorded consent of all parties is prohibited. Any individual who violates the statute is subject to liability for damages, including actual damages, pain and suffering, attorney's fees, and litigation costs. Additionally, anyone who violates this is guilty of a gross misdemeanor. Similarly, under Massachusetts law, it is a misdemeanor to willfully disclose the contents of any secretly recorded conversations. Massachusetts and Laws, Chapter 272, Section 99C3. In addition to criminal penalties, the publication of these conversations carries civil penalties in both jurisdictions. Under Washington law, defamation action consists of 4 elements. 1, a false statement. 2, publication. 3, fault. And 4, damages. In Massachusetts, plaintiffs are required to demonstrate that a false statement was made to a third party which caused economic loss. Mr. Ryan did not request Mr. Strangio's consent prior to recording these conversations. Mr. Ryan's publication of the conversations in the blog post is a misdemeanor under both Washington and Massachusetts law. You became involved at this point and posted a video to your YouTube channel disparaging CAMI Research based in part on those unlawfully recorded phone calls and the inaccurate information being preferred by Mr. Ryan. You posted a video publicly accusing CAMI Research of failing to comply with right to repair laws. CAMI Research was inundated with negative Google reviews immediately after the video was posted, going from 5-star rating before the video to just 1.3 stars after. The ensuing reputational and economic damage these actions have caused to both Mr. Strangio and CAMI Research continue to this day. Your libelous actions have caused CAMI Research to suffer over $100,000 in actual and reputational damages, and that amount continues to increase. Accordingly, this is a formal demand for you to take the following actions to mitigate further harm. Number 1, remove and retract all defamatory statements in the media alleging CAMI Research failed to comply with right to repair laws. Such media includes but is not limited to your YouTube channel, social media, websites, and CAMI Research's own Google profile and social media sites. Number 2, cease and desist from recording, posting, or otherwise disseminating any conversations involving Mr. Strangio or Mr. CAMI Research employees. Number 3, remove and permanently delete any unlawful recordings or posts containing such recordings from all platforms on which they have been published, and from any private storage. Number 4, issue a retraction on your media channels, including but not limited to your YouTube channel, blog, and/or website, and social media platforms, indicating to your followers that right to repair laws are inapplicable to CAMI Research testers because they are not consumer electronic products. This retraction should include a request for your followers to remove all false and defamatory comments on all media as defined in Action 1, especially as these followers have never purchased products from CAMI Research and have no valid basis for complaint. Their fabricated comments were incited by you, and these followers may also be liable for defamation if the comments are not removed. Number 5, issue a formal apology on your YouTube channels, websites, and social media accounts to CAMI Research and Mr. Strangio himself for propagating false and defamatory information about CAMI Research products and services. These demands shall apply to your agents, employees, or anyone you have engaged to act on your behalf. I demand that you immediately comply with the above actions and confirm in writing your compliance with this demand letter within 5 business days of the receipt. Your letter must clearly state that you have complied with all the steps outlined above and that you will refrain from future violations. The damage to CAMI Research continues each day that these comments and false information remain visible to the public. If you fail to do so, CAMI Research will pursue all legal remedies, including but not limited to injunctive relief, additional monetary damages at a rate of $10,000 per day, reporting to law enforcement and all other remedies under applicable law. This letter serves as your final warning to stop the aforementioned conduct. Very truly yours, Megan M. Coluccio, Baker, Sturchy, Cowden, and Rice, LLC. I got this a few hours ago. My response. Responding to CAMI Research, Inc., cease and desist. Dear Ms. Coluccio, Rossman New Media 2 is a Texas S corporation that owns and operates the YouTube channel in which Mr. Rossman publishes commentary. Rossman New Media 2, not Mr. Rossman personally, and not Rossman Repair Group, is the proper party for any communications concerning the video referenced in your letter of September 5, 2025. Having reviewed your correspondence, Rossman New Media 2 denies any actionable claim exists. For the reasons below, your client has no viable claim, and Rossman New Media 2 declines your demands for removal, retraction, apology, or content suppression. Truth/substantial truth and disclosed fact opinion defeat any defamation theory. Your letter acknowledges that a CAMI representative stated to a consumer, in substance, that repairing and reselling used units could, quote, take business away from CAMI and that CAMI would hold off, And I quote from that recording, "You could be buying these things off the market and selling them, making a profit off it. And that's taking business away from us. And I don't like that idea either. So I'm going to hold off on this at the moment." Ross New Media 2's video accurately conveyed and criticized that stance. In Texas and everywhere, truth and substantial truth are complete defenses. See Dallas Morning News, Inc. versus Tatum, substantial truth. KBMT Operating Company, LLC versus Toledo, Texas Civil Practice and Remedial Code, Section 73005, Truth Defense. Your letter emphasizes that Oregon Senate Bill 1596 and Washington statute apply only to consumer electronic products, not industrial testing equipment. The video's criticism, however, was aimed squarely at Cammie's policy choice, refusing to support repair on the ground that it could reduce sales, not as a definitive adjudication of the statutory coverage. That anti-repair stance, expressed directly by Cammie's leadership via Mr. Strangio, appears to have been the basis for the public's negative reaction. Even if Cammie's testers are ultimately classified as non-consumer goods, the criticism remains the same. The public was disturbed by Cammie's stated hostility to repair of used units, not by any fine distinction between consumer and industrial categories. Moreover, whether such equipment qualifies as consumer goods is not nearly as clear as your letter suggests. Courts applying the UCC have held that products originally purchased for commercial use can be reclassified as consumer goods once individuals acquire and use them personally. See in R.E. Tucker, 329, BR 291, Banker, Arizona, 2005. Vehicles initially acquired for business reclassified as consumer goods once used personally. In R.E. McDaniel, commercial lawnmower reclassified as consumer good when used for home lawn care. In Press versus Perks, a quarter horse treated as a consumer good when owned for personal purposes. Courts have recognized in analogous contexts that reclassification by use is well recognized, and at minimum makes the consumer electronic question debatable. Where scope is contestable, Mr. Rossman's statement that Cammie was violating right to repair cannot be treated as a provably false factual claim. It was an evaluative opinion grounded in disclosed facts and therefore constitutionally protected. To the extent that commentary categorized Cammie as acting contrary to right to repair, those are value judgments based on disclosed facts, not provably false assertions. Such opinions and rhetorical hyperbole are protected by the First Amendment. See Milkovich versus Lorraine Journal Company, liability only for provably false factual statements, Greenbelt Co-op, Old Dominion Branch 496, National Association of Letter Characters versus Austin, Trader as rhetorical hyperbole, New Times Inc. versus Isaacs, satire, rhetorical hyperbole, not actionable. Oregon authority is in accord. See Newman versus Lyles. Is that Neumann, like the microphone U87, or Newman? Either way, again, it's way too late for this shit. Online consumer criticism protected when based on disclosed facts. Any recording law issues do not create liability for Rossman New Media 2. Publication and commentary by a non-interceptor on a matter of public concern is protected. Rossman New Media 2 did not record, solicit, or aid any recording. Rossman New Media commented on and criticized statements made available on a public website by the consumer. Even if the original recording implicated a two-party consent statute, the First Amendment prohibits imposing liability on a non-participant publisher of truthful information of public concern that the publisher lawfully received, Bartnicki versus Vopper. As you can see over here, literally the #1 result on Google for Cammie research versus right to repair. The #1 result right now, and when I did my video, is his blog post. The statutes your letter cites, RCW 9.73.030.6060, Washington and Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 272, Section 99, govern the act of interception and recording. They do not impose liability on later speakers who lawfully access and comment on information already made public. See Commonwealth versus Hyde, Massachusetts, Scope, Section 99, limited to secret recorders. Rossman New Media 2 did not record, intercept, or originate publication of the audio at issue. It obtained the material from a publicly available website and criticized Cammie's own words. Under Bartnicki versus Vopper, imposing liability on such commentary is constitutionally barred. The right to repair point is protected commentary. Statutory scope is at minimum debatable. Rossman New Media's video criticized Cammie's policy choice, refusing repair assistance because it might reduce new sales and express lay opinions about right to repair principles based on disclosed facts. See Milkovich, 497 U.S. at 18-20, Tatum, 550. Again, it's close to midnight. We're not doing that right now. We do not concede statutory coverage here. We note only that Oregon Senate Bill 1596 became effective January 1st, 2025, with the Oregon Attorney General's Civil Penalty Enforcement Authority operative July 1st, 2027. Or SB 1596, 2024, Section 7, Washington's 2024 law covers consumer electronic products and excludes products never available for retail sale to a consumer. RCW 19415. 040HC. Whether Cammie's testers ultimately fall inside or outside these definitions is at minimum debatable, and certainly not clear enough to render Mr. Rossman's commentary defamatory. Public concern speech shifts burdens Cammie cannot carry: falsity, fault, and actual injury. This dispute concerns consumer repair access and manufacturer policy, which are matters of public concern. A private figure plaintiff therefore bears the burden to prove falsity and fault. Filing Newspapers Incorporated versus HEPS. Recovery for a private plaintiff is limited to actual injury absent proof of actual malice.
Engine 18's right behind you.
CAMI identifies no provable false factual statement by Rossmann New Media 2, and it cannot show actual non-speculative damages proximately caused by Rossmann New Media 2's protected commentary. See Bentley versus Bond. Competent evidence of actual damage is required. Rossmann New Media 2 did not instruct anyone to post false reviews and does not control third-party platforms. Lawful critical reaction by the public to CAMI's own statements is not a basis to punish Rossmann New Media 2's protected speech. Personal jurisdiction and venue outside Texas are improper. Rossmann New Media 2 and Mr. Rossmann are in Texas, if you didn't notice by my accent. The video was created and uploaded in Texas to a nationwide audience. The plaintiff's location cannot supply jurisdiction. The defendant must have purposely directed suit and conduct at the forum, Walden versus Fior. Publishing content on the internet without forum targeting is insufficient. See Revel versus Ladov. Any suit outside of Texas invites dismissal or transfer. Anti-SLAPP, early dismissal and mandatory fee shifting. Texas, TCPA. In Texas State Court, Rossmann New Media will move under the TCPA, Texas Citizens Participation Act, which mandates early dismissal where the plaintiff cannot establish a prima facie case by clear and specific evidence, and provides mandatory attorney's fees and sanctions to a prevailing movement. Washington, UPEPA, RCW, Chapter 4, 105, provides an automatic stay, early merits review, immediate appeal, and mandatory fee shifting to a prevailing movement. Oregon stays discovery and mandates an award of reasonable attorney's fees and costs to prevailing movement. Massachusetts, GLC 231, Section 59H authorizes a special motion to dismiss with fee shifting for petitioning activity. Here are some real fee exposure examples. Texas courts have awarded 5- and 6-figure fee and sanction awards after SLAPP dismissals. See Landry's Incorporated versus Animal Legal Defense Fund. Sanctions remitted to $250,000. Additional fee awards of over $82,000 and $30,000 on remand. Comparable mandatory fee awards are routine under Washington's UPEPA and Oregon's anti-SLAPP. Prior restraints and compelled speech are constitutionally disfavored. Pre-adjudication injunctions against speech are classic prior restraints and presumably invalid. Org for a Better Austin versus Keefe. Texas permits only post-adjudication takedown relief limited to statements actually adjudicated defamatory. Kinney versus Barnes. Your demands for compelled retraction or apology are improper. Rossmann New Media 2 declines them. Rossmann New Media 2's position and requested preservation. Rossmann New Media 2 stands by its accurate reporting and protected opinions. It will continue to speak lawfully on matters of public concern without waiving any rights. Rossmann New Media 2 requests that CAMI preserve all documents, communications, and policies concerning provision or refusal of parts, documentation, and repair assistance, communications with the consumer referenced above, and any internal and public relations discussions concerning this dispute. This matter presents truthful recording and protected opinion on a public issue. No unlawful recording by Rossmann New Media 2, serious jurisdictional obstacles outside of Texas, and powerful anti-SLAPP remedies with mandatory fee shifting. Litigation will be legally unsustainable, economically inefficient, and reputationally counterproductive. We urge CAMI to reconsider and to focus its efforts on constructive engagement with its customers and the community. Should CAMI nonetheless file suit, Rossmann New Media 2 will promptly seek dismissal and full recovery of fees, and where available, sanctions. Respectfully,
3305 Hampton, 3305 Hampton.
That's the legal
letter. Easy 1411, Crusher, Kensington,
Let's
and
just put aside the idea of this bill
Brockhampton.
applying to professional stuff versus test equipment versus consumer electronics. Put that aside for a moment. People are not mad because you disobeyed the law, and if the law did not apply to professional equipment, everybody's just hunky-dory with your statement. People are angry that this law has to exist at all. They've been angry at this for the last decade. The fact that there are even people out there that justify a law like this ever having to be presented because people think that it is bad if customers are able to fix what they own. If I can fix my MSI laptop, that means that I'm less likely to do business with MSI, and that's a problem for MSI. People are not angry at you because I have some sort of issue with the distinction.
Smart storage.
Freshwater 7.
Oh, to Schmitz into Fort Herrick, 102, far off.
Sorry, open area.
CCPD officer here at the office, open the gate.
Negative, so they're both on call right now.
For crash fire, be at 7541 Weber, 7541 Weber, PZ 6011, looking off group 7 at 1422.
Brush 93 received. Group 7.
For fire. For crash fire, be at 7541 Weber, 7541 Weber, PZ 6011, looking off group 7 at 1422.
Received. Group 7.
Any fire investigator on the air, acknowledge. Hold on at the jet, heading back to the city.
Crosstown, 5014 Crosstown, 5014 Crosstown, work off fire dispatch at 1423, will be room 313. Policy 30. 15300 investigating. One female 95 to PD, starting mileage 53288, repeating 53288. 301.
Go ahead.
I'm going to ask the PD with one female 95. Is there any way you can meet me at the PD? Do 37 Access and McKenzie. Command from Command 4.
Christi.
Veteran Highway 26, southbound Morgan. 36 southbound Morgan, clear to clear. Veteran Highway 26, southbound Morgan. 36 southbound Morgan, clear to clear. Veteran Highway 26, southbound Morgan. 36 southbound Morgan, clear to clear.
Command from Sardis.
The middle line of Baxter just walking down the median.
Frank George, 4601. Charlie 220. Can you hold this for a second? I'm going to go traffic.
Okay, we're transporting code 1 Driscoll starting 0.0.
Receive Driscoll 0, good one. Call for engine 10, medic 3. Engine 10, medic 3 for chest pains. ECS 10, 16, unit 14, 18, Page Place. 1418, Page Place. Unit A, Adam. Work off EMS 1 at 1429. Dispatch from command. 2 available quarters.
Engine 10, we're clear. Thanks, medic 3. Rough Stars, any mileage 53290. Battalion 2, this is UCV 7. Where do you need us?
Go ahead. All right, received. I know it was you guys worked that right flank over towards the head. I know there was some burning on the left flank also, so we'll have to get over there also.
That's a one funny area.
Off 31, clear Henry. Clear Henry, 1432.
On 24-10-8. I'll be in route back to the sheriff's department for that previous call. Put me on that upriver welfare check.
White in color, unable to maintain a single lane.
How we clear traffic? Did we clear that incomplete? Both sides of the highway will be cleared by 7. And today, clear traffic.
current vitals are blood pressure 140/80 at 98.5 temp, heart rate of 102, 96% SpO2, heart rate of, or respiration of 18, and a blood sugar of 163. We did give 10 milligrams of morphine. We'll be in your facility about 8 minutes.
Let me try to rate 240. Good.
So she took food from the location, left on foot towards people, patrol 1 and 2 at 14:35.
I'm sorry, I think I was cleared by mistake. Can you put us back on the hit run?
What's everyone doing? Matt, we did that brush fire with Battalion 2. See.
Copy 250 for welfare concern at 1018, 1018.
Delta 190 clear.
Item 240.
Fire dispatch Maggot, arriving Driscoll 4.1. Delta 130 seconds. Charlie 220, I'll be clear. Show me signal 4 for a second at the Old Farrell High School.
Charlie 160, so far.
Can you go to 240?
was only possible because of remarkable. Thank you all for being with me today. We're going to roll out in the next little while an unbelievable operation. This operation was only possible because of remarkable work by a lot of professionals. I'm excited today. As you can see, a lot of people fooled around and found out. And I want to start for just a couple of minutes and go down the list because this is very important. I want to make sure that we recognize, for example, our NGOs, One More Child and Heartland for Children, and you'll hear from them in a few minutes. Heartland for Children is contracted to DCF because when we do these human trafficking operations, we make sure that we're able to begin services immediately as soon as we discover them. So we couldn't do these at the quality and the level we do without them. There's been a change of administration, I don't know if you noticed, in the White House, and now we are allowed to have ICE with us. ICE was embedded with us for the first time. Now there's two groups of ICE that you'll see and hear from, HSI and the ERO side. Then, as you see in front of you here, my colleagues from around the state and around the country, we have a National Innovation Academy. They were also embedded. It's part of their training curriculum. We have an 8-week program, and it is a high-end program for those who are in leadership positions in law enforcement agencies around the country. And it's important that we give them some real-world, hands-on technology experience. We appreciate them being there. And by the way, if you've not sent people to this NIA, this National Innovation Academy, you're just not as cool as you could be. I just want to add that, okay? For the first time, our Sheriff's Artificial Intelligence Laboratory helped set up the infrastructure for this. It's the first of a kind. For those of you who are local, know that we spoke about artificial intelligence and starting the cell unit not so long ago. And I do want to add, we partner with the Polytechnic. They give out 3 major awards, and we are excited that our students assigned to us as a capstone course embedded in our cell unit won 2 of the 3 top awards. The other one was won by NASA, so I thought they were in pretty good company with that. Chris Hansen from True Blue was with us on our Predator side of the operation, and I'll talk more about that. Angie Morchi for Sinclair Broadcast, which has 90 television stations, was also embedded with us, and you may recognize her from Spotlight on America. So why do I talk about all of that? Because it's the partnerships and the relationships and the trust that make successful operations occur. That is foreign to some law enforcement agencies in some parts of the nation, but it's not foreign to us here. It's how we've done business for a very long time. I'm going to go through real quick. You've already heard from One More Child. There's going to be 2 speakers, Jody DeMangi and Stacy Ham will speak with us. The Hardy County Sheriff's Office is here with Vint Crawford. Osceola participated with Sheriff Lopez. ICE, David Gritty, who is the Assistant Field Office Director, is going to speak. DCF is here with Amanda Wilson. The Attorney General's Office is here, and Rita Peters is going to speak. She, by the way, I like to brag on Miss Peters. That's her professional name. We call her Rico Rita around here. If you're involved in an organized criminal enterprise and she hasn't prosecuted you yet, she will. Just wait. Homeland Security, Tom Fowler, Haines City PD, Zephyr Hills PD, Chief Derek Brewer. Haines City PD was Chief Hopwood. Lake Alfred PD, Chief Bodenheimer. Lake County Sheriff's Office, Captain Ron Patton. Lake Wells PD, Captain Stephanie Cook. Bartow PD, Captain Bill Stevens. Davenport PD, Captain Don King. Auburndale PD, Lieutenant Skinner. Now, the other agencies that aren't here that also participated, the U.S. Army CID, Pasco Sheriff's Office, Hillsborough Sheriff's Office, Claremont Police Department, Marion Sheriff's Office, Winter Haven Police Department, Tampa Police Department, Pinellas Police Department, and obviously our state attorney's office, Brian Haas, who is the absolute very best. Now, I'm going to go off script here for just a second, because whenever we do these operations, there's a mastermind behind it that you never see. Well, our mastermind's about to retire. Bobby, come stand up here for a minute. Lieutenant Bobby Kirkpatrick is simply the very best. So when you see this operation today, I want you to know that the silent genius behind all this is this man right here. He's been with us an entire career, and retirement time's come. We're not going to let him stay retired long. We're going to bring him back doing something somewhere. But I want you to see all of this magic and know that it doesn't just happen. He coordinated it all, from those that made the undercover operations to all of the infrastructure, except for the posters and stuff. And the magic of this room today, obviously, is Director Scott Wilder. Bobby, thank you for your crew.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'm very happy.
You're the best, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right. So the important thing to remember with this operation, there were three components. There was a human trafficking component, a child predator component, and an illegal immigration component. We arrested 255 people in 9 days. 141 Johns, 93 prostitutes, 10 others that drove for proceeds and etc. We had people come from 12 different states to be arrested in Polk County, Florida. Obviously, they must live under a rock, but now they live in the county jail. They also came from Puerto Rico. We arrested a huge number of child predators, 11. What's important about this is arresting child predators is very difficult. It takes a talented group of folks. You're going to hear more about these child predators because they're the most despicable. And I can tell you that if we didn't make any of these arrests and only had one child predator we took out of circulation, all of the resources would have been worth it. Illegal immigration, as you know, is on everyone's mind, and you can watch the evening news depending on what you watch, what you want to hear. But I can tell you that about 15% of all of our arrests in the human trafficking operation and our predator operation, about 15% were here illegally in this country. You'll hear more in a minute. They came from Venezuela, Cuba, Honduras, Mexico, Haiti, Colombia, Guatemala. 22 of these folks were receiving government assistance. That's right. We work, we all work, we pay taxes, and then that tax money was given to these folks to use to come commit crime. I want you to think about that the next time you look at your pay stub and see your money going out to the federal government. Know that the federal government is giving money to these folks so that they don't have to work and can come here and violate the law. The youngest we arrested was 17, the oldest was 70. Our folks stand in the gap between good and evil. They took 8 firearms during this operation from 8 different suspects. 25 people were charged with narcotics. We filed 386 new charges, 102 felonies, 284 misdemeanors. Now, there's always some that say, oh, it's low level, you know, it's consenting partners and yaddy. And once you get over that, understand these folks had as many as 919 previous criminal charges. One guy, we'll discuss, had 2 murder charges. And by the way, he spent a long time in prison, but he got out just in time to fool around and find out. You'll see occupations from military, 1 active Navy, 13 veterans, a medical doctor, a retired NFL player, engineers, insurance brokers and agents, regional vice president of a timeshare, Walmart store manager, party planner, IT database, IT software engineer, an IT guy that works in a technology area at an international airport. Now, that gives me comfort. IT database guy for the federal government. Crane operators, business owners, and in the medical field, RN, CNA, medical techs. We had a lot of different people from a lot of walks of life here. But you can see how remarkable this operation is. And I am going to go over in just a few minutes some of the things that you just can't believe. Now I'm going to start with the predators. They're the ones that obviously worry me the absolute most. I'm going to go through these quickly because we have several of them. This is Arthur Denard. He's a registered sex offender already out of Tampa. And he's registered because he had sex with a minor in 2007. He's been to prison on 2 different occasions, and he's out. We've said it over and over. If a sex predator is out, he's dangerous. And he came here thinking he was going to have sex with a 15-year-old child. In fact, he didn't actually travel. He just talked online, and Tampa police, one of our colleagues in this operation, picked him up. And he told this 15-year-old child, I want to put a baby in you. Well, we put a gel in him, so there you go. Then there's Eric Corliss. Eric Corliss is a regional executive for Red Cross Disaster Relief. Think about this. Red Cross does marvelous, beautiful work, and we're so proud of them. But this guy has embarrassed himself and embarrassed his family and embarrassed the Red Cross. He's a big boss. He's an Army veteran. He's married. He was, are you ready for this? Get a grip. He was married to a law enforcement officer, a supervisor in Hillsborough County.
251.
That's right.
001.
He left his phone at home. So his wife, I'm sure a trained detective, wouldn't know where he was. When she heard about it, she's absolutely mortified, and she packed up and left, and she said, sayonara, I'm taking the kids and leaving. This didn't appear to be the first time. He was experienced at what he did. And he also went to great lengths to try to hide his identity when he was online.
Most people know him as Donald Trump, the 45th and 47th President of the United States. Others know him as a businessman or a politician. But to me, he's just my grandpa. We've been playing golf together for years. It's something he's always loved, and it's become a way for us to spend time together. Over the years, I've learned a lot from being on the course with him, not just about golf, but about life. Today I want to bring you along for a round. Just us, playing the game we both love. Join us on the course for this one-on-one with Kai. This is a really special video, and I hope you guys enjoy.
Wasn't that nice? You know,
hello, everybody. We're going to have a little fun today. We have Kai, who's done terrifically at golf. She's a really good player. And we're going to play a little bit of the course in Virginia that I think is rated the number one. I think it's one of the best courses anywhere in the world. It's on the Potomac River. It's Trump National, and it's been really great. Washington, D.C., we call it. Trump National, Washington, D.C. It has the Washington area. And it's been just a great place to play. It's a phenomenal course. And we're going to have a little fun. We'll play best ball, and we'll see how we do, and I think we'll do okay.
I think we'll do pretty good.
You're swinging so good, so
so are you. You're swinging better than me.
Well, I don't think so. I don't know. We're going to find out. Have a good time, everybody. I hope you enjoy it.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. I'm playing golf today with my grandpa. We're going to do a best ball from the white tees, and I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling a little tired, but feeling good. I think we're probably going to end up playing.
This is where we're going to do our best to send them. Nicholas Capart's 46 from Riverview. He's married. He's got 2 children. He spent 10 years in the Marines, and he wanted sex with a 14-year-old girl. And he said, hey, if this goes well, I'll permanently make you my girlfriend. His chat was remarkably nasty as well. Then there's Domingo Francisco Miguel. He's married with 3 children. He has a legal green card. However, upon his conviction, ICE has agreed to relook at him because he's not a U.S. citizen, but he has a green card to be here. He traveled to have sex with a 15-year-old girl. He told his boss, now he lied to his boss too, by the way, I just thought I'd share that with you, that he needed to go get some medicine. I guess he didn't realize that his medicine that he'll get will be at the county jail. But he was a jolly old soul. He said, when I get out of this, I'd like to be a detective. I really would. He said, I like your work. I don't know if he's trying to, grease us up or if he's just a nut job. Doesn't make any difference. He's going to the county jail. Aston Mack, he's 35 from Deltona. He wanted sex with a 15-year-old girl. He ran from us. Can you believe that? That wasn't nice, but he did. He thought he was talking up a deal with a family member. Well, I'll pay you and I have sex with a child. What? What are you thinking? Now, he worked for the Opportunity Community Ability Group, OCA, in Orange County. And that's a group that helps special needs children. They say he never had any contact by himself with the children. Mostly he was admin support. But I want to brag on OCA. The second that we notified them, they terminated him. They were totally cooperative. They were mortified. They were glad that we found him and arrested him. But he's in jail, charged with human trafficking. Matthew Klein is 48. He's a receptionist at Guard Law Legal Group in Lakeland. He shouldn't have to go far to find an attorney to represent him. He wanted to have sex with a 14-year-old male. He thought the child was home alone. He admitted that he had had sex before with children. That's still under investigation. He was also looking for children on 2 different apps. We found him really working hard to find children. He traveled and he, by the way, neglected to tell us in our undercover capacity that, oh, by the way, when I have sex with you, I'm HIV positive, which that is a criminal violation of law in the state of Florida, not to notify your partner that you are HIV positive. But there are several things before I go on to the others that I think you should know, because these people are unbelievable. I picked out a few of their quotes I thought I'd share with you. Y'all get a 10-star rating for customer service. This is really awesome. Not for me, but for y'all. Oh, by the way, can I do my volunteer time with you guys? No. This guy said I had the option of going to church or coming here. I picked here. So, wrong choice. He had a chance to be in church, talking with Jesus, worshiping, doing what's right. Instead, he wanted to be on his knees in a brothel. I don't understand it. Just thinking out loud. Altar, brothel, altar, brothel. This guy was a realist. Well, this is God's sign not to do this. He thought that was a bad idea. And just thinking, God spoke directly to him. It's amazing how God comes in clear focus when you're under arrest. I used to always say, Jesus lives in the county jail because everybody I took there found him. So this guy says, oh, we're in Polk County? My friend was just arrested here last night. You got to be kidding me. Now, I'm going to start to introduce you to some of these morons. But here's the one that I think is just super cool. This is like mother, like daughter. So we're talking to a mom. She's 48, Sherry Pena. She's on public assistance. She's living at a DV shelter in Central Florida. She drove her daughter, Haley Pena, 23, to have sex. When we ask her, you're a mother to this young lady? What are you thinking? She said, oh, whoa, wait a minute. I just thought I was taking her to buy drugs. Oh, that's better. You know, you're taking her to her drug dealer, right? So anyway, the mother and daughter were also arrested in 2024 for battery over 65 years of age person. She's arrested. Did I tell you she's on felony probation already? Yep. That's right. She's on felony probation. So that's just a little color there, but let's get to the stack and go through real quickly, and then we'll turn it over to our colleagues here. Oh, some other things. Let me get this out of the way. All right, I'm going to go through these. How about Jason Bathurst from 43 from Davenport? This is our human trafficking and prostitution folks. He's charged with offering to commit. This Jason Bathurst, okay? When he walks in, you think, well, I have set up a deal with an ugly woman. And I think you would all agree that this guy's an ugly woman, right? This is what you really get when the makeup comes off. This is Jason Bathurst. Now I want you to think about this a minute, okay? You decide that you're going to hook up with a woman. She comes in, and she's already uglier than a mud fence, right? And then, as you start to engage, you find out, hey, this dudette is a dude, and look what he really looks like. Yeah, he looks like he should have been in a Scarface movie someplace. I don't know. This is what's happening. People think they're getting this, and many times they're getting a really bad guy. So this is the before and after, you know. When you find them in the bar at night, you know, you try to drink them pretty, and you wake up the next morning and you see this. Yeah, that's what we call Rolex ugly. Rolex ugly is you wake up the next morning and they're laying on your arm and your Rolex is there and you just chew your arm off and leave the Rolex. You just got to get out of there. You don't care about the Rolex. But that's the kind of people we're going to talk about today. Then there's a Darius Taylor. He's 34. He played at Lake Gibson High School football. Went on to have an outstanding career in the NFL. He played for the Carolina Panthers, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Cleveland Browns, and he was a linebacker. But listen, the dude made a lot of mistakes. He not only brought his 6-year-old child to the operation, but he left his 6-year-old child in the car when he went to do the operation. The 6-year-old child has a lot of medical issues, and he left this child alone that should have never been left alone because of medical conditions. DCF was on site, took possession of the child immediately, found mom. Mom came and got the child. The child is doing fine. This guy here, you know, obviously he must have hit one too many people as a linebacker because his brain cells are scrambled. He shouldn't have shown up in the first place, but to leave that child, my goodness. So he picked up a child neglect charge along with everything else. Then there's David Michael. He's 35. He's a medical doctor for Orlando Health. He showed up. He's got dual citizenship. He's also from the country of Egypt. And he decided to, hey, you know, I'm not saving any lives or making people feel better tonight, so I'll go make sure I feel better by going to this house of ill repute that turned out being law enforcement officers from all over Central Florida doing what's right. Then there's Namish Patel. Namish is 53. He's an event planner. He didn't plan on this event, but he is an event planner. He's on public assistance. Yep. We asked him, dude, what are you doing here? He says, you know, my wife's being treated for cancer at Moffitt. Well, number one, if you have cancer, there's not a better place, any place, than Moffitt, okay? Highly recommend that. But since she's being treated, I thought I'd just show up here. You got to be kidding me, man. You're not home taking care of your wife, somebody who's done everything for you. You're out scally-dogging around, and your wife's sick. nasty people. Then there's Patrick Dang. He's 40. He's from Newport Richey. He's married. And he owns Dang Good Sushi in Trinity, Florida. Yeah. He came for a dang good time, but it didn't work out that way. Next time you go there and get sushi, you may want to make sure that he's wearing gloves or washed his hands.
Nice members we have here.
And by the way, I had some law enforcement officers that had been at his restaurant, said it's pretty good sushi.
Too.
Alphonse Ibua, 37, he's an IT tech for Paragon Systems, and he's contracted by the federal government. He's married. He's an 8-year Army vet. His wife thought he was at the gym.
Oh.
Well, he was going to do some exercise, I got to admit that. Until he found out
that was the right club,
us.
too.
So we asked him, okay, why did you do this? Well, you know, my wife's indisposed this week, so I just thought I'd come down here for some stress relief. Well,
that's a beauty, honey.
His wife ain't happy.
That's a beauty.
That, and he went to jail. Then there's Jonathan Epstein, who's 38. He's a Walmart manager. Now, he came.
What would you say?
And he said, oh, I'll pay extra because I don't want to wear any protection.
Let's see.
Well, that's just dandy, you know? I guess next time you go to Walmart, you know, and he greets you, hi, I'm here for, you know, you can say, you have any protection?
Par.
Ahmad
I gotta start hitting it
Ansat,
close so we can make more
22,
birdies.
he's a registered nurse.
These greens are very fast.
And
but this would be a great US Open
way,
course. It's built like a US Open
come here
course.
to advertise all these wonderful places, and they're professional places. Tampa General, if you get very sick or have a significant injury, you want to make your way to Tampa General. It's
I feel like now it's like a staple. Like it has to be red.
Like MAGA.
Not so with him, but the rest of them are good. Isaac Tirado dhsCCPD, he's 28. He's unemployed. Now, he's going to spend money, understand, but he's unemployed. Okay?
One thing about us is that we're very good at tee shots. We don't miss the fairway.
At that moment in time, is working at Lakeland Regional Health. She's 8 months pregnant, working while he is spending money because he's unemployed, right? Spending her money.
She's got a big extension
on prostitutes.
I'm long. I'm very, very long.
When we asked him why, he said, I had a lot of
spare time. That extension. That all long hitters have the big extension.
Okay. I don't even know how
Besides
to
Rory.
that.
Rory's
Then there's Arthur Lark, the second, 54 from Haines City. He's married.
He uses the ground very well.
He was charged with soliciting
told me that Rory is the best driver that he'd seen.
But this guy,
I would agree with that.
instead of doing minor crimes and working up, he did major crimes and is working down. He was first arrested in Orange County in 1990 during a drug beef.
Okay, which is
he shot at his person he was fussing with and
Next time
missed
I'm
and
draw.
killed a 16-year-old boy.
Okay. Put it up.
An innocent person he killed. Now, while he's in jail and they're doing an investigation, jail and prison, they determined that he had also committed a 1989 murder. And in that one, he and some friends were trying to steal a vehicle. A neighbor came home and said, hey, they're stealing my neighbor's vehicle. So he confronted them.
Wow.
Lark pulled the gun out. The neighbor says, whoa, this is all the good news I can stand in one day. He turns and runs.
Into the wind? 190?
Into the wind, yeah.
Lark chases him down and kills him for trying to be a good neighbor. He did 26 years in prison. That sounds significant, but it's only 13 years for each murder. And one is an innocent kid that he missed and hit, and the other is a neighbor that was trying to help.
Almost.
And now he's out and involved again. And then there's Robert Burnett. He's
Mine's
30.
definitely over. I hit that way too good.
Oh, did you go over?
Works in IT for the St. Pete Clearwater International Airport. He's married as well. The detective said he cried a lot and he peed his pants.
Okay, honey.
I understand that. I'm married to an Auburndale girl. I would think this is the end of my life, because if I go home, she's just going to kill me. I don't think that happened to him. At least there's no death report.
Shot 190. I hit 5 hybrid. I went over.
That's just a snapshot.
So I probably hit like 200 yards.
They all have a story.
Now the juices are flowing.
We just picked those out.
Because I know you like chipping with those with the lower loft plugs.
Some of our
For
subject
me,
matter
I like chipping with 60 degrees and 54. Because I like using that extra
we'll
loft
start
sometimes.
with Jody and
to get more
Stacy
spin.
That one
from
better if I
One
played
More
it that
Child.
way.
Jody?
Like I would have used.
You know why? You have to swing too hard with it.
Thank you, Sheriff.
And you have to save it with your hands.
Good morning. My name is Jody Domingue. I am the acting
like,
chief
if I was
operating
down here, maybe
officer
I'd
at
use
One More Child. One More Child has been providing services to vulnerable children and struggling families for over 120 years.
How much do you like golf?
This includes advocacy and direct care service to survivors of human trafficking throughout Florida, North Carolina, Tennessee, Ohio, and several countries around the world. The Polk County Sheriff's Office still remains one of our closest partnerships, and I would like to congratulate them on another successful operation.
Thank you.
Once again, we were able to join them at ground zero every night, providing opportunities of hope and a future by those who are impacted by sexual exploitation. Because of our incredible partnership, One More Child spoke and offered services to over 90 individuals, 19 of which have already agreed to services that include connection to safe shelter, advocacy, mental health counseling, and mentorship with a lived experience expert. One More Child provides immediate and ongoing services not only to those who are able to be identified as victims that night, but also to individuals who are not ready to identify and who are still in a life of sexual exploitation. I say this every time. The individuals who walk through that door might not be ready to be identified that night, but what we know is that statistically, there is a history of abuse and sexual exploitation in their past. No one grows up wanting to sell their bodies for profit. And we are committed to providing opportunities for a life outside of sexual exploitation and human trafficking. Critical partnerships and collaboration like what you see up here today is very important. But we are only one piece of the solution. We have to set a precedent in the state of Florida that the purchasing of a person should be more than a mere misdemeanor. Advocates have introduced legislation for the past several years to try to increase penalties that are worthy of the trauma that impacts every individual that is bought during these operations, and to make the first charge a felony. This is a standard we must set in the state of Florida to put a dent into this problem. Legislators, we need your help next year getting this over the finish line. Now, the true heroes in this collaboration are our survivor leaders and our lived experience experts. They bravely utilize their history of pain and trauma as a bridge of connection for those who are recovered in all of these operations. They use their life experience to inform every aspect of our work, and they are the only real experts in this field. One More Child ensures that a lived experience expert is on the ground every night of these operations. And I would like to introduce you to one of our most incredible survivor leaders, and she's lent her expertise for many years to these operations, Miss Stacy.
I love them all. But I think Tiger, Jack, Gary.
Good morning. I want to first start by thanking Sheriff Grady Judd, the Polk County Sheriff's Office, all the other law enforcement that assisted with us, and to the NGOs that we continuously collaborate and partner with. Your dedication is what really makes a true difference here today. I stand here before you not only as a survivor of human trafficking, but as someone who once believed that's all my life would ever be.
Look at that.
My story began before I even had a voice. I come from 3 generational cycles of familial sex trafficking. By the time I was just 2 years old, my father sold me to the first time to one of his friends in the neighborhood. My siblings and I, we grew up with abuse, abandonment, and fear. We were often found sleeping at parks or wandering downtown alone. The times we were bullied, we were held in closets and locked in the back room. I grew up expecting fear at any moment, and I was eventually removed from my home. I was separated from my siblings and placed into the foster care system. While I spent my time in the foster care system, we continued to be exploited, and even one of my siblings continued to be sexually abused, and the case never went anywhere.
Very nice.
I was then adopted into a home. I'm often asked when adopted, is that when my rescue came? And it wasn't. That's when my abuse continued to happen and my exploitation continued.
You had too many close calls.
I grew up thinking that this was normal, and this left me open to be susceptible, to be a vulnerable target. I was so desperate to be seen and to be loved, and this led me right back into a cycle of trafficking. We often imagine traffickers to present certain stereotypes or to be a certain gender.
I wish I hit my driver
But my
like
trafficker as a young adult was a friendly female who was the retail store manager of where I applied an interview. She hired me, gave me a place to live, and provided me a sense of family and protection that I was so desperate for. But really, her kindness masked a vulnerability of her luring me back into the life of trafficking.
You know?
During this recent sting operation, I heard story after story that echoed so much of mine. So many of the victims that my team and I got to work with shared childhood abuse, time in the foster care system, times their family members were selling them, times that nobody would look and listen at them. Two of the survivors that we got to talk to shared how they were offered false promises.
What's
it was
the
prostitution,
best advice
they were
you can give to someone?
But really what it was is they were being exploited, they were being sold, and they were being faced with threats, and they were being feared.
I agree with that.
We often ask, why don't they leave? Why are they choosing to stay? But I can tell you, as someone who was pulled back into the life of trafficking, it impacted my housing, impacted my job, my transportation. So where was I to go? It took several people coming into my life, trying to make a difference and trying to show me that there was positives, there was an outcome, and there was a way out of this. They say it takes an average of 10 points of contact for someone to feel comfortable and safe to finally speak up to be seen.
I bet the hole's over there.
When I found the courage to try to finally leave my trafficking situation, I was met with fear.
That's why I have you. You're going to carry me.
There was a threat that they would release the content that I had created during my exploitation, and I had no clue who would get that.
That's as good as I can hit it.
I was faced with the very real possibility of losing everything.
That I think it's important is that
Fairway does not know so much in her life. The little bit of stability I had is what I wanted to cling to. That's the reality for so many of the survivors that we work with each and every day. It's the choice between staying in a dangerous situation or stepping into the known with little or no safety net to catch them.
And I don't think about golf.
I'm not
thinking about golf. I'm thinking about other things.
And everything changed for me when the right people came along. They didn't ask me why I didn't leave sooner.
I play better when
but instead they asked, how can we help you? How can we give you the tools for you to create the life that we know God gave for you? They helped me with resources, with therapy, and most importantly, a belief that God has a true purpose for my life. The operation we're discussing today, it's more than just a news headline. It represents lives being saved, generational cycles being broken, hope being rekindled and restored to survivors.
A lot of bite on the ball,
but this is just the beginning. True justice doesn't end with the arrest. It continues with our survivors receiving long-term rehabilitation and the unwavering belief that every person deserves freedom, dignity, and a future. To the survivors watching, the survivors more
we're going to have a call from the RP unless there's anybody to locate us.
You keep showing up, keep fighting for survivors, fighting for us to be seen in spaces where you don't see us. Every voice and every action, it matters and it does make the difference. Thank you.
Look at that. Great shot.
If there's any doubt in your mind why we do these human trafficking operations, there's your sign.
My boss went back.
If we only saved one, it's worth the whole operation. And I can tell you with Jody and her
just dropped off passenger Ricardo Gomez.
He,
every time I pick him up, he tells me how to get him home. I tell him my iPad. So when I pick him up, he tells me, dropping me off, or you want someone dropping me off. He goes, go that way, and he goes, no, you don't. And he goes, the other driver, I'm not the other driver, I don't do that. And when he got off, he asked for my name, so just in case he calls in or calls in or about it, I don't want to let y'all know.
In the U.S. Interior, with its broad investigatory authorities and enforcement capabilities. Our congressionally mandated mission is to preserve public safety and national security by keeping dangerous criminal aliens out of our communities. ICE uses data-driven, fact-based intelligence to identify, arrest, and remove criminal aliens from the United States.
I thought mine was going to hit the green.
It partners with local, tribal, state, and federal law enforcement agencies to keep our communities safe
farther past the wall. You
and
don't
preserve
want to
national security.
Well,
We
you
prioritize
don't like to leave yourself
public safety
downhill
over
either.
politics. Brave officers are on the streets
See,
every
there's the
single day,
Potomac, honey.
risking their lives to locate, arrest, and remove
This
the
kid
most
doesn't
egregious
get through
criminals
here.
in line with the president's
And this is
policy
a
of the
real
worst
river
first.
course, not one where they use the
Throughout this
word river.
operation, ICE ERO
And there
officers
is no
encountered
river.
over 50
That's the
foreign-born
Potomac
aliens
River, honey.
and
See
placed
that-
detainers with the Polk County Sheriff's
That's
Office
an
on over
Olympic
30
team
of them.
right there.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah,
ICE
rowing,
enforcement
right?
and removal operations, as well as Homeland Security
Do
investigations,
you know if
are committed to our
Georgetown rows in
partnerships in the
the river?
effort to
I think so.
identify
They
and
all do.
combat predators engaged in human
This course-
trafficking
this
and
course is
child
actually
exploitation. Once
This
again,
is
Sheriff, thank
orange
you very
and
much for
I'm
allowing us
Do
to
you
be
use
part
the
of this
black ball?
operation this year. We look forward to our
Yeah,
continued
I have
partnership.
it customized
Thank you.
with the
If you go to red, you get less pay.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you, sir.
But I do, in
Now,
Florida, though, I
I'm
like
going
sticking
to
it
say
close
some
and having it
things
spin.
that our colleagues, our federal colleagues, are not permitted to say because
that's my
they
ball.
work for bosses who work for bosses who work for bosses. I can't say enough good about ICE, the ERO, and the HSI guys and gals. They are hand in
How's that,
glove
bro?
with us
Good?
every day. They have a
Dispatch
mission from the
14.
President of the United States. We also
Well, yeah,
have
just on
another
this rail,
mission
I
at the
think.
state level from Governor
Pretty unusual,
DeSantis,
isn't it?
and that is to keep people safe. Now, I want to underscore one more time, 15% of the people that we arrested weren't even supposed to be in this country.
Just like that.
But they were in
That's
this
how you guys do
country
it. I'm going to come out here
crime.
and play more when I can, because this is
26
beautiful.
of the
It's gorgeous.
36
It's Bedminster with the river.
here
That's the quality
were
of it.
not
you know?
documented at
amazing.
all, which means they
Think of
didn't
that,
come
right?
across the border
I
illegally
honestly
and then
think
check in.
It actually
as
looks
we
very
were
much
led
like
to
Bedminster,
believe
just
they were doing. But
different.
26 of the 36, they
It's,
had
'cause
no
look at the
information
river.
on them at all, which
Take
means
a
they
picture of that,
snuck in the
honey. Show
border.
us. Yeah. You can't show
And
it
they're
too
in the
much.
country. So
'Cause we're
we
on the
really
river.
don't know
We're not looking at a
how
river,
many
we're on the
illegal
river.
immigrants are in
There's
this
no
country.
property like this.
We know how many came in and checked in. Several of the comments that
If I
these
wasn't
illegal
Donald Trump,
immigrants
this would be a
made
top
is, yes,
10 in
they're
the
feeling
nation.
the pressure, but they're not
Do you
going
understand that?
anyplace.
I understand.
We asked them, hey, will you take the $1,000 and
Cut.
go home? And they go, of course not.
Cut.
No,
That could
no,
be
we're
good.
not doing that. We're staying here. They're going to stay here until we make them leave.
Did that follow the
We
green
heard
up there?
stories of why
Check this
they
out.
were crossing, as they were
That's
crossing,
pretty
as
good.
they were making their way to the border.
It follows the green, we're in good
That
shape.
people dying at various
What's your
crossings in
favorite
Mexico
White House
and
event
Central
that's
America.
hosted every year?
Anything in the White
One
House
told
is my
us that he
favorite.
made a
Do you like
$20,000
Christmas in the White
payment
I love the White
to a
House.
coyote
know
to
you
get
do.
him
I'm
into the
fixing it,
United
yeah, I'm making
States.
it
And he walked
incredible.
for 5 days
Better than
through the
Rebel was.
desert.
We're putting marble floors
Another
in
said he
places that
paid
should have it.
$10,000.
It's gonna look
Now he's
amazing.
been
I'm
deported
looking forward
3
to seeing
times and he keeps
finished
coming
product.
back.
I put
Another
it up.
paid
Focus on this.
$7,000
Don't
to
think
come
about. Don't worry
across.
about the White House, honey. I'm
When
taking
we
care of the
ask, one, why do you keep coming back? He said, oh, I always keep coming back. I'm in construction. I can make $60,000 a year here under the table.
Oh, it's like right by the hole.
And I can make, $6,000
Good shot, honey.
in Mexico,
That's a good shot.
$10,000 in Mexico. I'm always coming
That's a
back.
good shot.
Even when y'all send me away,
My
you're going
legs,
to have
I
to
had to
stop
like
me
make sure my
again.
legs were nice and
Ladies and gentlemen,
strong over there.
another reported that he came here illegally from
What's your
Cuba and
favorite
saw
snack?
2 people drown along the way.
Like favorite, like let's say if you're on the hot dog.
They shouldn't
Yeah,
be
well, I
here.
love it. On a golf
They're
course,
committing
hot
crime.
dog is
They're
good
taking
shot
up
you hit.
resources of United States
Let's make a birdie
taxpayers.
now. Birdie time.
They're not
I
coming
hit a
here the
better
right
shot.
way. We open
I
our
thought I hit a
arms
better shot than
to those immigrants that come here legally and appropriately. But the ones that come here and commit crime, that is 100% totally
Appreciate it.
not acceptable.
You know, I was like
Now,
almost
I
falling with the
would
ball just
ask
the way it was. So I was like,
if Ms.
I had to make
Peters,
sure my
Rita
legs were like
Peters,
nice
from
and
the
stable,
statewide
so I just don't fall
Office
over.
of the
and
Attorney
crack.
General would come. James Uthmeyer, our Attorney General, is always eager to send people and to help us
All
with
right,
these
honey, put it up.
operations. And Ms. Peters, as I said earlier, is just
Right,
simply
let's
the
go
best
again.
of the best when it comes to prosecutors.
Thank you, Sheriff. I am very honored to be
Get
able
up.
to have a nickname from one of Florida's favorite
Oh,
sheriffs.
didn't
So
turn it off.
I'm going to boast in that a little bit and live in that glory. Thank you, Sheriff.
thank you to all of the heroes that were part of this operation.
All right, we gotta make
I
a
have
birdie
the honor,
somewhere.
along with my co-worker Paige Tucker, to be here on behalf of Florida's Attorney General James Uffmeyer. You hear a lot that Florida's a law and order state,
And never is that more apparent than in this operation. And all
Are you looking forward to
agencies
the
that
White
work
House
tirelessly,
UC then?
hand in hand to ensure that Florida is made
am I invited
safe.
to that?
Agencies from our sheriff's offices around Central Florida, our police departments around South Florida, our organizations that offer victim services, the Department of Children and Families, and prosecution partners, not just statewide prosecution, but also Brian Haas, our local state attorney. Because of that partnership and that shared mission, we were able to be part and honored to be part of an operation that kept Florida safe, took individuals off the street that were trying to make victims, that were trying to seek victims, and we were able to assist in getting victims some assistance. And so for that, we thank all of our law enforcement partners. They are the line between good and evil, and we thank them every day for that, and we are very privileged to be part of that machine that happened and fool around and find out. Thank you.
As we wrap up today, I want to underscore that not any single one of our agencies could have done this alone.
Hit that dead straight.
It's the partnership and the teamwork. And we all serve the same people across the county, across the state, across the nation.
That's going to make the green.
The people of the nation trust us to keep them safe, and that's what we do here in Polk County and in Central Florida and in the state of Florida.
If you hit it good,
but
you can
good
make
things
the green.
don't just happen. Good people have to make good things
and
happen.
You have to be very straight.
And these are good people representing
a little
their
left to right,
agencies.
you have a long trap shot, which
I'm
is
eternally grateful
not the favorite shot
for the partnership and the teamwork that they have provided once again in a major operation.
Do you like? I hate fairway
bumpers. And I want to underscore and end with this because these broadcasts will go nationwide. If your community is not partnering with and creating these operations across the United States, why not? You need to be asking your chiefs and your sheriffs and your state police,
I'll give you a good
your prosecutors, your mayors, your city and county commissioners. Why aren't we doing that here? And when you hear the statement, well, we don't have that problem here, know that that's not the truth. There's nothing unique about the people in Florida other than we seek them out. They hide under rocks and in bushes.
You gotta give me a line.
This is a stealthful undercover operation. Every community in this nation has this issue. Now, very few of these people, I think like 21 or 22, came out of our county, out of the 255. But they came from all around.
Well, you see how it goes.
The Florida
it goes
area
straight that way, yeah.
And the other states.
That's more than 2 cups.
So lean in to your like leaders in your communities. If you don't have these operations, and understand when a police chief says, I can't do that. Well, none of us can do it either alone. But when you create that partnership and friendship, and you go after the bad guys, you save these victims of human trafficking, you find these illegal aliens that are here committing crimes.
So you know what, aim it right there.
You deal with ICE. I can't say enough good work about ICE. They are really, really, really going above and beyond to help us all. So thank you. God bless you. It's good that you came with us to be with us today.
That's great.
We'll see you. And over to the wise. There'll be another one. Fool around and find out. Good. See you later.
Okay, I think that gets us under par.
Yeah. Yeah. 1 under par right there.
That was a good second putt.
Thank you.
They gave you a bad read on the first one.
I think the first one it's a little more and then more speed. I didn't hit it hard enough. Let's see.
117.
291 the airline Woodridge.
Good shot.
Okay, so it's 120.
Pretty good.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Dispatch from Christi.
All right.
Received 341.
Engine 9 available in quarters.
Delivery Army 3.1.
Received 3.1.
Restricted area.
All right, plus completed 1531.
Delta 250.
Unit 4.
Hello everyone, it's certainly my honor to be with you today, and we've got a remarkable undercover operation, fool around and find out again. And we're going to introduce you to some of the big bosses that were involved in this. And by the way, for the big bosses who don't know, this is our NIA Academy. We have representatives from all over the United States. Part of their class was to be there to not only see the undercover operation, but the technology, and then to be here today to see how the press conference goes. Our focus was to rescue the victims of human trafficking and to also intercept child sex predators, pedophiles, deviants before they could get to children. And that's what we're going to talk about today. But first off, I want to introduce to you Florida's Attorney General, James Huffmeyer. He's a dear friend of mine. He was the Chief of Staff for Governor DeSantis, and now he is our Attorney General. And we really, really, really like the support and the work that he does. He's going to speak with you. Then we have our Chief Financial Officer, Blaise Goya. He's here with us today. He was appointed to fill that position of CFO only 2 months ago. And the energy and enthusiasm that he has brought, the vision for the state of Florida that he has brought is remarkable, and we're glad that he's here with us today. And of course, my friend, my state attorney, Brian Haas, and I say my state attorney because I can tell you that I've had the opportunity to be the major county sheriff of America president. I've had the opportunity to be the president of the Florida Sheriff's Association. So I've been around the United States. There's never been a finer state attorney anywhere, any place, anywhere than Brian Haas. He gets after the bad guys. We arrest them, he prosecutes them. In fact, as we speak today, his prosecutors, for which I'm grateful, Mr. Haas, are having a lady sentenced to life for causing the death of one of my law enforcement officers. And because of your great work and that of your team, she was convicted as charged. So thank you very much, and she'll spend the rest of her life in jail for contributing and creating the environment that caused my deputy to be shot and killed in the line of duty. In addition to that, we will have speaking today, one name, one voice, Dr. Mary Ann Thomas. One more child will be Sine Dresler and Stacy Ham. We have speaking with us Heartland for Children, Katie Ann Parchment, our Osceola Sheriff and my friend Christopher Blackman, the Bloomington, Minnesota Police Chief, Booker Hodges. He's a dear friend of mine, and he's here. His team came down to participate and to learn. What's important to understand with these human trafficking operations, we were able to identify what we believe are victims of human trafficking. And as our goal, we have resources. Our NGOs are embedded with us so that we can immediately turn them over for services. And you'll hear more about that in just a few minutes. But let me give you the highlights of what occurred. There were 246 arrests in only a 7-day operation. 230 human trafficking arrests included 99 Johns, 111 prostitutes, and 20 other arrests. One of the things that I'm going to camp on and begin with my comments in a few minutes was the fact that we arrested 16 travelers. That's right. They were sexual deviants that thought they were coming to a home to have sex with a child. And many times, wonky, crazy, nasty, vile, ugly sex. Not that all of it's not with a child, but at a higher level. We're going to talk about many of them. We actually located 10 potential victims of human trafficking. Listen, folks, when I tell you that not only were 219 arrests from the state of Florida, 37 were from Polk County. Now, you would think of all the places, the people in Polk County would understand not to show up, since we do this often and we arrest 200 plus every time, but it goes to show even in our county there's still a few people that live under rocks. There's 11 other states that are represented in those that were arrested. The state of Washington, California, North Carolina, New York, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Georgia, Virginia, Texas, and Nevada. 26 of the people that were arrested were married. 18 was the youngest person that we arrested. 67 was the oldest one. We also had people on government assistance. Now, I have to point them out. You know, our CFO is really interested in waste. Well, think about it. You, the hardworking people, were out making money, earning money, paying taxes, and they were being paid to violate the law. And I imagine there were more of them, but this is the ones we identified. Of course, we arrested 9 that had a military background. One was active Army, 5 previous Army in addition to the 1, 2 Air Force, 1 Navy, 1 National Guard. 15 firearms were brought to the operation by different suspects. One of the 15 firearms was stolen and we recovered it. Of course, what would an operation be if we didn't arrest theme park employees? We had 2 from Universal arrested and 2 from Disney arrested. 32 people were charged with drug possession. 3 individuals had active warrants. 16 individuals had prior prostitution charges. And 7 of those were from previous operations we've done. They showed up again. They like us so much, they like the jail so much, they wanted to come go to jail again with us. 2 of them were from the fool around and find out that we had just a few months ago. 2 of them came back for a second trip. Well, you know good and well that they got 2 brain cells, okay? And they used 1 on the first one and 1 on the second. They have 0 brain cells left now. March Sadness, 2 came back that we arrested in that operation. Operation Traffic Stop in 2023, we got 1 of those back. In Operation Fall Hall of 2022, I guess they have a short memory, we have those back. Now, some people would say, oh, they're not such bad people. Well, these folks had a total of 706 previous charges, 317 felonies, 389 misdemeanors. And we lodged against these folks new charges, 371 new charges. So let's go through really quick. I always want to start with our child sex predators. These are the nastiest of the nastiest. This is Trey Taunton. He's 40 years of age. He lives in Mineola in Central Florida. He's a psychological therapist. And he works for family life counselors in Lake County. Now let me tell you what makes him so scary. His job was to counsel at-risk children. And at-risk children are traditionally those that are the easiest and the most vulnerable to be groomed. Family Life Counselors has fired him. And before that, he was a swim coach at the Mount Verde Academy in Lake County. where he was around pre-K to 12, from pre-K to 12th grade. Now, I underscore, he did not work for Mount Verdi Academy when this occurred. They fired him, or he left their employment in 2024. And you know what his profound statement was when he was arrested? My husband is going to divorce me when he hears about this. Well, not only does he hear about it, he gets to see it right here. He told the undercover male who was 15 that he loves oral sex and kinky sex. Now, this guy shows up at a house thinking he's going to have kinky sex with a child. Now, here's the interesting part. When he was working through a time, he called the undercover and said, my counseling appointment has canceled, so I can be there about 4 in the afternoon. I can get off work early. Well, he arrived and went to jail because we were there protecting the community. And then there's Christopher Williams. He's from Orlando. He's 31. He works for Positive Behavioral Solutions as a psychological and social rehabilitation specialist coordinator. I'm not sure what that means, but I do know what child sex predator means, and that's what he is. He was immediately fired. And he talked to the father, thinking that the father was negotiating a deal for there to be sex with a little 13-year-old girl. He's charged with human trafficking. And we could tell by the way he conducted himself, this was not the first time he was in that position. And of course, this person did not actually travel, but he engaged what he thought was a child on the internet. This is Robert Hill. He's 56 from Lake Placid. He's a sergeant with the Department of Corrections. He had worked for them since 2019, so he was on the outside keeping people in, and now he's on the inside of the jail, and we're protecting children from him. And he's wearing this shirt that I really like. I used to be a people person, then people ruined it. Well, the reality, he was trying to ruin children's lives. But I protected him to stop that. And he was also trying to groom the parent to have sex with a child. And then there's Louis Macalino. He's 62 from Davenport. He's a CEO for Heritage Assisted Living Facility in Plant City. Now, I want you to think about this. The assisted living facility in Plant City Heritage, he's the CEO, and he's out grooming and trying to have sex with 15-year-old boys. He's been married 35 years. Oh, by the way, he resisted. But we do appreciate the fact that Louis' vehicle was paid off because we've seized that, and our plan is to use it in future operations to catch more bad guys. And then there's Jamel Jones. He's a manager of McDonald's. He wanted to have sex with a 15-year-old child. Why does he worry us? He's in a management position, a leadership position, and McDonald's hires a lot of kids. He confessed. And he also confessed that on a previous occasion, he had sex with a 17-year-old male in Osceola County. We have the very fine sheriff with us today from Osceola. His team's looking further into this. They did say he was polite. I guess McDonald's taught him well to take care and be nice. But he's in jail because he was trying to have sex with a child. And then there's Hugo Dos Santos from Kissimmee. He's 39. He's a legal assistant at Grand Vacations Timeshare. He's married. He said, oh, I hate this because now I'm not going to be able to adopt children. Well, duh. It's going to be difficult because we're going to try to send you to prison for a long time. He was extremely graphic and wanted to have sex with a 15-year-old boy. Grand Vacation says they've suspended him, but but they didn't say they'd fired him. I don't know. We don't allow cell phones in the jail or the prison system. I don't know how he's going to continue to work. And then there's Spencer Englehart. He's 26 from Mineola. He once again was talking to undercovers, thinking he was negotiating with a father to have sex with a 13-year-old female. He was very graphic. And then when we arrested him, he said he was doing his own investigation and he was going to notify law enforcement later. Wink, wink, nod, nod, right? Oh, he had a gun in the car. He was charged with human trafficking. But it's important to point out that that is the worst of the worst of the worst, because they're trying to attack your children. But let me go over this group. This is our human trafficking arrest, and we've just pulled a few of them out. Then I'm going to turn it over to our Attorney General. This is Jabaz Lowe. He's 24. He's from Poinciana. What's interesting about Jabaz is he was a member of the Orange County Sheriff's Office. He was a recruit and in the academy. Now, he didn't tell us that, so he lied to us during the investigation. I can't imagine why he didn't want to tell us that he was a recruit for Orange County Sheriff's
Bravo
Office.
220, Bravo 211 for a disturbance call at Barbrook in Yorktown. Barbrook in Yorktown. Contact Kylie.
I believe it's safe to say that his law enforcement career was over before it began, and he didn't get it. And it's shocking to all of us because this is a guy that passed the background, the polygraph, and the psychological. He was an Army veteran. But the good news is we caught him soon when he was soliciting sex, because otherwise, had he been able to keep his composure, he would have been a law enforcement officer, but no more because of the great professional work. And then there's Kiera Marie Johnson from DeLand. This is a guy. He's 33. He's a DoorDash tech support as his employer. He wanted to have sex. Oh, by the way, we caught him in May in another operation exactly like this. He was adjudicated guilty. Our state attorney prosecuted him, got him a 6-month sentence, which is a sentence of probation, which is a pretty good sentence for a quote-unquote first-time offender. On September 10th, we arrested him on September the 11th when he came back. He's what we call a slow learner. But he's also in jail on top of this for a violation of probation. And Mr. Haas says, I believe we can deal with this guy. Now, you understand some of these deviants will not change their way, and the only way to keep them from trying to attack victims is when they're locked up in jail. That's the only way. Then there's Brittany Finney, 37. This was an online ad. She says, I do in-call only. And here's what she said in her advertisement. No affiliation with any type of law enforcement of any kind in any way, and F. Shady Grady. Now that just warmed my heart. She's got a long criminal history. She had 28 previous arrests. Sweetie, welcome to the county jail.
321 Delta traffic.
Stephen Saul DeJesus Colon. He's 34 from Kissimmee. He's a former corrections officer for the city of New York. He currently owns JJ's Auto Towing, and he arrived in his tow truck. And he wanted to have sex with a female.
On the moving
So he arrived in his tow truck,
she was on Yorktown
and then we hooked his tow truck up to our tow truck,
in the left lane.
and we towed him back this way. And then after we got his tow truck out of the way, then we put him in our van, and we took him this way to the county jail. Now, I guess maybe he had a friend or either a Uber because he didn't have a tow truck to ride away from the county jail when he got out. And then there's Richard Gashaw. He's 54. He's from Dayton, Texas. If you're ever in Dayton, Texas, he owns Rooster's Bar there.
321 Delta.
But he was here visiting his mother, who was very sick and in the hospital.
I'm going to be at 37 southbound.
Even though he owns Rooster's Bar there, he wanted to come here and have sex with a woman. So let me picture this for a second, okay? He's married. For years he's married to this lady in Texas. She's probably there running the bar while he comes to visit his mother. That's what good wives do. And now he's laid up with a prostitute, or at least he tried to until we caught him. Well, I bet that made the old rooster cock-a-doodle-doo. Any old, I won't finish that. And then there's Way Mo from Oviedo. He says he's a nuclear engineer and he's self-employed and he wanted to have sex with a female. We may be a nuclear engineer. We don't have any call for those at the jail, but hey, he may be able to learn a new trade while he's locked up in jail, like trustee, handing out food service or something like that. Then there's Samuel Dew. He's from Apopka. He's 43. He's a retired software engineer. He's a coder, okay? But as my guy said, he might have been a coder in software, but it didn't compute very well for him here. And he said, well, I don't like going to a bar to chase women. He just wanted to
say, for engine 11, medic 7, engine 11, medic 7 for chest pain. Easy 11-5, we'll be at the Bordeaux Apartments, 523 Airline, Unit 1804, approximative Alameda and Gregory, work off EMS 1, at 1553, Unit 1804, approximative Alameda and Gregory, work off EMS 1, at 1553.
Illegal aliens that we arrested in this operation. Now you would think, if there was ever a time that you were in a foreign country illegally with a president of the United States and Governor DeSantis saying, if you're here illegally, starting with the worst first, we're going to deport you, the last thing you'd want to do is commit crime and draw attention to yourself.
I don't know if they want to check it out now,
but duh,
it should be okay.
They showed up to violate the law. Now, all of them have ice holes on them. Several of them have already been picked up by ICE. The others are with us until ICE picks them up. And ultimately, when they finish their business with Mr. Haas, then they will be deported. So it's nice that we were able to scoop up 46 in just 7 days. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to look out for the victims of human traffickers, and we arrested those. We're going to look out for the children. And now I'm going to introduce to you our Attorney General, who gets it, who understands that when we all work together and he ensures that we coalesce with each other and work together, that we can keep Florida safe and make Florida even safer. General?
Well, it's great to be here. Polk County and our great sheriffs doing what they do best, working together to combat evil and put bad guys away. Today, 240 or 40 plus arrests. But I think what's really significant here is that collectively, all these guys that are being arrested, they combine for over 650 prior charges. Charge after charge after charge, and yet they get out and they keep committing crimes. They keep victimizing people, victimizing children. We saw this recent case in North Carolina, this brutal murder on a train. Again, a guy that had been released 14 different times. Soft on crime policies do not work. I'll tell you what, you got a great state attorney here and our team of statewide prosecutors. We're not giving out get-out-of-jail-free cards. We're going to put these guys away for as long as we can. We're going to get them off the streets, and we're going to protect our kids. When I took the oath of office at the beginning of the year, I made a promise to Floridians that priority one would be protecting our kids, combating human trafficking, and getting as many child predators off the streets. And we've worked up and down the state with law enforcement, and we've done that. A record number of arrests, a record number of convictions. We will continue to get every one of these sick people off the streets. Parents at home need to wake up. In today's world, with technology, evil people are finding new ways to get to your kids. It's real. This is proof of that.
Okay, good. I'll go by there right now.
240 plus arrests in one state. And it keeps happening over and over and over again. The sheriff pointed out the large number of illegal immigrants in this case. You know, I don't believe 1 out of 4 or 5 people walking down the street is an illegal immigrant. But every time we do one of these criminal takedowns, there's a disproportionately high number of criminals that are here illegally. It shows the nature of what's happened under the open border policies that President Obama and Biden promoted. You've got drug trafficking, human trafficking, and tons of crime coming in through the border and impacting local communities across. Continued crime rates increasing, murders. And here in Florida, we got big cities. We don't have those problems. And it's not that hard to figure out. We back these guys. We back our law enforcement. We give them the resources they need. We support them. And ultimately, we arrest bad guys and we lock them up. And we're not going to let them out. So I appreciate the work of everybody here. Our prosecutors are going to bring the heat to put these cases to bed. Thanks to our sheriffs, our law enforcement, and Sheriff Grady Judd for having us.
Blaise Ngoliah, Chief Financial Officer of the great state of Florida. First up, thank you, Sheriff, for what you're doing and you continue to do. And I want to personally thank everyone here who has been involved in this operation. I wish we didn't have an opportunity to do press conferences like this. In a perfect world, we wouldn't have this situation. I will tell you that my office, we have a law enforcement division. Our office contributed hundreds of hours of man hours to get this done. So if they're listening to me right now, thank you for being involved in that also. And I will say this, is that if there is any law enforcement agency out there, Sheriff, you have my commitment. Sheriff, you have my commitment that if you are going to run these operations in the future, which I know that you will do,
witness arrest
I am committed to helping you.
345.
So please call upon us.
Right now we've given one epi. We're currently trying to intubate.
These stings
our last room check was at 355. We have PEA on the monitor. Besides that, we have an IO established in the left shoulder. We have fluids going. We're going to keep working on our ACTs. If you have any questions for me at this time, we'll be in your facility in about 7 minutes.
Particularly from happening, but a lot of them had to do with protecting kids. We had written a bill, a law, that gave grants through FDLE to local law enforcement agencies, giving them the tools to run these sting operations. I had an opportunity to be inside the rooms with the detectives and law enforcement
10 minutes so far.
communicating as if they were children. And the most amazing and disgusting thing happened as soon as they turned this switch on. They were getting flooded with offers to have sex with underage kids. And this is some of probably the most heinous conversations you will ever hear an adult have with a child. I'm seeing some of the heads bobbing in the front, so you've probably seen some of this. It is absolutely disgusting what our kids are subjected to. I'm going to talk to the people at home right now because I've seen this. They have seen this. Our AG has seen this. Our sheriffs have seen this firsthand. Protect your kids because you have no idea the depravity that is out there waiting to take advantage, take hold of your children, and to abuse them and turn their lives upside down. For things as seemingly innocent as a coloring book app, these kids are being targeted by online sexual predators for the purposes of destroying their souls. If you were able to see some of the things that I have seen, what law enforcement have seen, you would double and triple and quadruple the time that you watch your children. Because they are unrelenting. We as parents, we need to continue being unrelenting. But I'm going to talk now specifically to one group of people because I think this is very, very important. We have led on this issue at the state, and that is a lot of these tech companies are in a state of either de facto protecting these predators or just outright protecting these predators. It is very difficult for law enforcement to get the proof that they need to prosecute some of these online sexual predators in a court of law. And the reason being is a lot of these tech companies, social media companies in particular, don't get me wrong, some of them wind up with good relationships with law enforcement. They attempt to try to police themselves, but a lot of this stuff is now going away in the form of disappearing messages, in the form of encryption. These social media companies really need to be held accountable in destroying evidence. And I'm saying that I believe, in my opinion, they are destroying evidence. Because if you have a conversation with the 63-year-old man communicating with the 12-year-old boy online, when the 12-year-old boy is thinking that he's talking to his 14 or 15-year-old online friend playing some online games, and there's a 62, 65-year-old man grooming this person to have a sexual encounter with later, should be a slam dunk in a court of law. But what's actually happening is the social media companies are hiding behind privacy in disappearing messages so law enforcement can't get the information. And the conversation goes something like this. That is absolutely heinous. We're going to put that SOB behind bars.
Arriving doctors in mileage 4.2.
And then when they go back to try to get the proof, the messages are gone. They're disappearing because now there's new disappearing messages on a lot of social media accounts. Social media companies should, in my opinion, stop the encryption of any message that has a minor account. So law enforcement can have the tools that they need to put these scumbags away for life. So with that, just want to reiterate, if you're a parent out there, watch your kids, because I think it's pretty obvious you don't know where they're coming from. You don't know what jobs that they hold. It may not be online. Protect your kids as if their lives depend on it, because it actually does. Thank you, Sheriff.
Just want to take a moment to recognize Sheriff Grady Judd for this operation. These things don't just happen. They're a result of a lot of hard work and dedication. And I see some of the folks in the room that worked the long preparation for this, the late nights all the way through into the morning. And there's a reason why we do this, and it's because of our victims and to protect our society. So it's an honor of a lifetime for me to serve alongside with folks like Sheriff Grady Judd and our wonderful law enforcement partners as we make sure that we do everything we can to keep our community safe. And we'll be back here again and again and again. This is not the last one. This is certainly not the first one. But, you know, I began my career as a prosecutor 25 years ago this month. And one of the things I learned very quickly was that there's not a whole lot of people that stand up for some of these victims. And oftentimes, when they become victims in cases, it may be the first time that someone has an opportunity to advocate and help them. And that's what we're going to do for our human trafficking victims, make sure we're doing everything we can to get them the services they need and hopefully get them on the right path to making sure that they have the best life that they can. So my prosecutors and I stand ready to pursue these cases, hold these defendants accountable, make them pay their debt to society, and ensure that we continue to have a great place to live, work, and visit. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mark Brutnell, the FDLE Specialist in charge for FDLE Tampa. I'm honored to stand here today with these amazing professionals. I just want to also thank the investigative team. Great job on this. The state attorney mentioned it, a lot of long hours, a lot of investigative techniques went into this. To arrest 246 people, that's a big undertaking. Job well done. Commissioner Mark Lash with FDLE, and our AG, and our CFO, and our Florida cabinet, kids are their top priority. They don't just talk the talk, they walk the walk. And I want to thank you, General, for your support on that. I think one of the takeaways today has been parents, have those hard conversations with your kids. It's tough, but you have to do that. Set some guidelines and some guardrails to save your kids from monsters like this. If you need some help with those conversations, there's plenty of places to go. You can go to secureflorida.org. There's tips to have those conversations with your kids, but also the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is a great resource.
Engine 5 for Ellipsis, easy at 9010. We'll be at 3621 South Saxon, 3621 South Saxon, Trushu, Merrill, and Portland. Work off our dispatch at 1606.
Good morning. My name's Marianne Thomas. I'm the founder and president of My Name, My Voice. And we are a network that bridges community service providers with law enforcement so that we reduce harm in these spaces. First, I want to begin by thanking Sheriff Grady Judd and the entire Polk County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Judd does something that many law enforcement agencies overlook. He connects service providers directly with the people who need them. That partnership matters. It saves lives, restores dignity, and creates pathways to real change. The recent undercover operation focused on human trafficking. Our goal was not only to identify victims and help them exit exploitation, but also to meet every person caught up in this operation as a human being. At My Name, My Voice, we believe everyone, whether victim, buyer, or seller, has a story, a history, and a capacity for change. Some people do need long-term confinement for the safety of society and children. Others, though, can change when given the opportunity to understand the harm they've caused and the trauma that shaped their choices. We hear people say, "It's my choice." But when the choice is do this or lose your home, we have to ask ourselves if that's really a choice at all. Trauma and desperation narrow options until they become chains. We exist to widen those options again with compassion, resources, and accountability. During this operation, My Name, My Voice spoke with over 180 individuals. Of those, several asked for follow-up services or referrals. In total, My Name, My Voice assisted 28 people with post-release needs while maintaining a sense of individuality within the holding area. Each of these small connections matters, because each one creates a doorway to a different future. This is why lived experience advocates are so important. Survivors know the terrain. We know how to meet people where they are without judgment. And we know how to bridge the gap between law enforcement services and human beings who are hurting. When survivors lead in these spaces, the work becomes more trauma-informed, more effective, and ultimately more humane. I want to personally thank the men and women I worked alongside this week. I appreciate what you do from the bottom of my heart. When I was being trafficked, I met good officers who helped change the path I was on. I know you all do that, quietly, every single day. The operation showed me again what is possible when law enforcement and survivor-led organizations collaborate. Finally, as we move forward, let's remember our guiding principle at My Name, My Voice, to be a bridge that elevates survivor voices and transforms support systems. When we center survivor voices, we reduce harm. When we treat every person, even those accused, as human beings, we open the door to real accountability and change. Thank you for this opportunity, for your partnership, and for your dedication to making Polk County a safer and more compassionate place. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sani Dressler, and I serve as the Senior Director of Anti-Trafficking Operations with One More Child in the state of Florida. One More Child has served victims, families, and children for over 120 years, offering direct care service, prevention, and advocacy. Last week, our anti-trafficking teams joined the Polk Sheriff's Office on the ground each night during their most recent operation. I want to thank and commend Sheriff Judd and his team for their ongoing leadership and deep commitment for ending exploitation in our communities. They continue to be one of our most trusted and impactful law enforcement partners. They continue to be the strong leaders in the community that allow agencies like ours to meet survivors where they're at. That week, we were able to communicate with over 60 individuals, of which 36 have already accepted services. We were able to engage them in services such as emergency shelter, mental health counseling, survivor mentorship, and ongoing advocacy. Throughout the operation, our team was able to encounter people that were deeply vulnerable, living some serious, hesitation in their life, but full of hope at many times. However, many of them were just focused on surviving. We understand that not everyone is ready to identify as a victim in that moment, and that is okay. What's important is that we are present, consistent, and ready to offer support whenever they are ready to take that first step. At One More Child, we are committed to providing more than temporary assistance. We offer survivor-informed and long-term support, whether that journey begins during an operation, weeks, or even months afterwards. No one dreams of a life in exploitation. There's always a deeper story behind how they got there. Our role is to help create an opportunity for a new story to begin. Partnerships like this one are essential, but we know that we are only one piece of the solution. We need broader community engagement, tougher consequences for those who are fueling the demand, and a united commitment across every sector to say clearly and firmly, human trafficking will not be tolerated. Finally, I want to recognize the true leaders in this work, our survivor mentors and lived experience experts. These individuals bring a unique and irreplaceable perspective to everything we do. Their stories, their presence, guide us in the services that we're providing. At One More Child, we make it a priority to have a survivor leader during every operation because their insight is valuable and essential. It is now my honor to introduce one of those incredible leaders, someone whose strength, voice, and lived experience continues to inspire change every day. Please welcome Stacey Ham. Thank you.
Good morning. I would like to take a moment to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone involved in the Polk County sting operation. Each operation serves as a powerful reminder that our work to fight exploitation and support survivors is far from over. Throughout this operation, our team was present each night, standing along survivors in their most vulnerable moments and offering immediate care and support. It's an honor for me and other survivor leaders to contribute our lived expertise to law enforcement, helping bring a deeper understanding and a more trauma-informed perspective to these efforts. As someone who personally experienced human trafficking, removal from my biological family, and time in the foster care system, these operations continuously remind me how deeply rooted cycles of exploitation can be and how so many are still caught in those cycles today. Many of the individuals that we encountered during the operation bravely shared their stories, describing how they were misled into exploitation through false promises of safety, stability, and better opportunities. Their stories echo the true reality that traffickers are continuously preying on those vulnerable, especially our youth, those who have aged out of the foster care system, and those who are simply trying to survive and be seen. This work is not easy, but it is so necessary. Every conversation, every connection, and every act of compassion plants a seed of hope, and it reminds survivors that they are not alone. I'm beyond grateful to be a part of a team that shows up with empathy, strength, and an unwavering commitment to helping survivors break these cycles. As a survivor, I have faced fears of speaking up, fears of not being believed, and fears of what might happen if I share my own personal experiences. But through it all, God has given me the strength to keep it going. Choosing to speak has brought me freedom, healing, and the chance to turn my pain into His purpose. My survivor story is just one of so many. There are countless others whose voices are waiting to still be heard, whose journeys matter just as much as mine, if not more. Each story carries pain, strength, and resilience, and together it's a reminder in the world that we are not alone. To any survivor who may be watching or quietly following along, please know that you are seen, you are valued, and your life does carry a greater purpose than the pain that you have been going through. If you are a survivor seeking support or need someone to walk alongside you in your journey, please know that there are safe people here ready to listen and be that support in your journey. Please know, reaching out for support is not a sign of weakness. It's a courageous step towards healing and reclaiming your life. Only together can we continue to shine a light in the darkest places and create pathways to freedom, healing, and dignity. Thank you.
It was for 2024. And
good morning. My name is Katie M. Parchment. I am the program manager for the Prevention and Diversion program at Heartland for Children. Heartland for Children is a lead community-based care agency under the Department of Children and Families, and we oversee the child welfare system for Polk Highlands and Hardy counties. Thank you, Sheriff, for having us once again. Human trafficking is one of the most devastating crimes that someone can be subjected to. Victims are often left with deep physical, emotional, and psychological wounds that often take time, many years to heal from. While Polk County Sheriff Department works diligently to investigate cases, rescue victims, and hold traffickers accountable, we are honored that we are able to walk alongside the Sheriff Department early on in this process to help victims start their healing journey. By working alongside law enforcement, we are able to provide specialized care and support to survivors. Survivors need truly to rebuild their lives, from helping survivors to connect to emergency housing, social services, counseling, medical care, and many other services through a trauma-informed lens. Our organizations help to ensure that survivors are not just rescued, but restored. The men and women of law enforcement that work tirelessly to make this operation run smoothly are always an excellent example of professionalism, empathy, and determination. Together, we collaborate to create a safe net that supports victims and those at risk of being victimized by providing them with the tools needed to help distance themselves from their abuser. Together, we bring justice, compassion, hope, and community members to community members of Polk County. If you are listening right now and you are being trafficked, please know this: you are not alone. You are stronger than your current circumstances. There are people ready and able to help you, believe you, and walk with you towards freedom and healing. Your life has value. Your story matters. You are loved, and there is hope for a new beginning. If you or someone you know needs help, there are resources available in our community. The Florida Abuse Hotline, 1-800-96-ABUSE. The Florida Human Trafficking Hotline, 1-855 FLA SAFE, United Way 211, and FindHelp.org are just some of the organizations available to help families through rough times. We are honored to continue to strengthen our partnership with the Sheriff Department and community service providers focused on serving victims, because together we can ensure that every survivor has a chance to reclaim their freedom, dignity, and a future. Thank you very much.
So wrong about everything. Politico.
Hey, good morning. Chris Blackman, the Sheriff in Osceola County. First, I want to thank Sheriff Judd for hosting this press conference, CFO Blaze Indolia, our Attorney General Jim Buchmeyer, State Attorney. This is a mission from all law enforcement to eradicate our areas of these scumbags over on the wall. And it says fool around and find out again. I'm going to say again and again and again for some of them because they're slow learners. But with that said, I believe that's more of a wall of shame than anything. When you look at those people, to know that the ones that are child predators are trying to seek out our kids and do massive destruction to their soul. I believe we're moved by the Holy Spirit of the Lord to protect these kids, and that's my mission as Sheriff of Osceola County. We will do that in Osceola. A couple of our detectives are here that work these cases. They put in a lot of hours with the other agencies as well. And this is a mission from all of us up here, united across some state agencies and sheriff's offices and the prosecutorial services to protect the communities. So the crimes against the children are among some of the most serious and devastating offenses that a child can ever go through.
Copy for hazardous driver 286 southbound Holly, 286 southbound Holly for a black Mustang going about 120 miles an hour. Almost lost control of the vehicle, was last seen passing Saratoga heading towards Weber, going out towards FM 43, Patrol 3 at 1520.
This thing right here, sometimes is your worst enemy.
Officer 23 and Officer 28 Hunter George.
Why do I say that? You give this to your child, they had an application to their phone, you think it's harmless, guess who's on the other end of it? There's a monster waiting to violate your child. I will say, it's been said before, protect your children. We can help you, help us help you. Protect your children. Make sure you know what they're doing on their phones and their gaming systems, because some of these monsters will come through these phones and through these gaming systems into your house. And I'll say this to you, you would not normally invite them into your house, right? But when you hand your child this, and basically this becomes your nanny watch for your child, and this is your babysitter, the monsters are preying on your children. Make sure you know what your kids are doing. When we grew up, parents were always involved with our child. Don't let this be your babysitter. Don't let the gaming system be your babysitter. Put checks and balances in place to protect your children. We're here for you. We're going to work our tails off, all state law enforcement, and any law enforcement around the state of Florida. And as the governor said from the beginning, this is a law and order state. We're going to do that. We're going to serve and protect our communities with law and order. Thank you.
Yeah, right now it is. Yeah, let's see what happens. For me, you know what November 1st is?
Good afternoon. My name is Chief Booker Hodges from the Bloomington Police Department. First, I want to say thanks to Sheriff Judd for having us come down here.
When I hear November
Bloomington,
1st,
Minnesota. Sorry, we get Mall of America. We sent some of our detectives down here, and I want to apologize to them up front. I sent them down here during our 7 days of summer in Minnesota, so next time we do this, we'll make sure we send them down here in February or something. So how did we get here?
I don't think
there's
this
guy.
Going to get me in heaven. Okay,
I'm sorry.
I think
Michael Gillis.
Maybe heaven-bound.
We arrested Michael Gillis in October, early 2024. He came to the house looking to have sex with a minor. He gets out of jail in Minnesota, comes down here to Polk County. He adapted his tactics. That's why we call him the Predator. He catches an Uber here, also looking to have sex with a minor. Unfortunately, he comes back to Minnesota in our neighboring city, and he's successful.
And I knew Putin very well. It was the apple of his eye.
With the minor. He adapted his tactics, and he brought
never happened. We had an incompetent administration.
Thank God our federal partners up there. He is currently in federal custody. He's going to be charged federally. We've got some issues to deal with, obviously, with some of our local prosecution. But I want my plan to land when I get back home, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut on that.
Rest. Enjoy yourself.
I'm going to close with this.
Say hello to your boss.
For some of you might not know, this is Tati from Fantasy Island. He would say, the plane, the plane, the plane. All these guys here came here, thought they were coming to Fantasy Island, but unfortunately for them, they came to Sheriff Judd's Orange Jumpsuit Island.
We are not sending any weapons. We're sending them to NATO, and NATO is paying.
I appreciate the chief being with us, but you can see that no one police agency can affect this. It takes the feds, the state, the local, and we all pile in together. So for those who live under the illusion that we're independent,
and the weapons are
that
sent
we don't
to NATO,
work together,
and NATO then sends us
here's your sign. Now I do have to show you this.
They would need more weapons, and we're
because
looking into doing
there's
that.
things in life you
We
just
hope we're
can't
going to be
believe.
able to provide them.
So
our country
you
needs
order
weapons
up a
too.
prostitute, right?
We can't give so many
This
weapons that we don't
prostitute
have weapons. You never
lives
know what's
with his
going to
mother,
happen.
by the way.
Who knows what's going to happen?
He's got a massive criminal history,
NATO
a
pays us
21-year
100% for the
criminal
weapons,
history
and then
with
they
31
send them
criminal
into
charges.
Ukraine,
So you
and we talked
order up
about
a prostitute,
the weapons they need, what kind of weapons,
and that's what you
they
think
need
you're getting.
Patriots very badly. They'd like to
Now,
have Tomahawks. That's
when you look at that, you go,
step
"Man,
up.
that's pretty rough," but
They'd like to have
you know, any
Tomahawks.
port
We
in the
talked
storm.
about that. And so,
And then the next morning when you
we'll
wake
see.
up,
well, I don't know.
you
I
find
might
out
have to
this
speak
is
to
who it
Russia,
really
to be
is.
honest with you, about Tomahawks. Do
Yeah.
they want to have Tomahawks?
We call that coyote
going in
ugly.
their direction? I don't
You
think
see,
so. I think I might
he's laying on
speak
your
to
arm.
Russia about that, in all fairness. I
Bed.
told that to President
You go, well, it was rough
Zelensky,
last
because
night,
Tomahawks are
but I've
a
sobered
new
up.
step of aggression.
I think I'll just chew my arm off and ease away so I don't disturb him or wake him up. All right, so you think you're
might say,
buying
look,
this, you're getting
this
this,
war's
you've
not
got
gonna get
31
settled. I'm
criminal
gonna send him
charges, and heck, if
Tomahawks. I
you're
may
lucky,
send that.
he doesn't kill you
Tomahawk
overnight.
is an incredible weapon, very offensive weapon.
That was
And
Ernest
honestly,
Holmes
Russia
from
does not
Lakeland.
need that. They don't need
But then
that.
you've
I
got
might tell them that if the
Antavion
war is
Harrison.
not settled, that
You order up,
we may very well do.
this
we
is
may
a
not.
real professional,
But we may do it. I think it's
$1,000 for
appropriate to
full
pay.
service.
I want to see the
No
war settled.
contact.
Thank you very much.
This person's already on felony probation.
Sir, talk
They
to
show up
Caroline.
and you go,
She'll know.
hey.
Thank you.
Next morning, you wake up, and there he is.
Private. He's doing pretty well.
At this point in time, you call your brother. You say, do I have a surprise for you? Come get him.
Not Nora O'Donnell, I don't believe.
This is what we're seeing in these undercover operations. The strangest, deviant conduct you can imagine. And then there is Rodrigo, Molina, and Nueces from New York.
They called it the Tiffany Network.
This is what you ordered. She's here illegally from Venezuela.
Thank you all. Thank you.
$700. Well, she is he. This is what you wake up to. This is what we're trying to do, is protect people from this outrageous conduct, because they have no idea many times when they show up what they're getting. So on behalf of everyone that's here today, thank you so very, very much for attending. Are there any questions for any of the folks? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Sheriff, if you could please just provide additional comments on Deputy Blaine and the sentencing today, and what that means for you and for your agency.
Sure. What I would like to do is turn this over to State Attorney Haas to provide additional information. Deputy Sheriff Blaine Lane was shot and killed in the line of duty. And he was shot and killed in the line of duty because we went to a house to serve a warrant. We received a tip, a Crime Stoppers tip. And so Deputy Lane was assigned to take a position up outside. He took up a very good tactical position. The other deputies went to the front door and said, we have a warrant for the suspect's arrest. The guy sitting there said she's inside. And she had told these other folks, bring him on in. So the deputies go in. She ran down this mobile home and hid. As the deputies came past and were clearing this room, she steps out with a gun and points it at them. And they shoot her. In the process, they shot through the mobile home, and one of the bullets struck Deputy Blaine Lane. The deputies had no idea where he was, but the suspect created that environment. Deputy Blaine Lane had taken a tactical position and had cover, but her felonious conduct caused that. And then when it's all over, we find out that it is a BB gun with the end hollowed out.
Okay, show how to pitch stop at 2042, call hard. Delta 190, I'll be clear. Okay, show how to pitch stop at 2042, call hard.
Charlie, 2 is correct. Over.
Hey, Rough Road and Airline, Victor X-Ray Young, 4060.
Delta 250.
Come forward on that hit, I'll get info to see if the extra time.
Over.
X-Ray Young, 4060.
If you can do this, I'll give you $200.
Well, 47 call for the caller is caller Tower, they're gonna make public hear you.
200, okay, that's what? $200! $200!
Hi guys, Anatoly here, and it's new part of video where I pretend to be a cleaner in the gym. And of course, I will be with the heaviest mop in the world.
1042, I see you.
Guys, sorry. Terrible sorry. Is it okay? I will take the straps. I want to warm up with you, like.
This way?
No, not this weight. I want to do a little bit more.
What more? Oh, you're kidding? You're joking, right?
Not joking, guys. Sorry. Is it true, like, my mom told me, like, the muscle is not important?
What do you mean?
The muscle is important.
Is important?
Yeah, look. You have some muscles.
Right, that's right. Let me put one on. There you go. Strap.
Thank you. But she tell me, like, it's not important for life and for lifting. So, just hold them up, please.
How much is it?
This is like a regular map.
Regular?
Yeah, so. Guys,
What's not important? How you can lift the weight without muscles?
she tell me the passion is important. Just hold it.
What time you point? I'll wait till the appropriate time and then I will be there. Careful. Careful. Thank you.
Yes, mom. Yes, I'm in the gym here. Is it okay? I will try with you. The bar. Warm up. What? Cool. One. Sure. What
Dispatch rank
sure?
through rising engine. Dispatch rank through rising engine.
I don't know, like, but I have the straps. Like this. Yes, I eat before. I did it. I need some muscles.
Unit 4, 11.
Training? Yes, I train right now. Yeah, with my friends right now I train. Ah, you mean yesterday? Really? She did it? Crazy. Why you like still laughing, kid?
4795 repeat 4795
As I said, guys, just need a bit warm up, like.
I'm there.
Correction, medic 91.
I received medic 91. And I'm
Like this, she told me the passion is important. My mom called me, guys, sorry. Yes, I'm with my friends. Is it okay? I will try one more time.
How did you do that?
Like warm up, like this.
Like this?
I don't know, like, guys. I will take this with me. What's Sorry? What's happening, guys? That's what I'm asking you, like, to do the warm-up. Like this? What? This straps is so nice, honestly. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, now I know. This thing is heavy. Why is this so heavy?
This one?
Yes.
Why it's so heavy? Just the regular map. Just hold it. Is it okay? I will leave.
Yeah, please.
Yeah? Yes, mom, sorry. Guys, why you look at me like this? Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
A year ago,
we did a social experiment. We gathered 700 people from all over the world, and the next 4 weeks, all of them followed the training periodization method and the high collagen diet. This was just 3 workouts per week, maximum 1.5 hour per session, and after 30 days, the results shocked even myself. I even felt like it's fake to be able to do this in 30 days, but I got all of the proofs in pictures and even the videos before.
Hey, just let you know, I was at Port in Charlton when 1201 called for me. He's got a disruptive capacitor on the bus. We just got on the call.
Charlie, 27240 area.
Mission 10, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Medic. Like that, line with the can't disrupt this, but not as bad. So I'm just following him to make sure that guy don't act stupid.
Telfar 319 North 313. This is 583 Glencoe Road, 5583 Glencoe Road. 19 North 313. This is 583 Glencoe Road.
Fire dispatch, Medicaid. We're transporting code 3 to shoreline 7010. Fire dispatch, Medicaid. We're transporting code 3 to shoreline 7010.
Unit 7.
iPod broadcast. I am Robert Siciliano, and this is
Peter Warmke. You hesitated by even introducing yourself. Were you sure what identity you're using today? You sound like a spy.
Dude, I'm 57. I forget things now.
Oh, but I got a few years on you, and I know that you got more coming to you, buddy.
Yeah. Well, so the difference is you've got grown children who are adults. I've got actual children who are still children. I got a 16-year-old, and then I got a 19-year-old who they say is an adult, but their brains don't actually develop fully until they're like 25, 26. While they are adults as far as the law is concerned, they're still kids. And
that's
so
very true. Yeah.
Between that and my 58-year-old honey, I'm like full. I can't put another thing in here.
You're gonna have to expand your kind of like a $6 million man, but also investment into the head. You know how to expand your mind.
Delta 223.
Yeah, I would be all over that. It feels like a magic implant. I'd take that. I would be all over that.
Easily. I mean, there's a lot of so many things that are going on. It's easy to get really exhausted by the end of the day. Whether it's fortunate or unfortunate, I know I do give presentations in other languages, such as Spanish and Portuguese, because I lived in countries, where I became fluent in both. But it's fluent, but yet if you don't use it on a regular basis, and so I did a presentation yesterday, virtual, hour and a half in Spanish, and I tell you, man, I was so exhausted by the time of that presentation was over. I was so glad I was done. But at least I guess I was able to do it. They seemed like they enjoyed it.
So how many languages do you speak?
On a good day, is Spanish, Portuguese, a little bit of French, and a little bit of English.
Dude, every time I talk to you, you impress me more and more. That's awesome.
I'm a social engineer. I can control how you think. It's Friday. I'm a little bit punchy today. Okay.
Great. Awesome, man. All right, so we have lots to talk about. The Hacker News says one bad password ended a 158-year-old business. Peter, this is awful. All right, so check this out. Most businesses, as they say, don't make it past their 5th birthday. It's true. Studies show that roughly 50% of small businesses fail within the first 5 years. So this company, KNP Logistics, celebrated more than 158 years. It mastered the art of survival. It adapted, it endured, it built a transport business that operated 500 trucks with 700 employees. But in June of 2025, one easily guessed password brought down the company in a matter of days.
Incredible.
Yeah, so ransomware hit them. Hackers gain access by guessing an employee's weak password. So weak password generally means something out of the dictionary, consecutive keystrokes on a keyboard, well-known passwords like, those that have been found in various data breaches like password1, and so on. They fell victim to this particular attack they didn't need a sophisticated phishing campaign or a zero-day exploit. All they needed was a password so simple that cyber criminals could guess it correctly. And the guessing part is often done, just so you know, with the assistance of software. So they're not just going, okay, the password might be Robert. No, they actually use software that goes through thousands of passwords at a time, and that software is utilizing current known data breaches, data dumps, where there have been millions of there's been it's said as much as 15 billion passwords exposed in the past 15-20 years. And so software that uses all those passwords along with all the words in the dictionary, they start with that. They just plug all those credentials in.
Yeah, it goes from being able to crack a password in maybe in a couple of years. I mean, some of these that are really, if you have really strong passwords, it can literally take a long time, down to seconds, right? Depending on how strength of the password.
Yeah, they call it a dictionary attack.
Yeah.
And the dictionary attack just goes to the dictionary and or well-known passwords that have been breached in a number of different databases, and once they get there, they're good. And here's the problem with that. The main problem is if the company isn't at a minimum using two-factor authentication, then they're in.
Yeah.
One of the questions I ask my audiences, when I get in front of a live audience is, I say, how many of you, and this is like in the first, minute, how many of you are, number one, using a different passcode for all your critical accounts? Raise your hand. And if I get 15% of the room to raise their hand, that's a lot.
50% is high, yeah, because I bet you 95% aren't using, are using the same passwords over and over.
Generally, I actually said 15%. 15%. So that means 85% of the room is using the same passcode across multiple accounts. And then the next question I ask is, how many of you are using two-factor authentication across all your critical accounts, including email? Generally, I get more, about 20, maybe in a good audience, 25% use two-factor authentication across all the critical accounts, including email. So generally, as much as 80 to 85% are not using two-factor authentication. So in the long run, like 80+% are vulnerable to just dictionary attacks, password hacks, which is horrible. And these are often, company officers, C-suite executives. And so it's not good. And this is an example of why.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, it comes down to probably two things: not really being sensitized enough regarding the danger, the risk, and the other is convenience. At the end of the day, convenience is what drives so many of the decisions of individuals regarding their cybersecurity, hygiene.
Certainly, convenience and going the path of least resistance is absolutely positively a factor. I think at this point, that pretty much everybody knows that using the same passcode is no good. Pretty much everybody knows the two-factor authentication is necessary. Pretty much everybody knows that password managers exist, but they throw their hands up in the air and go, my 14-year-old knows more about technology than I do. and I'm concerned that the password manager is going to get hacked, so I'm not going to bother.
Well, the question would be, what drove that 15% that are using it? What drove them to make that decision? Is it because of the account, the company that has that account, whether it's a bank, or whether they are forcing them to utilize this multi-factor, or they're strongly suggesting, hey, this is something that we can offer you? I bet you in most cases, it's actually it's actually the procedures or policies of the company that's recommending that, or forcing them to make that change, than the individual themselves going on and saying, hey, I think I need to do this. I want to do this.
100% agree. Like government requires phishing simulation training. Government, whether it's locals, city, state, feds. From all my experience, they require phishing simulation training, and then finance all require phishing simulation training, and usually anything revolving around high tech in healthcare usually requires something, and so it's those industries are a little more aware. But the rest of them, especially small to medium businesses, unless they're in the categories I just mentioned, are just kind of like hedging their bets and just not really engaging because they don't think they need to.
What I'm beginning to feel or see is that in the United States, as a first world nation, we are amongst the lowest when it comes to literacy, when it comes to these type of threats. I think I mentioned to you, I came back from Singapore about 6 weeks ago. And while I was there, I was amazed in conversations that I had with individuals, how they were so much more advanced in understanding AI threats and scams and data breaches than you'd find back here. And I found the government, during my stay there, I saw a number of commercials on TV that were sponsored by the Singaporean government, and they were really well made. I mean, it was like these chintzy, things. They were really, really well made, showing scenarios of people getting involved in scams, or how they prevented becoming victimized in scams. Yesterday, that presentation I did.
No subjects are being up a female, and other subjects are getting involved at this time.
Unit 7. I mean 058, back to car, Bolo.
Unit 7.
I'm Stanley and Nimble.
Other subjects are getting involved at this time. Okay.
Station 7, what pole is it?
It's going to be pulled for.
Delta 120, is there a case number on my call? President Marine Gold.
Negative.
I'll take the case number.
Info's on the phone with them right now.
244 address after 15 years, 5.02 years at Misty One, ballpark.
Medical 11 for a sick patient. EZ 7012. We'll be at 4117 Harry. 4117 Harry. Traffic Illinois at Bofano. Work off our dispatch at 1649.
2227. Have reports of that male subject walking towards Pole 5 at this time. It's going to be a male with black and white.
This is all that remains of the government's cloud storage in South Korea, all thanks to a series of incredibly stupid mistakes. Also in your hacking news roundup, teenagers Wi-Fi sniffing for Russia, cybercriminals want to give you $10, and why you should sign this petition. But first, South Korea, you've got some explaining to do. This data center used to be home to South Korea's G drive. The G here just stands for government, and before it looked like this, it was the central cloud storage system used by hundreds of thousands of government employees. But of course, the cloud is just someone else's computer, and this particular computer relied on a UPS. These things are essentially one big power bank, which keeps your PC running if the power cuts out, but of course the data center was using one that's quite a bit bigger. However, here comes the problem. They'd been using a particular set of batteries for a bit too long, to the point where they had actually expired in 2024. The supplier, LG, told the government that, guys, it's time to replace them, but the government thought, they still work. Eventually, when they did get around to replacing them, about a week ago, things went wrong. A witness said sparks started flying and a fire ensued, resulting in photos of pretty concerned-looking politicians standing in front of what remains of their all-important G drive. Now, usually an event like this would just be incredibly inconvenient for everyone involved in the recovery effort, but the reason these guys all look so glum is because the one backup they did have was quite literally stored in the same room as the primary servers, so it was also carbonized. And the government excuses have already started rolling in. Due to the system's large capacity, low performance storage structure, no external backups were maintained. As for that large capacity claim, the data stored in the G drive was 858 terabytes, which really isn't that much. This is what 1,000 terabytes or 1 petabyte looks like. Or if you wanted to back up all of that in the cloud, Amazon charges a couple cents per gigabyte, so you're looking at around $20,000 per month, which for a government is close to pocket change. The G drive was used by 74 government agencies, but hundreds more had to be shut down because they were being run from the same data center, which was now on fire. Even Korea's digital ID went down, with people being turned away at doctor's appointments if they didn't happen to have a physical ID. Yet another reason why digital ID is a stupid idea. Hope you're listening here. But as for the disruption, you know it's bad when the government starts extending deadlines for tax payments. But as for how they plan on recovering from this, they're scrambling for whatever files that employees just so happen to have saved locally on their computers, as well as grabbing files from email attachments, and they're even resorting to rescanning printed records. At the moment, this disaster is being blamed on negligence, with 4 people having been arrested so far, but this all sounds very familiar. A subplot within Mr. Robot was quite literally blowing up a data center by sabotaging its UPS system. In this case though, sadly nobody's debt was wiped, but interestingly, just a few days after the fire, there was yet another data center fire in Daejeon barely a mile away, with again the UPS system being blamed. Next up, police in the Netherlands have arrested 2 17-year-olds, accusing them of spying for Russia. The duo was allegedly recruited by a Russian intelligence agent in a Telegram group who gave them the mission of walking a route past the headquarters of Europol, Eurojust and the Canadian Embassy, carrying what's described as a Wi-Fi sniffer. We don't know what kind of hardware they were using. It could be a purpose-built device like a Wi-Fi coconut, or just a laptop running software like Kismet. Either way, Wi-Fi sniffing just means mapping out nearby Wi-Fi networks. It's also known as war driving, which has been around since forever. Here's a news report on it back from 2003. It's about as dangerous as taking a screenshot of your nearby Wi-Fi networks list and then just noting down your current location, but automated. It's a fun little thing to do and by no means in of itself illegal. The dad of one of the 17-year-olds spoke to a Dutch newspaper. He describes how his house was raided by police who came looking for his teenage son, who was apparently in the middle of doing his homework. And with the level of honesty and straightforwardness you would expect from a Dutchman, which comes across as more of a roast, he describes how his son doesn't go out, he has a job at a supermarket, and shows no interest in exploring the world. We raise our kids to be prepared for dangers like smoking, vaping, alcohol and drugs, but not for something like this. Who could ever anticipate it? But something just doesn't add up about this story. War driving is not a technical task that requires expertise. I mean, there are apps for this stuff. On top of that, the Russian embassy is quite literally within walking distance of the targets in question, so why wouldn't the Russians just have one of their own guys take a little detour on his morning commute? Hiring a couple 17-year-olds for this doesn't make sense. And even then, Wi-Fi network maps are public and free. Using wiggle.net, you can easily peruse the electromagnetic electromagnetic spectrum from the comfort of your own home, exploring the locations of Wi-Fi networks all over the world. And if you do end up going ward driving, unlike in that news report from 20 years ago, it doesn't require walking around holding a laptop connected to a makeshift antenna forged from a Pringles can. A laptop in a backpack is all that's required. It's totally incognito. IMO, it actually takes quite a bit of effort to get caught ward driving, not that the fact that doing it in of itself is illegal. So we're definitely missing something from this story because the official narrative just doesn't add up. Either way, so far only one of the 17-year-olds has been released, and he's currently strapped with an ankle monitor. Next up, a ransomware gang wants to quite literally pay you $10 to help them do cybercrime. The group, Scattered Lapsus Hunters, grabbed terabytes of data from Salesforce. However, the company hasn't shown any interest in paying the ransom. So our cybercriminals have come up with a new idea. They've decided a bit of audience participation is the way to go, telling their Telegram followers, if you want to participate in our activities, it's simple. They're asking people to send emails en masse to the company's executives, with the reward of $10 in Bitcoin per email. You have the permission to endlessly harass these executives till they comply with us. This will be centralized and well operated. They posted a file with instructions. Welcome user, today you will be completing the doxation of multiple individuals. Please proceed with the instructions below. Not only do they list the personal and work emails of Salesforce execs, but also the executives of the companies that were using Salesforce, whose data is now in the hands of the group. To claim the cash, people are being asked to send proof of their emails. Exactly what proof looks like is a bit unclear. I mean, faking screenshots isn't exactly difficult, but people are apparently taking part in this. In an interview, they claim to have paid out over
Minute 14 for fire disk. Go for minute 14. Yes, sir. Is PD going to be out there?
Now we need an ambulance for the suspect in Charles Sam Henry.
10-4, we'll pay out for second call. Are y'all at pull 4 or pull 5?
10-4.
Charlie 2.
Dispatch medical, you can show us on scene.
Suspect is out there, can't breathe.
We'll pay out for second call. Are y'all at pull 4 or pull 5?
The dog's outside in the front of the yard with no leash.
Attention second call EMS. Attention second call EMS. Need to route to pole 5.5 on the beach. Pole 5.5 on the beach. It is for a male subject that is detained at this time. It is advising he is having trouble breathing. He is in handcuffs. Go for it. Attention second call EMS. Attention second call EMS. Need to route to pole 5.5 on the beach. Pole 5.5 on the beach. It is for a male subject that is detained at this time. It is advising he is having trouble breathing. He is in handcuffs.
6015726305. Repeat, 15726305. 706, just for your 14. There is guardrail damage, but it's off the road. 14532078. Repeat, 14 53 60 78.
10-4, stand by.
6015726305. Repeat, 15726305.
Copy that. Go to next.
Go for your moves.
We're going to have 2 more females that need to be checked out. One female was choked by this male. The other female's pregnant. 22 to the EMS. We're going to have 2 more females that need to be checked out. One female was choked by this male. The other female's pregnant.
So I'm going to solo 30 patients.
Yeah, 10-4. You were out at 4. Oh, 6210. Charlie 240. Nobody's out here. I'll be quick.
Charlie 240.
I'm quick.
Charlie 240.
No, 2, I'm clear.
10-4. Camera 1.
3 Charles 205, 1041, OLS.
I can know. 3 Charles 205, 10-4.
Charlie 210 quick.
Charles 205, 1041, OLS.
3 Charles 205, 10-4.
That's going to be a verbal only. If I separate it, shows clear.
Charlie 280,
From 2 witnesses so far, male is assaulted, total of 4 people, 1 female and 1 male.
319. You're rough road and airlines on
10-9, you were having
Henry
a little bit of
0533.
coming through.
633, type, no.
Any background noise?
633, 10-4.
Rock airline 10-4.
Which is now 60 kilos. Nueces Brazil.
How does ISIS get secure? I mean, I hear stories, about how they get doxxed when people say insulting things. I mean, it sounds like sort of dangerous complication.
I told them that I was there just a couple days ago. I don't know what it must be like to stand there and to have these paid activists and terrorists stand there and scream in your face all day and say the things that they say, the words that they use, and saying they wish that violence on them, call them names, threaten their families. So I think they're incredibly tough. When I spoke to them and I spent most of the day with them, they're excited to be doing their jobs. They're excited to clean up the United States. But they said for the last 4 years they felt like they facilitated this invasion. They used to process people. They said we were cramming people into detention centers under Joe Biden, but we were doing it to get them into the country as fast as possible. We were told by the president and his administration to get them into the country as fast as possible. Because they go, now look at how hard it is to get these dangerous criminals out. They're so thankful they have a president that will do it.
When were you sworn in?
I was sworn in 5 days after the president.
So the 25th of January. Since the 25th of January, how has your job changed? What's the biggest difference?
Well, President Trump wanted the border closed when he was sworn into office. So that was the interesting part. Even when I was nominated for the position, being prepared to be successful was quite an undertaking. But I would say the job has changed in the fact that, gosh, I don't know, it speeds up. You know, we were going so hard right away and working 20 hours a day in January 25th when I was sworn in. I think it's gotten busier because not only that are we doing border, but we're doing all these enforcement operations, and then these terrorists watch us and they learn what we're doing as far as operations, and then they find ways to thwart that now, and they come up with these tactics. Now they're taking vehicles and slamming into our officers. Now they're purposely ramming vehicles. Now they're, not just targeting us and our officers, but our families, and going after them and threatening them. Now they're putting out bounties on agents' head, $10,000 to kill people, and then I have to put protective detail around those agents. So they're getting worse and worse. Don't think for a minute. What we're doing is stopping their billion-dollar business. They're goals were. These terrorist organizations, these gangs,
People send money back to them.
they were sending money back to them, but they were trafficking drugs and selling drugs in this country. They were trafficking children and human beings and doing it, making big money for Joe Biden. He was facilitating it, and we've shut that down. We've asked him to shut that down.
Since at the beginning of the job was before now it seems more like the law enforcement with the drug cartels. It seems like that's changing.
It is. I think the president is upset. The more and more he hears different stories and sees that the press and that some of these Democratic law enforcement, Democratic leaders don't focus on victims, don't realize how people's lives are getting better when we come to a city like Washington, D.C. or Burlington, Memphis, and places like that. So we are definitely focused on getting these guys to the whole country. He realizes now is the time we have to save America.
Okay, what's the controversy with this rapper?
Well, the guy knowingly goes out there and opposes our ICE agents and our operations. He has been out there and refuses to tour in the United States. Because he thinks that we have to tour and nobody can make him tour. Right. He's been very much against what Homeland Security has been doing. So they asked me just a couple of days ago, what we would do about the Super Bowl, and because he's been asked to perform there, and the Department of Homeland Security is responsible for the security of big events.
So it's not ICE at the Super Bowl necessarily. It's the Homeland Security protection.
Homeland Security and all of our components always engage with events like that. We run the security operations, make sure that we have drone technology for surveillance and security. We run the main counters. We partner with the local police to make sure it's safe, that people can come there and don't have to worry about their family being, having security. So we will be there. We will be everywhere. And I'm not going to guarantee that there's not going to be ICE people there. And I think that everybody should make sure that when they go to a big event with their family and enjoy it like they do the Super Bowl, then everybody's a law-abiding American, that they want to be there and they follow our laws and respect them.
It's incredible. I mean, you have a dangerous job, actually. And when you think of the magnitude of the force security,
yeah, no, it's that. And then we have the World Cup after that. We have responsibility for the Olympics. Every big event, and then even just whatever happens in this country from a domestic terrorism side of the threat, we want to do it.
You make me feel amazing. Thank you for joining me.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe. If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. That's why you need to call the number on your screen now. You'll be connected to a legal expert. You got questions, they got answers. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get money, I don't get money. Pick up that phone and make that call now to see what your case could be. 800-511-8579.
To answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone.
This right here is confidence in a model.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something on the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
Makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm. A lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us what she says. This one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We have a video, and you'll notice the model has bugs underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean face, and that's how easy it is. What's the active ingredient? Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model. It's a real model. This is actually normal. I can feel it just lifting my skin. It's amazing. It feels good. It feels great. Looks even better. And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we arrived. We were in the and let me tell you, we were so excited. And under 2 minutes, they visibly disappeared from me. And they were literally our daily routine. He calls me every single month. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the back, it works on the appearance of his feet, body, and school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-531-2824.
Nothing is off limits to David Harris Jr., and there's no apologies because he's armed with common sense, real faith, and the truth. Don't miss him on The Pulse tonight.
Pennsylvania Democrat Senator John Fetterman joins me. Good evening, sir. And I don't know if you just heard that son of a hostage. He said that the hostages were being released in spite of Prime Minister Netanyahu. And it really does surprise me. I've interviewed Prime Minister Netanyahu, followed him so much during this and even before that. I don't understand why the Israelis, some Israelis do not like him. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I think the Prime Minister, I've always refused to just join the Democratic pile-on. I mean, I'm not going to attack the democratically elected leader of our key ally of Israel. And now when you're in an existential war, you have two sides. I'm always going to be on Israel's side, certainly not on Hamas and Iran. So I'm certainly not going to attack him in the middle of that war. And he actually knew what had to do, and that's destroy Hamas, destroy Hezbollah, the Iranian nuclear weapons, and while they demonstrate that Iran's capabilities are not anything close to what intelligence may have believed before. So now we have the opportunity for a real peace now, and including going into Gaza. If they weren't already there in Gaza City, it may not have changed the dynamic of this negotiation. So I think he's done what was entirely appropriate that helped bring us to exactly where we are.
You know, you talk about what, the possibility of what could be. The Abraham Accords, which started a number of years ago and Trump won. It's just incredible if the Abraham Accords are expanded, if include like Saudi Arabia and some other of those countries there. I mean, it really would be, it'd be such a change the first time in 70 plus years that there might be real peace in the region.
Oh, of course, that would be remarkable.
Hello, everyone. It's time for morning brief, and I hope you have your favorite cup of coffee. I have mine, and look, we're going to drink it from the 1961 cup. That's right, Marcos and Emerson. That's right. If you like just the most outrageous, great Latin food in the world,
and that's why
go to 1961.
A lot of the accomplishments that he's had.
I can feel some sort of underlying hostility from President Erdogan of Turkey because he's already threatened Israel, saying if Israel renews fighting in Gaza, there will be a heavy price. He doesn't talk about Hamas starting.
Hello, everyone. It's time for morning briefing. I hope you have your favorite cup of coffee. I'm drinking mine from this really cool cup. Given to us by Kelly GMC.
Terrible things.
They've got a $20 truck. Can you imagine a big, awesome truck for only $20?
And I was one of the people
that voted it's a raffle. And all the proceeds go to the FFA and 4-H. Kelly donates the entire truck for free.
Imagine what it's like for these families right now, the ones in the hostage park in Tel Aviv tonight. A number of them are going to see living relatives, another one will be accepting remains. But just all that they have gone through for the past 2 years, waiting, and all the turmoil.
$20.
I can't even begin. I've talked to a lot, but I can't even imagine what it's like for them. Your thoughts
about
what they're going through?
Well, this lady came over from Ocoee, Florida, but she didn't come over to buy a $20 truck ticket.
Families and
this is Haley Williams. She's 18.
When I was in Israel
Notice
several months
the hairdo,
ago, I actually
the
had the
butterfly
honor
on
of
her neck.
sitting with them.
She's
and
trending.
he's been underground for 505 days. I mean, that's a true hero. I don't know how he
survived. Goes into a store.
And he's able to flourish and
function. And she tells the clerk, I want $2 worth of gas
absolute hero now.
On pump
so I
one.
can't imagine where these poor
now,
souls
I'm just
are
thinking
at.
out loud.
Over
$2
2
worth
years
of gas
underground
will not
and
get you
tortured.
back to Orange County,
God.
Florida.
And that's
but anyway,
part of
I
my
digress.
outrage where people of the world have forgotten about them, especially in the media
worth of
now,
gas on pump one.
And one
she
of the
comes
truth
storming back into the
possible
store and
here.
said, I
As
told you
soon
I
as
wanted
Hamas
$2 worth of
agrees to
gas
send them home
on pump
and
2
disarm and to make these appropriate
and starts
steps,
to berate the
there's
clerk
peace, the war ends.
and say real
they
ugly
could have done
things to
that
the
at
clerk.
any point of
In the
this.
meantime, a lady comes in
Indeed.
holding a baby
and
and
the other thing,
tries
too, and
to
I'll take the
break
last word on
up
this, is
this
that if this were two nations who
scrum
were
that's
signatories to the
going on.
Geneva Convention and they had prisoners of war,
So she leaves.
is that the way the Hamas treated
And then
these
she comes
prisoners
back
is
in and
vastly
starts
behind
tearing
any
the
sort
store
of,
up,
any sort of
trashing the store,
sensibility
knocking
of
over the
humanity.
display.
Senator John Fetterman,
The
the great
lady
state of
comes
Pennsylvania.
back
Thank
in
you, sir.
carrying the baby, who's now holding her hands over her ears, or his hands over his ears. It's a mess. So the sheriff's office is called in the meantime, and Haley Williams is still there.
Collision,
Obviously, she doesn't understand how things are done in Polk County, because we arrested her for vandalism and for disorderly conduct. It's not nice to come to your local Circle K store and show your red hair and your butterfly and your butt. And she did all 3.
They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth.
Hello, everyone. It's time for morning briefing. I hope you have your favorite cup of coffee. I have mine, and we're drinking it out of the vintage
motorcycle, motorbike,
Barber
e-bike,
Lounge.
tandem bike. These
We're
bulldogs will
upscale
make sure
in Winter
people pay.
Haven.
And if you
Now
don't get
listen,
paid, the
if
attorneys
you've
don't
not
get
checked
paid,
this
and
place
I don't
out,
get paid.
you
So
may
I
want to go there
compel
and
you,
get your
I
hair cut.
implore you,
I
I
understand you
beseech
can
you
eat
to pick up that
popcorn.
phone and call now to see what your
I
case
don't
could be
think they
worth.
even get any hair in your popcorn. They're just that good.
Look at this one under eye bag. It's
Get your
gone.
haircut.
There's this side and this side.
This guy doesn't need a haircut.
This.
Okay, this is Orlando
this.
Lopez. He's
50
41.
and
He's from
haven't slept
Lakeland.
in weeks.
It's
35
midnight.
and fresh
Haven't
from
you ever
vacation.
heard from your
They are
parents
some
that
of the
nothing good
hottest
happens
videos
after
on
midnight?
social media.
Well,
Those
something good
videos
happened for us,
claiming
but
to
not for
instantly
Orlando.
get rid of bags
He's
under your
driving
eyes.
up
Well,
and
today
down
we're going to
Cumbie
see
Road,
one for ourselves and let you be the judge.
and
It's
he
called
can't
Plexiderm, and
maintain
lifestyle
a
expert
single
Annette
lane.
Figueroa is
So
here to
our
tell us
wonderful
why
deputy,
she
who wants
says
to keep everybody
this one is
safe,
for real.
stops
This one is for
Orlando.
real, and I'm so excited.
We asked Orlando
we even have
why
a
he
video,
couldn't
and you'll
drive
notice the
appropriately,
model has bags
and would he
underneath his eyes and
consent
some
for us to
sagging,
search
and
his
all
vehicle?
he uses is
And
a
he said,
small
no,
amount on a
no,
clean dark
no,
face,
you
and that's
can't.
how easy it is.
So we said, no problem, Orlando.
Okay, so it's silicates that are
We
minerals
called one of
found
our
in
dogs,
shale rock.
and we looked
what
at our
it does
canine
is
and
it
said,
tightens
sniff
and lifts
and see
the
if
appearance of
Orlando's got
bags
any drugs
underneath
in
your
his
eyes.
car.
And as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions,
Don't
and
sis.
very little effort.
You got a
Even
hot
watching
one
the video,
here.
this is a real, it's a model,
Drugs
but
in
it's
the
a real
car.
guy with
So we
real
searched
bags
the car.
underneath his eyes. And
Guess
I did
what?
this to my father.
We find
were at
fentanyl.
home. I had the timer on,
Whoa.
and we were
We find
screaming. 4
heroin.
minutes, 34
Whoa.
seconds, completely gone.
We do a
My
background check.
opinion
He's
is
already been to
wholly-
state prison for trafficking in meth,
These lines fall. They
tampering
really
with
do.
evidence,
And this is absolutely unbelievable. I
driving
mean, I
while
can feel it just
license
lifting
suspended
my
and
skin.
revoked.
It's amazing. It feels good.
Oh my
It feels
goodness,
great.
he's got a
Looks even
long
better.
criminal history.
And not only does it work on the
Now he's
bags,
back
it works
in jail
on the
again.
appearance of crow's feet,
Remember
fine
this.
lines, and wrinkles.
Some
it
people,
targets
if
all
they're
those
not
problem
locked up
areas. So
or
this would
going
be
to
a
violate
daily
the
thing.
law,
It absolutely could be a daily
apparently
thing.
he's
But the
one
way
of
you
them.
want to do it is you want to have
Have a
a clean,
good
dry
day.
face. You use a
Good
small
morning,
amount because
everyone. It's
so
time for
powerful.
morning
You have
briefing.
high school reunions, you have events
And I
you
hope
wanna
you have
go.
your
wanna look
favorite
at your
cup of
younger,
coffee.
This is it.
At our
And you don't spit it all over
$14.95
yourself
price,
when you
it's
hear
the
what I'm
best
about
way
to
to
say.
try Plexiderm
But
and
we're going
see
to drink
it
our
work
coffee
after your
from
first
a
application.
thermos
Your solution
from
is at
Fire
plexidermtrial.com or call the number on your
Services.
screen.
You got that?
I
From New
was
Jersey.
exhausted
Thanks for sending
all
the
the
cup.
time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And
Ah,
then
good coffee.
came
Now
the
listen.
weight gain. I found out
There's
I
things
was
you can't
like
make up.
millions of Americans whose thyroid
So
gland
we arrested
wasn't functioning
Walter
like it was supposed
Frymere.
to. And that's
He's 51.
why I started taking
We got a call that he was
premium
naked
nutritional supplement.
inside
Actolin was
of
created
a
by renowned
restroom
physician
at a
Dr.
public
David
park.
Brownstein. Formulated
So we
with
asked,
17
is he naked or
powerful
butt
ingredients
naked?
to specifically support
You know,
your thyroid function,
you can be
adrenal
naked and
health,
still
and
have your
metabolism.
socks on.
And now,
But if you're
you
buck
can get
naked,
a
you're
free
totally
bottle
naked.
of
Well, anyway, our
alcohol with our
deputy gets
special
there.
offer.
The dude's
Just
got
pay a
all
small
of his
shipping and
clothes
handling
on.
charge. Plus, receive
So
Dr.
we're nice,
Brownstein's free special report,
and we send
a
him out
doctor's
of the
guide
park
to a healthy thyroid. If
and
you're
trespass
experiencing
him
loss
and tell
of
him we're not
energy,
going to
cold
arrest
hands
you,
and feet,
even though
dry
people saw
skin,
you here
weight gain, or joint
without
pain,
any clothes
Actolin may
on.
be right
We're
for
going to
you.
give you a break.
Don't wait. Act now.
So what does he do?
Get your
He
free
goes
trial bottle of
across the
Actolin,
street,
valued
hops
at
up on
$39.95.
what? The railroad train track and trespasses again, just as soon as we gave him the break. So the deputy arrests him. We find out he's already got 25 prior arrest and been to state prison 5 times. So not only is he trespassed, we've got him in possession of meth. Well, I've talked about meth doing crazy stuff to you, right?
Mr. President, any advice?
You ain't gonna believe this. So we put everybody through a body scanner to make sure that they're not trying to bring guns and knives and drugs into the jail.
Prime Minister Boris Johnson.
Well, you might have thought Walter was bringing drugs
the UK
into the
did
jail.
end up leaving the European Union. Brexit, as it was called, went into effect
He brought
February
a thermos
2020.
into the jail.
But some things have not changed.
That's right.
That includes Johnson's
He
support
put it
for
up
Trump.
the exit ramp.
Last year, Johnson
You know what
said
I mean?
that Trump's return to the White House is, quote,
A thermos.
just what the world needs.
About
Short
this
time
size.
ago, right here in this set, I spoke with former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson.
No, it wasn't this one.
Nice to see you, sir.
Greta, very good to be on your show.
We saw
Glad to have
that
you here in
and
the
we
United
said,
States.
dude.
It's always great to be here.
We have a pretty good
What are you
relationship
doing
with the United
here? He
States
said, well,
and the UK, don't we?
A very,
I
very
put that
important,
inside
single
my
most
body,
important fact of the last
and he didn't
200
swallow
years
it.
in world geopolitics, I would say.
24
Indeed,
hours
in fact, trying to burn
earlier.
our White House down, but we're over that.
The deputy saved his life. Oh, and that was after Walter threatened to kill the deputy
Okay,
for
all right, now,
arresting
what do you
him.
make of this deal that President Trump has
We had to take him to the hospital.
essentially brokered between Hamas and Israel?
They had to find
I think
a
you've got to face it, and
specialist.
this will drive everybody nuts. But this would
It
not
was
have
quite
happened
the
if it
ordeal.
hadn't been for Donald Trump.
he's
There's no
thoroughly-
question about it. You know, he put the hard word on
In the county
both
jail
sides. He put the hard word on
today.
Netanyahu to
Told you you
do
weren't
it.
gonna
He's
believe
got
it.
these guys on
Never
his
seen it
right,
before.
he's not going to leave his
Have
cabinet.
another
He's
drink
got
of coffee.
Alex Gaza, you know, these ultra-nationalist guys.
Have a good day.
Netanyahu's own
Hello,
political future
everyone.
must
It's
be
time
a
for
bit
morning briefing, and I hope
uncertain.
you have your favorite
Now,
cup of coffee. The
because
Grape
he's done
Hammock
the
Fish
deal,
Camp
bringing
cup
the war to an end.
is what
Hamas,
I'm drinking my favorite
it
coffee
looks
from.
To me, like, you know, they're going to have to give up their.
Now, you're
their
talking about a
weapons.
real cool fish
Their
camp that's
single
been there
biggest
for
point of
years and
leverage
years
is the
on Lake
hostages. The only
Kissimmee.
point of leverage is the
If you've not
hostages.
checked it
Thank
out,
heaven, thank God,
you're
they're
missing
finally
a
giving them
trip
back. It's a
back in
wonderful,
time.
a wonderful
Really
thing.
good people there.
But I
Go
don't
back
think
and
it
check
would have
them out.
happened if Hamas
Now,
hadn't known.
Here's
that
the deal.
Trump was serious.
We've been talking
saying
about
that
thieves
if you
and who you
don't do
need to
this,
look out for.
We're going to get.
This is
medieval. I mean,
Jonathan
you're
Worley.
we're
He's
gonna- we're gonna
33.
wipe you out.
And Callie
I
Rogers,
think
she's
that
also
focused their
33.
mind. So this
They're
was
thieves,
an instance
and they're
of the
dopers.
President of the United States
So,
using
one
the
of our
power
deputies
of his office and the force of his
notices
personality
that someone has
to deliver
stolen his
something
green
for the world
Honda
that I think is just massively
four-wheeler.
positive.
Why was
And he says to
why
himself,
was he able
"Self,
to do this?
I am
we've
not
got
a
lot of
very
countries,
happy
big countries,
off-duty
important
deputy."
countries where the leaders haven't been.
So he
What's
calls
different
some
about him?
I
on-duty
think
deputies and
there's a
detectives
couple of things. I think,
and says,
first of all, he built up a lot of
brothers
credit
and
trust
sisters,
in Israel.
I need some help.
Because
Somebody
you know,
has broken into my shed
the embassy
and
from,
stolen my four-wheeler.
telling him to,
Well, our
to
deputies are
Jerusalem,
just the very best.
with Israel in this
So we
extraordinary
start
operation
looking and
against,
investigating,
Iranian
and we
nuclear
find
enrichment facilities, you know,
someone
that was a
who
massive
saw
thing.
this
And
green
I think maybe
four-wheeler
you could doubt
kind of
his-
propped
maybe
on
you
the
could doubt
trunk
his
and the
support for
roof
Israel.
of a
So that was
vehicle
very,
going
very
down the road.
And I
So
think that
we do a
with the other
complete
guys, with
investigation
Hamas,
that leads us to Jonathan and
the
Callie.
great thing about
That's right.
President Trump
Jonathan,
is, you know, he has a,
when we
he
stop
has
his
an air of
vehicle, he
unpredictability.
doesn't have the
But you
four-wheeler on
think
it
you can't
anymore.
take the risk.
But Callie's
And I
with
think
him.
that those guys
Guess what?
genuinely thought
They
that
both have
it was a
fentanyl,
credible threat
possession
he was
of drugs.
to
You got to
them
buy drugs,
that
you got to steal
if
stuff,
they kept going,
which is what they were
unless they
doing,
took this deal,
I'm sure, once again.
then they would be
So
wiped
we
out.
take them
And
into
so,
custody, and we go, hey, dude, like,
you know,
where
to a
is
certain
the
extent,
four-wheeler? He admitted to stealing it. He said, I took it over to Madeira Beach.
Personality
and
really does make a difference.
I
And so what I really
was
hope
going
is
to
that,
bring it back.
That's
what they always say.
President Trump
But it couldn't get it up on the trunk
here
by itself,
by
by
exercising
myself.
maximum American
So anyway,
pressure and do it now.
Anyway,
because there's a
we still
huge
need the
opportunity.
four-wheeler.
Putin's really not in good shape.
And these
there's a much
guys
bigger war
and gals
going
are in
on,
jail,
tragically, than
locked up.
The war in Gaza.
But
And
watch them
hundreds of thousands of
closely,
people have been
because
killed
they
and
like
are
to
still
use
being
drugs,
killed in large
and to
numbers by
use
Putin.
drugs, they've got to
And
steal to support
he
their
has a
health.
chance to fix this. And he
Because, you know,
really
sorry
can.
folks
Because
like this
I
don't
hope
work
he's
anyway.
emboldened by this and
Is
encouraged.
Is
Have a
it
good day.
possible to work with Putin? I know you've been
Hello,
you were
everyone. It's
critical,
Sheriff
at least,
Brady
of,
Jett. It's time for morning
President
briefing.
Trump,
I hope you have your
giving
favorite cup of
Putin
coffee.
quite that reception
Mine
in
has
Anchorage,
been
because that
drank.
didn't quite turn out like everybody did. But
I think
so,
that's
you know,
how you
is
say
Putin
that.
somebody
Out of
who
a
you can
Victory
get to?
Church
No, I
cup.
look, I think
That's right.
fair play
Adult
to
Plus.
President Trump. He had
They
to
meet
try.
every Friday
Yeah,
morning.
no, I agree. You got to try.
That's right.
And it's got an A+ on that side.
When you have something like that,
if you need a church, Victory is a great church. Check them out.
With Putin, he had to see whether
But really
that was
check
worth
out this
anything.
good
And
coffee.
It's been proved
All
to be
right.
worth.
Have you ever met Putin?
Yes, yes.
What do you think of him?
So
What do you
some
like?
people are slow learners. We have a fella who's licensed,
He's a bit sort of goblin-like,
was
effectively
suspended.
like Gollum
12 points in 12
in
months.
Lord of the Rings.
He was charged with racing on the highway and all
Pixie-like.
kinds of nonsense.
He speaks
His
surprisingly
name's
good
James
English.
Abel. He's 20 from
Surprisingly good
Mulberry.
English.
But as I said, he's a slow learner.
He's having
Now he's
trouble.
doing wheelies
The Ukrainians
around town
have
on his
taken out
motorcycle.
huge quantities
And
of
the
his,
deputy stops
oil
him
refinery
and says, "Hey man,
You've got big
why are
queues
you doing
in
wheelies
Russia
on your
for
motorcycle?"
The price,
He
the
said,
price of oil
"Well,
has really hurt.
just for something to
He's
do."
having to import oil.
He said, "Well,
from
may I
other
see your
countries
driver's
because his
license?"
refineries are all being blown
And
up by
James
the
said, "Well,
Ukrainians.
you're not going to
And
like
his economy
this,
is in a very,
but
very
I
bad
don't have
way.
a driver's
And I think
license.
that,
It's suspended."
President Trump
Well,
has
it's not that
a goal. And if
we
you-
didn't like it. It's
I
like
bet
he doesn't
he'll
like
say-
it because now
he'll
he's
claim
going to jail.
that he's disappointed
So
about the
think
Nobel
about this.
Prize,
Your
right?
license
And
is
he'll say,
suspended
"Oh,
already for too many points
I
for
saw that
crazy
Machado,
driving.
who
She,
got it.
Machado, she gave,
And
she
then
gave
you're
her
driving
hand.
without a license and doing wheelies and drawing the
right.
attention of our
If he
deputies.
wants that thing is
Come
nailed
on,
on
man.
for Donald Trump.
I can
If
tell
he
by
now
looking
puts the
at you, you
same
got more
pressure
than
on
3 brain
Putin
cells.
that he's just
But I
put
guess
on
he must have been on
Hamas, and
vacation.
he can fix this thing.
So
What's the
we put him in
leverage
the
with
back
Putin?
seat of the
'Cause
car,
He doesn't seem to want to give
drove
up.
him to the county jail without wheelies.
The leverage is very simple.
Give him something to think about.
It's about the
Have a good day.
economy, and it's
Hello,
also
everyone.
about
It's
his
time for
military
morning
position.
briefing.
So
I
what's
hope
his
you
playbook
have
at
your
this point
favorite
then?
cup of
So
coffee.
what I would say
I
for
do,
the
and I'm
president,
drinking
I
it
think what he's
from
gotta do
Mills on
is
Wheels.
$250
That's
billion
right. They're having a
of Putin's
fundraiser
frozen
October
assets
3rd,
in a Belgian
a
bank
beach
account.
bash.
I think that
That's right.
the
See if
United
you can help
States
them out because, you know,
everybody should be saying,
together we
what's that
deliver
doing there?
more than
That
a
should be going
meal.
to the Ukrainians
They
as
check
a
on the
down
elderly,
payment
bring them
on
a
the
hot meal.
reparations that
They're
Putin
special
should be making
people.
to Ukraine. And number two, there
Well,
are
I've got to
also
tell you
weapons that the
These
Ukrainians
folks
already
here
have
got a
that they
hot
can't
meal too,
use to take
but
out
they got it in
bases
jail.
in Russia. I know that.
And let me
actually
introduce you to
President
them.
Trump,
You
contrary
need
kind
to
of all
pay
the
attention
negative stuff you hear
because
about,
if they're
he's
out,
actually being
they're
much more
roaming
positive and
around,
leaning on giving
living
Ukrainians
in the
intelligence
southeast
that they
area,
need
Winter
to take out
Haven.
those bases.
They
So
stay
the
with a
toll
friend
holds
at an
will help, right?
Airbnb,
Toll holds will
then they're
help. And
homeless,
so with the German
but they're always
towers,
looking for something to
there's
break
about
into.
1,000 that haven't yet gone,
This is Justin
to
Smith.
Ukraine.
He's
Give them
29.
give them,
Ashley
more
Jarvis
weapons.
is
The shadow
26, and
fleet.
Rusty
Well,
Waddle,
Putin is surviving
he's 31.
because he
We
has
dealt
this,
with Rusty a lot.
huge
I
number
remember
of
his name.
sanctions
So
busting
anyway,
oil
we've got a
tankers
man,
that are going around
part of the
concealing
law
what they're
service,
doing.
doing his
Why can't
job,
we stop
working
sending
hard,
Davy Jones?
earning
We
money.
can't.
Well, then why haven't
You know
we?
what
Just
these
if
folks
that
are
shadow
doing?
fleet
They're
has been
prowling
never
around
vote for
looking
him.
for
We
something
should
to
take them to
steal.
Davy Jones'
So they
lockup,
break into the
frankly.
lawn
And
man's
that's
truck
sending them
and
there.
take an air
And
compressor.
the
Well, we have a
other
witness
thing I
sitting
think
on
we
his
should
front
do
porch
is
with his
the
wife
whole
going,
world should do is
I know
put
those
more
guys.
sanctions, more so what
He's
the president's
stolen
done
before.
with
So he
secondary
calls him
sanctions,
out and
with
says,
tariffs on
put the
people
man's
buying
air
much more
compressor back in the
Chinese,
truck. And he
Indians.
does.
You don't, because you
And then they wander off. Well, of course, our witness tells the victim.
And we should.
The victim
And so
calls
should
the
all-
sheriff's
so should
office,
all-
and we start an investigation. Well, sure enough, they're staying with a friend in another Airbnb.
We sanctioned the guy.
They don't want any part of the problem. They let us in.
And we're not yet
They were in the house.
is putting
Old Rusty here,
penalizing
he's hiding
countries that
in the closet.
do buy Russian oil.
Now, lots of
So-
criminals
and that-
hide
that
in the
would make a huge
closet.
difference. That
I
would
don't
really-
know
That would be
why.
like India.
They know it's against the law.
That would really hurt.
But
Why haven't we done? Why
That's
haven't
where he
that been done?
was.
Why hasn't the United States done that?
You
found
to some
him.
extent, but not enough. And we
Just
should
like
do
we
that.
always
That would
do.
make a huge
Closets are not very big.
And,
They're easy to see criminals in closets,
keep back
even if they're wearing bed clothes.
Give them
So we arrest
money
them, we
that
take them into
they're
custody,
taking
take them down to jail,
Putin has got.
where they got a hot
that's,
meal,
that's frozen in Brussels. at the
and
moment,
we
Putin's
solved
money.
another burglary.
And
but keep an eye on
I
these
think
guys.
that
If they're out,
you're looking at a situation
you
where
see them wandering around,
Donald Trump
they're looking
could
to
really
steal.
be the architect
Have a good day.
of peace, not just
Hello,
in the
everybody.
Middle East,
It's
but
time for
in
morning
Ukraine as
briefing.
well.
And today,
when that
I
happens,
hope you have your favorite
he's
coffee
going to be the Bjorn Borg
in your favorite
Nobel
cup.
Peace Prize
My
winners.
favorite
You
cup
will-
today is
people-
Lindsay Marine.
Many people in
They
the world
say,
forgot who
make
started
voting great again.
I mean, that's
Listen,
what,
I hope
that's
you're
what bothers me.
sitting
First
on
it
a
was
boat,
me in 2014, and everyone
enjoying
looked the other way.
the sunrise
and then
coming
it was
up
over the Ukraine border
and
beginning
drinking your
in,
coffee.
22.
Yeah, but Greta, I mean,
You say you don't have a boat.
Why?
Because, Well, one of
They
the reasons
sell
is because
boats
we
at a
say,
great price at
because
Lindsay Marine.
frankly, we're not clear enough
That's
about
what
it
I'm told.
in NATO, and sometimes the president hasn't really been very clear
Check
about
them
how
out
the
if
war
you need a
started,
boat.
and seemed to imply
Check
that
them out if you don't
Ukraine
need a
bore
boat.
some responsibility. It's
You may want a
complete
boat
nonsense.
anyway. You know what I'm
this
saying?
was Putin's war.
All right,
of
so here's the
choice,
guy,
right?
Donnell Jones.
He
He's 24
decided
from Davenport. You
for
need
no
to know a
reason, no
thief
good
when you
reason
see
at all,
one.
to attack
So
a
he's
completely
advertising
innocent
on
sovereign
Facebook
European country.
I look
Marketplace
at it like Hamas. Hamas decided
washers
on
and
October
dryers
7th,
for
just
sale.
they started it.
And he actually
It's
meets
completely the same.
with a victim
It's completely the same.
and said, hey, we'll look at this washer and dryer in our townhome
I really
unit.
do, and I think.
Well, when the
let's see
victim
what
gets
happens,
there,
but
the
he's
suspect
shown
is confused and
the
doesn't even know the
to
address.
exert
So our
pressure.
victim notifies the
And
developer
I'm-
and says,
I'm
hey,
optimistic.
something is not right about this. The developer calls the sheriff's office. We begin our investigation. And guess what?
They wish that
Oh, Donnell
the UK
here
would
ends
have
up arrested
immigration policies
with
like
multiple
President Trump.
counts of
Well, I agree.
burglary
I mean, and so
and grand theft
shortly
because he's
before I left
stealing
office
stuff that doesn't belong to him.
2022.
This is
we'd
wrong
actually
on
come
every
up with
level, but if you're going to be a thief, you ought to at least remember the address
Because the problem
where
that
you're
drives
taking
people
your
nuts is when
victim.
you see people coming across the channel
You know
in
what I
boats,
mean?
right? Just as you used to have
Have a
people
good
coming
day.
across the
Hello,
from Mexico,
everyone.
across the Rio Grande,
It
wherever
is
is,
time
and
for
you've
morning
got,
brief, and I hope you have your favorite cup of coffee.
illegals.
I'm having my favorite
that
cup of coffee and my favorite
infuriates
new
people
cup.
because there are
Look at
lots
there.
coming, and there
There's
still
my
are coming every day.
1972
But we
classic
had a deal with
law
Rwanda
enforcement
in Africa,
sheriff's deputy
where,
car.
this is
That's
just
right.
before I left.
And
office
October
it
17th
was
through
going
the
to be absolutely
19th,
brilliant.
we're going to have this
what happened
show
was the minute you arrived in
for
Kent,
of
you found that
hours
Kent
at
was
the Lake
twinned
Mirror
with Kigali.
Center.
And
There's
you
going
know,
to be
four-door black and color, registration is current, intrinsic confirm your driver Lee. Eligible, CL is current, clear.
Yeah, I'm still here. The ambulance is still loading up. 635, 343. I'm coming up to you. Go to 1200 Esperanza, 1200 Esperanza for a possible criminal trespass. RP states that his neighbor had called him.
And stage first scene 6. And stage first scene 6.
On the property. Medic 91 available. Medic 91 available. The description we have was that a dually was there.
10-4, who's the reporting party?
Larry Charlie 290 Williams from Airlines going to be cleared to Rockville.
10-4, you said he was riding a Jeep on his property.
10-4.